This is Cerebral Cinema. Movies of the mind.
Well, here we are, mister. The Pirate's Cove. Only bar in San Pedro catering to the seafaring trade we ain't tried yet.
You're sure of that, huh?
Mister, I've been driving this hack in this burg since the self-starter. Sure, I'm sure.
All right, wait for me. I'll only be a minute.
Gladly. This kind of working for a living I like.
Honey, I said, you just insulted this lady who happens to be my guest.
Hey, fucking put a hand on this, will you?
Well, what's yours, mate?
Little information, Bucket. I was looking for a guy named Lash Louderback. He's a friend of mine, about 6'6". He's built like a battle wagon. He takes his whiskey by the pitcher.
Lash Louderback. A buddy of yours, huh?
Yeah. Why, what's wrong with him?
He ain't got any manners, landlubber. He swings before he so much as talks. Oh!
You see, buddy, Lash Louderback tore this joint apart less than 2 hours ago. It took 5 of us to get him out of here, so when you catch up to him, tell him to come on back. Tell him the drinks are on the house. Like this.
You got that message straight, sweetheart?
Sure he is, Casey. He looks like a bright boy with a good memory. Right, buddy?
Right, Bucket. I've got a great memory. It was high time for me to get together with my client. A woman I'd never met named Daphne McGregor, who'd hired me by long-distance call to L.A. 5 hours earlier to find a giant economy-sized, devil-may-care, hard-drinking sailor. One Lash Louderback, who for some reason had to be aboard a ship she was sailing on at 4 in the a.m. When I announced myself at the hotel desk at the San Pedro Biltmore, and after a check call was told to go to room 113, the old roue-type night clerk who pointed the way arched one eyebrow until it nudged his toupee back. I saw why when I was at the door of 113.
Come right in, Marlowe.
Daphne McGregor was long, bluffy black hair, gently framing a face that was the color and texture of melted caramels. Glinting sea-green eyes and full lips that were tinged supple coral red. And stayed turned up at the corners in something a little more than a provocative smile.
Come back into the patio, Marlowe. I was just feeding the captain.
Just feeding the...
Chick-a-lack, lassie. Chick-a-lack. Starving the full captain. Starving in the dad.
Hey, is that the captain?
Yes, but if he doesn't keep quiet, he's going to be the ex-captain, stuffed inside.
See what you mean.
Here, you parasite, eat.
You saw him, lassie. Get up.
Oh, he gets worse every day.
Easy, Tommy.
Well, Marlowe, I see by that bruise on your cheek that you found Lash all right.
No, Miss McGregor. I only found some unhappy people who Lash had found earlier.
You mean you don't know where he is? Marlowe, it's late. We've only got 3 hours left.
Yeah,
You saw him, lassie. You saw him.
Shut up, you. Come on in the other room, Marlowe. Pretty good Frank with you.
Frank, like the real reason you offered me $500 to tear this boozer away from his bottle?
Yes, he's no boozer. He has explained.
Not according to the gentleman at the Pirate's Cove. Anyhow, your reason, Miss McGregor?
Definitely. My reason, Marlowe, is very simple. Black pearls.
Missing necklace worth thousands, maybe, huh?
No, a missing bed worth millions.
You mean on the half shell? The real thing?
Real and rare. What do you drink, Marlowe? Johnny Walker's juice?
Yeah, it's fine. Can I help you?
Certainly.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
Now, Marlowe, listen hard. There isn't time to go over this twice. Happy days.
You too.
Marlowe, my father was the best navigator in the Pacific. He was drowned last year in the storm at sea. He left me 2 things. The captain there and a map to a fortune. A bed of black pearls located on Parrot Island. My father named the pearl find the Parrot's bed. That's part A.
Part B is Lash Louderback.
Louderback and Teddy Peterson. Lash, the man you've got to find, is a crackerjack American sailor who lost his first mate's papers for jumping ship and going.
And Peterson also a wild man from?
No, anything but. Peterson, Marlowe, is half the size and weight of Lash, but twice as smart. He has a bad leg, multiple canes. I met them shortly after the war in Honolulu. They had $30,000. I had the map. We teamed up. Came back here, bought all the divers' gear, and arranged for passage on the island later.
Ship that leaves tonight, huh?
It'll be 6 months, Marlowe, at least, before I can find another scow. If we miss this, I don't want to wait.
Yeah, but tell me, if Lash can't be found, why don't you and Peterson sail without him?
Good question. But the answer is that. Rupert Semblin, a British-born, Malayan-raised louse who's right here in San Pedro now and who knows all about my plans. And because of Semblin, we tried twice to buy the map and 3 times to steal it. I hid it in the lining of Lash's coat. A fact which Lash does not know.
And Peterson does?
Yes. I sent word an hour ago via a bellhop in writing, of course, to Ted's rooming house. It's 118 North 3rd Street. By the way, no phone.
118 North 3rd, huh? Lash stays there with him?
No. We figured it would be harder on Rupert Semblin if he lived in different places and he had to guess who had the map. Lash is at the YMCA, but don't waste your time. We haven't seen him since he checked in. Now, Marlowe, you know it all.
Yeah, all except where I might find Lash. That brawl at the Pirate's Cove doesn't seem to tie into Rupert Semblin.
No, but Rupert or one of his little dagger men was no doubt following Lash. It's our only chance. You can find Semblin at his importer's office. It's a hole in the wall near the dock. 21 Harbor Road. 500, I promise.
Thanks.
There'll be another 500 if you bring Lash back before 4 a.m. Anything else?
One item, Daphne. Is there a chance that either Ted Peterson or Lash would cross you up for the map?
Not quite. I can get to the island itself without the map. Sooner or later, I'll find him. So you see, they'd have to kill me as well as kill him.
$1 million in black pearl. Well, I'm on my way. Goodbye, Daphne. I'll do my best.
Oh, Marlowe.
Huh?
Marlowe, one last point. Parrot Island isn't really the name of the island.
No.
Just in case you were thinking of black pearls and Marlowe.
Bye-bye, Daphne. "21 Harbor Drive belonged near the docks, all right. But Shanghai, not San Pedro. It was a small, dimly lit, twisted frame building, weather-warped, dirty, and sandwiched tight by a couple of flanking stone factories like a meek 120-pound commuter caught in between 2 fat ladies in the rush hour. And the man who answered my knock and admitted that he was Rupert Semblin in a pleasant voice was maybe 50. Looked like an underfed toad.
Can I be of some assistance, sir?
Yeah, I hope so. My name is Marlowe, Mr. Semblin. I'm an investigator for the San Pedro Port Authority.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a sailor in trouble named Lash Louderback. Do you know him?
Why, yes, I do.
No.
Haven't seen him for months, though. Not since Honolulu, I believe. Now, Mr. Marlowe, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'm quite busy. A load of invoices, you know. But if you'll call tomorrow, I'll be only too glad to go into this further. Good night, sir.
Semblin had invoices to attend to, like I had to spend the night mounting butterflies. I knew that as well as I knew that the take he had done had been at somebody behind me. So when I turned and started away from the place, I slipped my right hand around the .38 in my pocket and thought of Daphne McGregor's remark about Brother Rupert's little dagger man. But just then it came. A knife a foot long that splintered into the wooden porch behind me. Before I could get back to my feet, the small, shadowy figure with raised arm I glimpsed behind a step-down Hudson was across the street near to an alley. And when I was there and after him, I found only moonlight and the empty, cracked pavement and a long, long line of loading ramps. I knew I was licked. But it wasn't until I turned back toward the man with the invoices that I knew just how badly. Number 21 Harbor Road was lights out and one parked Hudson missing. Obviously, Mr. Rupert Semblin hadn't wanted to be followed. Well, Ted Peterson's rooming house on North 3rd Street was my only chance of picking up a lead on Lash Louderback.
Oh, now, Mr. Riley. Here's the filthy money you were so afraid you'd never seen. All of it. $11.28 due and coming.
Look, Mr. Riley, $5 in interest.
Abbey players in San Pedro?
Oh, that surprises you, does it? Well, Mr. Liquor Merchant, it shouldn't. 8 Oxford Flickett, me only keep a rooming house. But he's a gentleman of means this day, and hello.
Hello.
Yes, I just practiced enough of it. I guess the screen doors is only good for keeping the flies out.
Or in. Mr. Flickett, I'd like to see Ted Peterson.
Peterson, is it?
Yeah.
Do you have a message, like that bellhop? Something that
I'd like to see Mr. Peterson.
Oh, very well now. I'll call him. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
It's a great PA system.
Coming, myself. Now, more talk about it. Oh, sorry. Didn't know you had company.
He doesn't. I'm here to see you, Ted. My name is Marlowe. I'm a private detective working for Daphne, and, thanks, Mr. Flickett. He's here now.
Yes, of course he is. There's no need for me any longer now, is there? Good night, gentlemen. Good night.
Now, look, Ted, in a tight bundle, it's this. Lash is still missing, was last seen at a joint called the Pirate's Cove, where he was in a brawl. You, of course, know he has a map on him.
Yeah.
Now, have you run into him at all in the last few hours?
No, Marl. I've been right here.
Oh?
But you know, this isn't the first time old Lash has gone out and gotten
Yeah,
himself.
but this time it may be different. Rupert Semberlin is on Lauterback's trail, I'm sure.
Semberlin? That does make it different.
Peterson, I think you better get over to the San Pedro Biltmore and stay next to Daphne, huh?
Oh, but why? We gotta find Lash.
And keep everybody alive doing it. Semberlin already has his knife throwers out. If he finds Lash and gets the map, he'll start eliminating everybody. Oh, tell me, is there anything, no matter what, anything that Lash usually does at the tail end of a bender?
Oh, yeah, Marlowe. Yeah, there is.
What?
And it never fails. Once Lash is through drinking and fighting, he goes for the deck of anything that's surrounded by water, stretches out on his back, looks at the stars, and sings until he either sobers up or falls asleep.
That might do it, Ted. I'm going to head back to the Pirate's Cove and work toward the water from there. You go to Daphne in a hurry,
Yeah,
huh?
all right, Marlowe, but I still think we're going to be okay. Lash has done this sort of thing 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, let's hope this makes it 1,001. I'll be in touch, Ted. Wasn't much to go on, but as I walked from the rooming house to my car, I tried to tell myself that Lash's kind, like the cows, always come home. There was no reason for me to worry. But in the next second, I changed my mind.
No, don't!
It was Peterson back at the house. When I got there, he was hugging the floor and trembling like he had every right to, but he hadn't been scratched. The shaky finger he pointed behind him and in a line with the open screen door said someone else had been and then some. H. Oxwell Flickett was crumpled in a corner, dead. A long, mean knife deep in his back.
Marlowe, there was one of Semberlin's men, I'm sure. And he was after me. Marlowe, what can we do?
Well, not much more than we were going to. Only first, Ted, you call the police, give them my name, and say I'll explain later. And get to Daphne fast.
Well, you look for Lash.
Yeah, Lash. A guy someplace under a wide and starry sky. Should be a cinch. Ted Peterson was still staring at the knife between the landlord's shoulders as I went down the stairs and out on the clammy waterfront street again. It was 2:00. That left me with less than a couple of hours to find Lash Lauterback, the giant from Borneo, who was full to his ears with rum and probably flat on his back, singing to the stars somewhere in the jackstraw jumble of greasy pilings, tottering, tacked-together buildings and bobbing masts that were San Pedro Harbor. I decided to push my luck and head for the Pirate's Cove bar again, since that remained as his last known contact with civilization. I parked on a side street away from the place and walked to the corner. Bucket, the owner, was just closing up. I watched as the last of his seamy clientele staggered off down the street, and then, while he fought with the stubborn lock on the door, I moved up behind him.
Some of these days...
Hey, Bucket.
The joint's closed. Don't you jerks ever get tired? Shove off. Go on. Beat it.
Keep your shirt on. We've got a conversation to finish. I'm still looking for Lash Lauterback.
Oh, sure. Now I remember. You was in earlier, wasn't you, Bo?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Me and my memory.
I guess you didn't learn much.
I learned just this much. This time, let's have a straight pitch. Stand up, Heavy. Stand up and listen to what I want out of you. It's very simple. I'll make it hard on us. How drunk was Lash when you finally got him out the door? Come on, talk it up.
Well, that guy... don't get drunk. He just gets thick-skulled.
Yeah?
But he put away enough to stagger an elephant.
You watched him when he left. Where was he headed?
Down the street.
That way? What's of interest down there?
Nothing. A few empty warehouses, a beat-up salvage yard, and a backwash. That's all.
Thanks. Now, wasn't that easy? The street narrowed to a dark, silent alley that tunneled for 4 blocks between hulking warehouses. Finally opened on a sagging, rusty graveyard for old ships and ended abruptly at the brink of a stagnant backwash marked dead end. So I stopped and turned around, and that's when my headlights picked up a woman. She'd been leaning against the piling at the water's edge. She looked into my headlights for a minute, then flipped the cigarette away and sauntered toward the car.
This ain't private property, honey. I got a right to be here.
Who says different?
You cops. Always. Every time.
Oh, wait a minute, sister. I'm no cop.
Uh-huh. So I'm taking the night off anyway.
You picked a swell spot for us. Been here long?
Why? Maybe I like all these old dead folks. Maybe I get a friendly feeling from them.
Yeah, it could be. Also, maybe you saw an oversized sailor with a full head of steam boil out this way, huh?
No, afraid not, honey.
What did you hear him then? If his singing voice compares with the rest of them, you couldn't have missed. Look, baby, it's worth $10.
Keep it. I heard somebody singing. I'm out there on the hulk someplace.
Oh.
Hooped me. Gave me the blues. I was glad when it stopped.
How long ago was it?
Oh, quite a while. Sure to be gone by now, honey. How about a lift back to the light?
No, I'm sorry, but I'm going out and have a look for the sailor. Thanks for the information.
Okay, so I'll walk. Ain't the first time.
I got a flashlight from my glove compartment and started out over the mass of rotten but still floating hulks. Finally, I found a catwalk of greasy planks that wormed its way through the deserted jumble of twisted steel, apparently to the farthest point, which was where I wanted to go. I was halfway out when I got an uncomfortable hunch that I was being watched. I stopped and listened. There was no sound except the slow grinding of metal as the black water below surged softly. So I went on. The last ship was a squat, ugly barge. Beyond it was the open harbor. I played my light over the deck through a hatch and saw that the cover had made new scratches in the rust. I got it open and stabbed my light down inside. 8 feet below, at the foot of an iron ladder, was the body of a big man, face down. On the back of his coat, dead center, was a large red stain where a knife had been. I had 1 foot on the ladder when that hunch came again. This time, with plenty to back it up. I shot my light along the catwalk and for an instant caught a glistening yellow face. It was Rupert Semberlin. He ducked and ran. His head start got him almost to shore, but after barking both shins and turning an ankle, I got close enough to grab him by the shoulder and spin him around.
Hey, get back. I'll kill you.
Not tonight, Slimy. You've done all you're going to do. Yeah.
You're breaking it.
Good. I thought knives were your specialty. You're a regular little loss. Oh, come on, drop it. Drop it.
Yeah, let me go. Please. I'm through.
You don't know how true you are. This won't exactly get questions answered, Semberlin, but it'll save a lot of time in the long run. Believe me. I tied Semblin's wrist to a 1.5 tons of rusty anchor chain with a long piece of wire, which I figured would hold him just in case he woke up before I got back. After that, I found an outside phone near the salvage yard office shack and called my client, Ted Peterson. It made it to where I was waiting in less than 10 minutes. I brought him up to date, then with Daphne behind me and Peterson doing his best to bring up the rear with his cane, slipping on the greasy planks. I led them on out along the catwalk toward the barge at the end. I hadn't told them yet that I'd found Lash dead, but I didn't need to. Daphne sensed what was coming.
You're good, Marlowe. Even better than I expected. How'd you ever find this place?
Brakes, Daphne.
It's exactly the kind of place Lash would have ended up in. He was really a derelict, too. Like all these little saltwater towns. He is dead, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's dead. Nice, the way it looks.
I'm going to miss him. He had the kind of rowdy power it takes to keep a native diving crew in line.
Yeah?
I'll find somebody else. Ted, I'm worried about. It'll be tough on him. Coming, Ted.
I'm okay. I'll make it. You two go on.
Yeah, this is it, Daphne, the barge.
Where is he, Marlowe? That hatch is open.
Yeah, I opened it.
Then that's where Lash is, down inside?
That's right. Whoever put the knife in him. Hey, Daphne, wait a minute.
The map, Marlowe. I've got to get the map.
Marlowe, why is she going down there? Where's Lash? Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's dead.
Lash?
Somebody stabbed him.
Dead? Who did it? Semblin?
I don't know. Well, there's a good chance, except that a couple of things don't figure that way.
Must have been Semblin, the lizard. I'll kill him for this, Marlowe. What things don't figure this? Lash was stabbed, you said, just like Flickett.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. Also about the fact that Semblin followed me out here and ran when I spotted him. That's out of character for a guy who...
What is it, Marlowe?
See over there where my light is? That puddle of oil, you see it? Footprints. Somebody made these who was out here earlier tonight. Semblin didn't get this far, and they're too small to be lashes,
And something else, Marlowe?
Yeah. Yeah, beside each one
Never
is a
mind,
little...
I'll finish it for you. A little round mark made by a cane. This cane. Don't you try for your gun, Marlowe.
Okay, Peterson. But you must have had a good reason. Lash was your best friend.
Friend? Yeah, the one thing I always needed, Marlowe, strength. Strength. Enough to take anything he saw, from a beautiful woman to a fortune in black pearls. I wanted to kill him. And tonight I got the perfect chance. The giant was drunk. Followed him out here from that bar. It was easy. Would have stayed easy if Daphne hadn't decided to hide the map on him.
Yeah, the way it worked out, you killed him before you knew he had the map on him.
Yeah, and then I couldn't risk coming out here alone a second time. Only chance was to steer you toward his body. But I didn't want you to find too much, Marlowe. I didn't want you to get too nosy.
Too nosy like your landlord, Flickett, maybe?
Exactly. He knew I lied to you about being home all night. Wanted to find out why, so I had to kill him as well. And that makes you next, Marlowe.
What about Daphne? She's heard every word of this, you know, and you got your back to her, Peterson.
I can depend on Daphne, Marlowe. I love her. Now with Lash out of the way, she'll love me. And anyway, we're going to be together a long time because she wants those pearls more than anything else in the world.
That's what you think, you idiot.
Baby, if you got a gun, for Pete's sake, use
I
it.
don't have a gun, Marlowe.
Daphne, that map, did you find it?
Sure, I found it. I have it right here.
Fine. Now you go on ashore, darling. You wait for me there.
I wouldn't cross the street with you now.
That? Well, what do you mean? Don't you move, Marlowe.
I mean, you're a killer, Ted, and I'd rather those souls stay on the bottom of the ocean and see you get your hands on them now. Put on your gun, Ted.
Now, look, Daphne, don't be a fool. It's ours now, all of it, darling.
It's nobody's. It's not worth it, Ted. I'm burning this map right now.
Burning it, Daphne, listen.
Here it goes. Look, sucker. A fortune
No,
of flames.
no, stop it. Put it
No,
out.
Marlowe, quick, you got
No,
to.
put it out.
I'm sorry, baby, but thanks. An awful lot.
Okay, now. Honest. Maybe it's even better this way. Just a little fire I started. It's all out now.
I'm afraid it is.
Yeah. Not enough left to bother with. And both my partners are gone, too. Well, that's that. It's better I found out all this here tonight instead of someplace off the Malay coast. I'd like to be alone for a while now. You mind?
I watched her walk away and thought about what she just said. Then I took a long last look at the forlorn little pile of ashes left on the rusty deck. Important ashes that had saved my life. Then I looked closer and saw exactly what I expected. Daphne McGregor was walking fast when I caught up with her. I took her arm and turned her around.
Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Where's that map?
Oh, out on the barge. Burned to a crisp.
What you burned out there was a couple of paper napkins in your purse.
I said you were good, mister. You really are.
Sure. You'd rather burn both feet off than lose that map, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way, Marlowe, what are you doing for the next year or so? Like to spend them at a gorgeous spot off the Malay coast?
Hey, take it easy, Tondoleo.
I mean it. Phil, if you ever gazed into a whole handful of black pearls as big as golf balls, you take your breath away. And they're precious.
Would you also make tiffin for me?
No, I think I would.
But there is one thing, Daphne. Some of my best friends are oysters. Good night, baby. A beautiful green-eyed girl on a tropical island, surrounded by a bed of black pearls. Something to think about. Well, when 4 o'clock came and Daphne's ship sailed out of the harbor with her and a map and a parrot all safely aboard, Marlowe, the jerk, was standing on the pier waving goodbye.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. Those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Quiet Magpie.
That's a lie! A deliberate, dirty lie!
Counsel, will you restrain the defendant, Mr. Calloway, from making another such outburst? Proceed, Mr. Deaton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, in further proof that Vincent Calloway murdered his father, Homer Calloway, in cold blood, the state has established that a violent hatred existed between them. A hatred that crystallized through the years as Vincent Calloway grew from a pampered, coddled, only child into an indolent wastrel of a man, content to lavish on himself the profits from the Calloway Oil Company, his father's business, without once lifting so much as a finger in the firm's behalf.
That's not true! I worked in the...
Counsel for the defense will advise his client that the court will not countenance another interruption of this sort.
Thank you, Your Honor. A hatred, ladies and gentlemen, that reached explosive proportions when Vincent Calloway recently took as his bride an ex-showgirl. A woman with a long and tarnished history of flagrant fortune hunting. A woman whom he flaunted in the face of his father's expressed wishes and deep desires to the contrary. Further, the state has proved that just 2 days prior to his murder, Homer Calloway had decided definitely to change his will. Why? Why, other than to eliminate his son from its benefit?
The court requests that the prosecution confine itself to the facts. Continue, Mr. Deaton.
Very well, Your Honor. The facts are eloquent enough. Homer Calloway was murdered before his desired changes in his will could be executed. Next, we learned that on the night of the murder, a desperate effort was made by the killer to cloud the real circumstances of the crime by setting the scene to look as though Homer Calloway had surprised a common thief, robbing his private office. This clumsy attempt was at once proved by police officers to be completely faked. The motive was robbery, all right, but on a grand scale. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to tighten this web of proof around Mr. Vincent Calloway. Let us show beyond any doubt that it was he.
There was no doubt about it. Vincent Calloway was losing the fight for his life. Deaty, the crisp, tab-colored assistant DA, was cutting him to ribbons. When they called Felix Lohman to the stand, I turned around and took a good look. Because it was Felix Lohman who had telephoned me earlier and hired me to come to the trial and be on hand when he testified. He was a tired little man with a jaded cherub face who got up and walked unsteadily down the aisle to the bailiff's table. He acted like a man on the verge of collapse.
Are you all right, Mr. Lohman?
Yes. Yes, I believe so.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Felix Lohman.
Please stand.
Now, Mr. Lohman, will you please tell this court what your association with the late Homer Calloway was?
Why, yes, sir. I was Homer's best friend for many years. I was his personal advisor and confidant until I...
Mr. Loman, the man's ill. Get a doctor.
No, that won't be necessary, sir. It's nothing. Really. I have a friend here. Mr. Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. He'll help me.
Is there Mr. Marlowe here?
That's the way it played. My client was helped to his feet, and as I half carried him out of the room, I heard the judge adjourning court for the day. All the way down to my car, Felix Loman stayed as limp as a damp bedsheet. But the minute we drove away, he began a recovery that couldn't be credited to the fresh air alone. When we got a few blocks west on Wilshire Boulevard, a smile spread over his Cupid-doll face like warm syrup over a waffle.
That's a good restaurant. Pull in there, Marlowe.
All right?
I feel like a piece of pie.
Now look, Mr. Loman, not 10 minutes ago you were dropping dead in a courtroom. Now you feel like a piece of pie. What is this?
Come on, let's go inside where we can talk.
All right.
My performance at the trial was a fake, a delaying action, Marlowe. A bit for time.
Oh?
And believe me, we need all the time we can get.
To do what?
To save young Vincent Calloway's life. How about this food?
Oh, yeah, sure. So you think he's innocent, is that it? Why?
I've known Vince since he was just a boy. He's no killer. Couldn't be. It's completely alien to his nature.
Well, from what I heard in that hard-boiled court today, you'll need a little something more tangible than that, Mr. Loman.
I've got something.
Care to see the dinner menu, gentlemen?
No, just a big piece of cherry pie and a glass of milk for me.
Just coffee, thanks. Now, Mr. Loman, sell me. According to the DA, Vincent had plenty of motive.
Oh, he hated his father, all right. We all did, one time or another, Marlowe. And got hated right back, too. Homer was that kind. Dry, hard, lonely, lived on work and nothing else. But the rest of that motive stuff...
You mean about the will?
Exactly. Vince expected several years ago to be cut out of his father's will. He was resigned to it. So that's out as a motive for Vince.
Well, aren't you forgetting that was before Vince married a very expensive little plaything? Maybe she changed his economic philosophy.
Now you're getting warm, Marlowe. But you're still a little off.
How do you mean?
The girl's name is Joyce.
Yeah.
I'm sure she couldn't change Vince that much, not drive him to murder. But I'm also sure that Joyce herself would try anything. Well, that's where you come in, Marlowe. Something's fishy, my boy. Extremely fishy.
Yeah, well...
Oh. That's fine, thank you.
Now, tell me, what's fishy, Felix? Are you trying to say you think Joyce is a killer?
I don't know, but I do know that item 1, Vince was worried about her for some reason a few days before his father's death. So, when this mess broke, I checked up on her myself. Followed her home a few times. That's at 2313 North Ogden. And item 2, I saw a man hanging around the place. A fellow with 2 gold teeth right in front. And dark, 5 o'clock shadow, kind of whiskers. I followed him once. Know where Angel's Flight is?
Sure.
That's where I lost him. But I learned that his name is Stoner.
Stoner, huh? What about item 3?
Blackmail. I don't know how or where, Marlowe, but it's there.
Oh. And Vincent's caught in the middle, and good and tight.
Yes. We've got to find out about this fast. I wish I could go along, but Joyce knows me too well, and that Stoner has spotted me also, I'm afraid. So I guess it's up to you.
Okay, I'll get started. I can reach you where?
Home. Gladstone 3962.
3962.
And Marlowe, I'm just an old fuddy-duddy. But that boy Vince means a lot to me. And time is awfully short. Give us your best, will you?
I left little Felix Loman ordering a big piece of cherry pie and went outside. It was almost dark. I decided to try Joyce Calloway on the North Ogden Drive sector first. I finally located number 2313, which was neatly hidden in a series of obtuse redwood angles surrounding the rose-tinted glass front door to an extravagant duplex. I was about to push the buzzer when the door closed at the side of the house. So instead, I stepped back into a dense clump of handy landscaping and waited. It was a man. And enough light filtered along the walk from the street lamp to show his heavy dark beard even after a fresh shave. The light also glittered off a pair of gold teeth front and center that he whistled through as he passed. Whatever had happened inside obviously hadn't worried Mr. Stoner much, but it began to worry me. I decided to take my chances on picking him up later. After he'd gone, I went up to the door again, and the girl who walked through the entrance hall and taught me looked as soft and as glossy as a well-brushed kitten. Maybe it was her yellow shoulder-length hair or the flowing folds of the black velvet hostess gown. In either case, it was even better with the rose-colored glass door out of the way and the unmistakable scent of taboo in its place.
Yes? What do you want?
You're Joyce Calloway?
That's right.
I'm Marlowe, Mrs. Calloway, Phil Marlowe. I'd like to come in and talk to you a minute about your husband.
Vince? What about him?
Well, it'll keep long enough for us to go inside, huh?
Well, all right. Come on in. This is my apartment. Now, what is it?
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you. The moral support you didn't give him today was real great. Too busy shopping to drop in at your husband's murder trial?
Why, you... Oh!
Okay, baby, I asked for it.
I didn't go because Vince said that he didn't want me to. Now get out. And the next time your lousy district attorney's office wants to find out something, you can tell him...
Just a minute. I'm not from the DA. I'm strictly freelance. At the moment, I'm interested in a small matter of blackmail and how a man named Stoner ties in.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better get out of here.
Now, listen, baby. I'm tired and it's late. I want to know about Stoner.
I don't know any Stoner.
Okay, let's make it easy. He's a bird with a heavy beard and 2 gold choppers, and I just saw him leave by your side door about 5 minutes ago. Does that help?
You're crazy. There's been nobody else in here tonight. Now, get out of here.
Sure. You know, Joyce, you're either awfully dumb or awfully scared. I don't know which. But neither one is going to pay off for you. I promise. Starting at Angel's Flight and working west, it took 3 solid hours of scraping through the scum on Bunker Hill before I got a lead on a guy named Stoner. And another hour went by before I actually found the swayback 3-story rooming house he called home. The scaly front porch was a clutter of big, rusty bird cages and the mangy inmates of which complained as I eased the rickety front door open and pushed my way into a moldy smell thick enough to chew. The ragged row of tin mailboxes said Stoner's room was second floor rear. So I started up. I got as far as the landing when I heard a voice in the hall above. I went on slowly until I could see. It was Stoner. He was back to me, talking on the whole phone. I got my .38 in hand and listened.
Yeah, listen, Joyce, don't worry. I'll take care of him. Yeah, I'll be watching for him. Yeah, I'll meet you just like I said, only remember, it's not good for us to be seen together now. So be careful. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Joyce.
You didn't start watching fast enough, Stoner.
Who are you?
I'm Marlowe. The guy little cutie pie just tipped you off about. Don't move those hands, Stoner. I just left to collect that mouthful of old gold you're wearing.
You're no cop. What are you going to do with me? What's your angle?
I'm going to spill the truth out of you, Goldine. To keep an innocent guy from taking the rap for a murder you and his own charming wife cooked up.
What makes you think I'm connected with that?
Maybe I've got eyes in the back of my head.
That's so? You ain't got eyes in the back of your head. Because if you did, you'd duck. Oh! See what I mean, Marlowe? Thanks, pal. Let's get out of
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, although the intention of the entire world is now focused on the critical situation in the Far East, there are still tragic remnants of another war in Europe. There are still hungry people, children who need clothes. There is still sickness and the ever-present misery and poverty. Now, as before, it is your job to help these people. Help them through your generosity, through care. One $10 care package can feed and clothe an entire family in France, in Italy, in Germany. Send hope to these destitute peoples of Europe by showing you care through care. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Quiet Magpie.
The feeling of being hit from behind becomes more or less routine. There's an explosion against the back of your head. Your backbone is suddenly electrified and your legs melt. And a chunk of the floor rushes at you from a cockeyed angle. Where it connects, there's a second explosion, and you start down that long black corridor. Very sick to your stomach. Yeah, it's routine, all right. But that doesn't make it any easier every time it happens. I rolled over onto my back in that musty hallway at Stoner's rooming house and forced my eyes open. As I did, I felt a stinging pain like a pinprick in the center of my spine. Then as things started back into focus, I saw a beer bottle gripped in a fat, freckled hand that belonged to a fat, freckled face that peered into mine. It started a conversation just before I could get the pinprick in my back.
Well, look what the cat has dragged in. And who are you, chum?
The Jewel T-Man. You need... Oh, my back.
Well, what's the matter, chum?
The little gold ornament.
Well, you must have rolled onto it, chum.
Yeah. Whoever slugged me must have dropped it.
What is it? It looks like a bird or something.
Yeah. A magpie. In flight.
Looks like it broke off or something. Probably a pin from some babe's handbag or bracelet or...
Or it's yours, maybe, huh?
Well, if it was alive, it might be. Birds are my speciality, or ain't you noticed?
Oh? You the landlord here?
That's right. So now back to you. Who are you, chum? And how come you're folded up in my hallway?
Well, it's a long story, and I won't keep you from your birds with it.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, don't let the Audubon pitch throw you, chum. I've got a couple of hobbies.
Like sticking your nose in other people's business?
Like bending noses that get stuck into my business. So clear out, chum, and stay out, or you'll see what I mean.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, bird lover. After all, this is your nest. So long. I figured it would play smoother if I left my tail between my legs and waited for him to return to his birds and beer. So outside, I let 10 precious minutes go by before I made my move. Then it was around to the back up a lopsided, rusted fire escape and in through an open window to Stoner's room. There I hoped something would tell me where he was going to meet Joyce Calloway. But after wasting another 10 minutes, it turned up nothing more than the two words Gate L scribbled on the back of an old envelope, which could have meant airport, train station, or bus depot if they meant anything. I went for the hall phone I'd overheard Stoner use and put through a call to my client, Felix Lohman, to bring him up to date.
Marlowe, this is splendid. Why, from what you say, Vincent Calloway is practically a free man. Now, so I understand. Stoner and Joyce Calloway, who are going to blackmail Vincent, kill Vincent's father so that Vincent would inherit a fortune and thus be a more profitable target for blackmail. Is that it?
Yeah, more or less, with, of course, everything backfiring when Vincent was arrested for the murder. But look, Mr. Lohman, we'll add and subtract later, huh? Right now, we got to catch up to him.
Yes, but where? You said Stoner got away.
Yeah, that he was heading for a meeting with Joyce Calloway. See, I got one thing to go on. I found the words Gate L scribbled on an envelope. Do you have any idea if it would mean a train depot or a bus?
Gate L?
Yeah.
Marlowe, is that what you said, Gate L?
Yeah. Does it mean anything to you?
Of course, Gate L, Marlowe. This is at the oil refinery, the side entrance on Lafayette Street.
Holy smoke. Say, Lohman, what's the address of that place? It's East L.A., isn't it?
Yes, 1100 South Cooper between Kendall and Lafayette Streets. Covers the square block.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Lohman, do you have a gun there in your place, I mean?
A gun?
Yeah.
Why, yes, I do, Marlowe.
Well, good. Get it and go over to the refinery right away. I may need someone who knows the inside, the names and numbers of all doors, windows, and pipes. You got that?
Yes, but why not the police?
Because they come with bells on. We can't take a chance.
All right, just as you say. I'll be waiting for you.
Good.
I'm closer than you are there at Angel Flight. Goodbye, Marlowe, and a million thanks for what you've done already. Why, without you...
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Mr. Lohman. Goodbye.
And for me, hello.
Oh, fine.
Now, don't move an inch, chum. You'll get this beer served, bottle and all. Now, Nosy, what made you come back?
Buried treasure. You see, it's up here, I know. One of your little birds
Now,
told me.
shut up. Remember, smart bloke, you're an housebreaker. And anything I do to you is okay with the law. Now, what's with you and Stoner?
Why, do you keep a diary?
No, a neat bank balance. And all of it comes from cutting in on the right thing at the right time. So once more, chum, what's with you and Stoner?
Well, you see, we went to the same prep school, and I promised the headmaster I'd always keep an eye on...
Okay, Snooper, you asked for it.
The light got it. I figured right, bird boy. Bum aim goes with a bum temper.
It's only just beginning, sweetheart. It's black in here like a pit. When I get my hands on you, you're going to be sorry. You hear that? Well, talk up. Talk up. Come on, Yellow Belly. Let's hear from you. Come on. Okay. So it's hide and seek, huh?
No.
Tag the game, bird boy, and you're it.
Listen to the birdies sing, chum. It was a 20-minute drive from Angel's Flight to the Callaway Oil Refinery in East L.A. and all the way through the wide, deserted streets that the city's heavy industries called home. After 3 tries, I found the sliding gate marked L. On one side of it, and folded up like a marionette on his day off, was the night watchman, unconscious, blood oozing from a small cut on the side of his head. And inside, thousands of square feet of pavement dotted with a dozen different kinds of massive black metal oil tanks that were ringed with fat pipes and skinny ladders. And in the pale glow of a half moon looked like the kind of distorted stuff bad dreams are made of. I slipped my .38 out of its shoulder holster, moved into the narrow shadow of a long, low building, and slid a careful step at a time toward a center structure. It was shaped like a giant fishbowl on stilts. And then I heard it. It had come from someplace just under the fishbowl. And as I ran toward it, I was ready for what would be left of Felix Lohman. And I started to curse myself for ever letting him come on ahead on his own. But when I was close enough to where I could see, I quit calling myself names. Felix Lohman was there all right, but very much alive. Alive and holding on tight to a smoking revolver that was still pointing down at the crumpled form of Stoner at his feet. Stoner, who was very dead.
Marlowe! Marlowe! She's up there! She has a gun, Marlowe! Look, up on that platform behind those pipes!
Hold it, Lohman. Get down.
But, Marlowe, you must...
Get down! She's got cover up there. We haven't.
I don't care. You rotten, scheming woman! You're going to pay for all this! You're going to die even as you killed Vincent's father!
No, Felix, I didn't.
Yes, Mrs. Calloway. There's no other way out for you. It's too late for you and your lives. It's your end, Joyce Calloway, an end you deserve.
Oh, you fool, she'll get you, Lohman. You louse.
My shoulder.
It'll be your life, Lohman, if you don't drop that gun. Well, dear client, what's your answer? Do you drop it or do I shoot again?
No. I'll drop it. I'll do as you say.
Okay, Joyce, come on down. Get a good look at your husband's benefactor, who incidentally murdered Homer Calloway, murdered his accomplice Stoner here, and tried to murder you.
My shoulder.
You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty stupid, Lohman. You should take better care of your cufflinks. That gold Magpie shines in the moonlight, especially when you extend your arm to shoot people.
Marlowe.
Here, Lohman's the mate, the one that broke off in the hallway at Stoner's place. That much of you can still be patched up.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. Now that Vincent's lawyer has heard it and the police have written it down, the press have printed it, how about me? I don't follow it.
For instance?
Well, Felix Lohman killed Homer because Homer no longer had any use for him. But with Homer out of the way...
And Vincent in his place, Felix would be set. Your husband he could fool.
Yes, but the way the whole thing boomeranged...
Oh, that was just bad luck. You see, he staged a robbery at Homer's office just to throw the law off. Oh. Well, it didn't. But more than that, it almost nailed Vincent. Still with me?
Uh-huh. Oh, the second house over here.
Oh, I see it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was the blackmail? How come?
Well, that was Felix again. And out of whole cloth. You see, if Vincent lost his trial, Felix lost everything he killed for. So using Stoner, he had me playing follow the leader.
Like Stoner pretending to have just left my place when you arrived.
That's right.
Oh.
That and Stoner setting everything up nice and neat. You see, he was on the phone all right, but when he knew that I was there, he pulled a switch. And very carefully planted the name Joyce.
He did?
Uh-huh. And last of all, Stoner being killed by Felix and no longer had any use for him and had a lot of reasons to fear him in what was supposed to be self-defense. Get it?
Get it. He gives you a little to go on and then a lot more each time you get there.
Yeah. At the right moment, he brings you in with a phone call that tells you to come at once to the refinery.
Oh, if you want to help Vincent. Ooh, how close I came.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Correction. Like Mr. Magpie. He told me that Felix was the one who dropped me in the hallway at Stoner's, remember?
Oh, yes.
That made adding the rest easy.
Yes, but how fast you add when it counts. Well, good night, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks again.
By the time I pulled up in front of my apartment on Franklin, the black in the sky had started to melt into a slate gray. And my eyes ached for the long sleep that they had coming. Well, I sat there for a minute. I lit a cigarette and I thought about birds. Did you ever stop to think how some people remind you of birds? For instance, the landlord. If ever I saw a vulture in pants, he was it. And my client, Loman, a hawk with horn rims. And Joyce. A pouter pigeon. And then there's Marlowe. I wonder what kind of a bird I am. A dead pigeon.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were Harold Deerenforth, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Charles Lung, Bill Johnstone, and Ralph Moody. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, an eager young kid took a beating in an alley. A lobster face began to boil, and a pair of month-old corpses got together. All because a woman in a dark tunnel kept a secret that didn't belong to her.
Most of us approve of saving for a rainy day, but these days it's hard to have enough left over to save. It's easy to put off the saving until tomorrow, and that tomorrow never seems to come. The best way to make yourself save a little every payday is to join the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Money invested in United States savings bonds today will make possible many dreams for tomorrow. So arrange to save with United States savings bonds. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states with only the names changed. These stories give and detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show, and you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dark Tunnel. It's 1 month, Marlowe. 30 days. Where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Out in the cold. And with enough unpaid bills, Marlowe, to choke an elephant. Fur coat, hat, shoes, dresses, the works. Furthermore, she tells me it's only the beginning, sweetie pie.
Yeah, well, that's tough, Louie. I'll see you, huh?
Hey, hold on. How about another scotch, Marlowe?
Oh, no.
It's only 10 o'clock. One for the road on me, huh?
Now, listen,
Hey, Mike, Johnny Walker twice. Okay. Unless, of course, I'm bending your ear too much, Phil.
Oh, how could you say a thing like that? Look, Louie, I've had a long day. I want to go home. Fair enough. I'm glad I bumped into you. I'll see.
You drive west, don't you?
Yeah.
Would you mind dropping me off, huh?
No, Louie, it'll be a pleasure.
Well, skip the drinks, Mike.
Make up your mind, will you?
Like I was saying, Phil, first it's her mother moving in on us, then it's both of them drinking my special stuff like it was water, then these clothes I already mentioned. So I asked myself, what'll it be next, Louie? What do I get for an answer?
All right, Louie, what do you get?
Divorce, my only out. You get my point, huh, Marlowe?
Yeah, I get you. My car's around here in the alley, Louie.
Check. Well, now, divorce is something a guy wants to think about. Thinking guy, that is. And you know, Marlowe.
Wait a minute. That's a cute little exhibition, huh?
Hey, quite a scrap.
Scrap nothing. We're 3 inches short of murder and closing fast. I better break it up, Louie. Hey, Heavy. Yeah? Kind of a hot night for this, isn't it?
All right, mister. Right now he's all yours, if you can bring him to. So long, hero.
Hey, Marlowe, this kid's pleaded all right.
Yeah, come on, give me a hand, Louie. We'll get him out of here.
No. Okay, fella. Come on. Up we go. Up on your feet.
Oh, thanks, mister.
It's all right. You live near here?
A couple of blocks away. The DeWitt Arms Hotel on Western near Sunset. Oh,
now, take it easy. Put your arm over my shoulder. We'll get you there.
Thanks.
Come on, Louie. Over to my car, huh?
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. But maybe I better skip the lift, huh? I mean, my problem, the discussion we were having, we better postpone it for a while, huh?
I know what you mean, Louie. Yeah, it'll keep. All right, kid, come on. Let's go. The DeWitt Arms on Weston was one of those cheap stucco and neon sign little hotels where the lobby floor is threadbare carpet and cigarette butts. The furniture is chained in place, and there are always the usual number of John Smiths on the register. By the time we were there and in the dingy, cramped room, number 111, it was no bigger than a cell. I knew that the boy with the swollen face who leaned heavy on my shoulder was 25. Answered to Ira Clausen, and he knew that I was a private detective without a job on my hands. Then I began to learn a little more.
That slick guy in the alley, Mr. Marlowe, his name's Link. Austin Link. He runs the New Blossom Dance Land on North Hoover.
Well, what has he to do with this Julia Thayer?
Well, I'm not sure. It was the last place she worked just before she dropped out of sight a month ago. I don't think I'll need this towel anymore. I feel pretty...
Take it easy. You better stay on your back, kid.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, Mr. Marley, I went to the New Blossom Dance Land tonight to see if I could pick up any kind of a lead on Julia. Where she went or why, anything at all.
And you found out what?
In Austin Link's office, in a desk drawer, this newspaper clipping. Mm-hmm. It's a month old, like Julia's disappearance. But otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. It was stapled to this picture of Julia. Here. Guess it was used in an ad for the dance hall or something.
Hey, she's a pretty girl, isn't she? That clipping, what's it all about?
Well, I'll read it to you. Do you mind closing the window first, Mr. Marlowe? I think I'd rather have it hot in here.
Yeah, I know I would. Every jerk thinks he's Valley. All right, go ahead, kid.
The headline is Faye Patillo killed in car wreck, and then mystery surrounds death of famed gangland woman.
Faye Patillo, Hollywood's glamorous first lady of crime in the rackets.
Yeah. Says she was killed late last night when her car plunged from Lookout Mountain Road at a hairpin turn. However, the police are puzzled by the fact that although the 40-year-old redhead was in her own car, she was not found at the wheel but in the back seat where, according to the condition of the wreck, she could not have been thrown. Furthermore,
no sign of any driver dead, injured, or otherwise was or has been found. I know all about that one. Now, look, is that all you have to go on?
Well, not quite, Mr. Marlowe. There's one thing more.
What?
Just before Link caught me in his office and I ran and hid, as far as the alley where you found me, I overheard him talking to someone on the phone about Julia. I have no idea who it was, but Link was very respectful, and he was given a private telephone number. A number he was to remember, not write down.
You know what it was?
Yeah. Washington 7017.
7017.
That's it, Mr. Marlowe.
It's not quite, Ira. It's only half of it.
What do you mean?
You and Julia, why you want to find her, what she means to you, why you haven't gone to the police. Well?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Marlowe. If you don't mind.
Okay. Suit yourself. Well, good luck, kid. When you're on your feet again, play it a little neater, huh? You'll stay on your feet a lot longer that way.
Mr. Marlowe, wait.
Hmm?
Please. I want you to work for me. I'll tell you everything.
That's better. May help, kid. Anyway, it can't hurt.
No. Not any more than it has already. Began back home, Mr. Marlowe, a couple of years ago.
The story Ira Clausen told me I'd heard before. So had anybody who'd spent more than a weekend in Hollywood. Only the names were different. Julia Thayer had loved Ira loved Julia, all this in Cedarville, Oregon. Then the snapper. Someone says Julia is not only beautiful, but has talent. She's wasting her time in Cedarville. Julia believes this, packs her bags, scrambles for movie land, where she falls flat on her face, which isn't quite as gorgeous in Hollywood as it was in Cedarville. And it's no dough, lots of pride. You got to eat to live, so you get a job. That was where the New Blossom Dance Line came in. And when the letters quit coming on the home front, Ira started to worry. He knew that Julia needed help.
Mr. Marlowe, and followed one lead after another.
Got as far as the alley where I collected you. Okay, kid, I think I've heard enough.
Then you'll help me?
Yeah, I'll try. Call you later.
So, your problem's a phone number, huh, Marlowe? Washington, what was it?
7017. Hey, Callahan, that's a handy book.
Newspapers need handy books, Marlowe. People clam up too much these days. I blame the movies myself. Hey, no such animal.
It could be a new number. Didn't I mention that?
You didn't?
All right.
We'll try the supplements. Get one from the phone company every month, like a bill. Let's see. Wallace, Washington, 5,000, 6, 7, 7,000. Yep, here it is. 7017.
Good.
Address 1622 Ramona Boulevard, which would be East L.A. and Industrial. Listing Southern City's warehouse.
Ring the bell?
A cannon. Southern City's warehouse is just one of the interest of L.A.'s answer to whatever became of the big bootleggers. I mean Joe Stapp, a very smooth, very nasty man.
Yeah, this I've heard. Now tell me, Callahan, does he also happen to own the New Blossom Dance Land over on North Hoover?
He does? Now you tell me, Phil. There's a story I could use here?
Oh, no story.
Uh-huh. You know, Marlowe, it's just like I said.
People clam up.
Too much these days.
Yes, all right. Good night, Callahan. If the good gray reporter hadn't mentioned Stapp's prohibition background, I would have chalked the warehouse off as the kind of 9-to-5 place that couldn't possibly help. But on the hunch that Stapp might live in a lush penthouse atop a stockpile a la Chicago 1929 style, I pointed my car for East L.A. and the Southern City's warehouse. 20 minutes later, when I was there and saw a step-down Hudson outside and soft light oozing over the edges of the roof, I didn't regret my move. Not at least until I'd found a flat metal door and had pushed the button attached there, too. Then I began to wonder because Aladdin himself couldn't have gotten a quicker response. Nor could his genie have been any more of a mountain than the item I drew. Out of a nearby shadow, not the door.
Okay, Charlie. Lay it out nice and neat. Who are you and what do you want?
Joe Stapp. Name's Marlowe, occupation private detective, now you.
The handle's Pork. I work for Stapp. Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Shamus is close enough to cop this stink. And I'll beat it before I start thumping on your boy wonder and turn you into something vest pocket size.
Steady, Pork. Seems to be the trouble. Who are you, mister?
His name's Marlowe, Mr. Stapp. He's a private...
He'll answer for himself, Pork. Go ahead, Marlowe. What do you want with me? What's it about?
Faye Patilio.
Faye Patilio? Shut up, Pork. Faye Patilio is dead, Marlowe. So is conversation about her. Anything else?
Yeah, something else. Girl who used to work over at the New Blossom Dance Land, Julia Thayer. Know where she is? Why she disappeared?
No. And I don't care. Why should I?
Because you used to go places with her.
I've gone with 100 girls, Marlowe.
Oh.
Julia was no different, except for one thing. She gave me the brush. Well, good night, Marlowe. Sorry I couldn't have been more help. I won't be long.
One more thing, Joe. You mind telling me who Julia dropped you for?
Not at all. A pretty boy, Dean Cote.
Julia thought he was better looking than a mink coat.
Where can I find him? Can you throw that in?
Surely. Forest Grove Cemetery, Marlowe.
Oh?
He was burned to death in an accident at some cottage, poor boy. Well, good night, Marlowe. Pork here will walk with you as far as your car.
That's real friendly.
Let's go, Charlie, and no funny business.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Pork. You got height, weight, reach, and artillery on me.
Yeah, and I'll gladly use them all. That's your buggy there?
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's been a nice stroll, Porky.
Charming. Just so it stays that way, Charlie, remember to keep away from here, huh? Here, the dance land, and the Silver Lake spot.
The Silver Lake, huh? Yeah, Porky, I remember. Every word of it.
City desk. Callahan, go ahead.
Marlowe again, Callahan. Now, listen on Joe Stapp. Does the Silver Lake spot mean anything to you?
It does.
Yeah?
It's on the north end of Silver Lake Road, Marlowe, overlooks the reservoir. Stapp built it as a nightclub, mountain lodge style, about, 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When it didn't go, he converted it into a private home. Or I should say, a cozy place to take the cuties for that one drink.
I know what you mean. Good night, Callahan. The Silver Lake Reservoir was only a mile off Lower Sunset Boulevard, but the setting could have been a street in Switzerland. The lodge Callahan told me about stood out among the neat little chalets that skirted the water's edge like a Sherman tank in Toyland. Also, it was showing light from a screened-in porch. So when I was out of my car across a shaky rustic bridge that spanned the promise of a creek and moving up close, I didn't have any trouble spotting the girl I saw inside talking earnestly into a telephone as Julia Thayer, by build, size, and color of hair. About the face, I couldn't say. It wore a hat that sported enough veil and mosquito-proof twin beds.
Oh, that's different. The tunnel. All right, I'll wait there. Yes, as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Hello, Julia.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quite a bit, honey. But for a starter, let's say that I'm a private detective named Marlowe, working for a guy who's worried sick about you. Ira Clausen.
Ira Clausen? Well, who's that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but maybe he's the world's greatest sucker. Now, let's level, baby. It's getting late for guessing games, huh?
I'll say it is. Oh, what's the use? What do you want to know, Mr. Marlowe?
Too much to chat about here. The owner's no friend of mine. Come on, we'll take my car.
All right, what do you say? I'm tired of running.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Will you take my arm, please? This darn bridge scares me silly.
Oh, sure. Just watch your heels on those loose planks, huh? You okay?
Uh-huh. I think I'm going to be just fine, Mr. Marlowe.
It was all the lead she needed because by the time I'd crawled out of the inch-deep, inch-wide river and was back up on the road, Julia Thayer was in her car away fast as far as Sunset Boulevard. So I went to the phone back in the lodge and got through to my client at the Wood Arms Hotel and brought him up to date in a hurry, including the latest question mark.
The tunnel? Well, of course I've heard of it, Mr. Marlowe. Matter of fact, I've been there. Why?
Well, it's where Julia's heading right now. Now, what's the location of it, Ira? Ira!
I'm still here, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. Hey, you sound real different. I don't get it. What's up?
Very personal business, Mr. Marlowe. You see, I'm Ira Cody, not Clausen.
Dean Cody's
brother, Mr. Marlowe. Brother who's out to get the girl responsible for his burning to death. Julia Thayer, the cheap scum.
So Marlowe played Patsy. All the boy-girl pitch. You made it all up.
Every bit of it. Mr. Marlowe, before I needed your help. Now I don't anymore. Get lost.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there will be 4 more amateur songwriters on hand, and one of them will sell his song for nationwide plugging and distribution when Songs for Sale comes along tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Songs for Sale gives these new songwriters a great chance. Their songs are judged by a panel of experts. Their music is sung by Rosemary Clooney and Richard Hayes. They're made to feel at home under the guidance of the experienced showman Jan Murray. For an hour of fascinating fun behind the scenes of Tin Pan Alley, here's Songs for Sale tonight and every Friday on CBS. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dark Tunnel.
stood there for a minute after Ira Cody hung up and tried to figure my next move. While the phone in my hand quietly buzzed sucker. A pair of haywire lives was scheduled for a smash-up, and I let myself get mixed up right in the middle. Now my only chance to do something about it was to find out fast what was meant by the tunnel. I started out of the place, but only got as far as the front door.
You going somewhere, cutie?
That rod makes you 6 feet taller, doesn't it, Porky, huh?
I don't like you, Charlie. You played a dirty trick on me.
Trick? What are you talking about?
When I slipped and mentioned Silver Lake, it made Mr. Stapp mad at me, and I don't want Mr. Stapp mad at me.
That I can understand. Now, look, you feel like talking this out?
No.
Oh, listen, you dumb ape. It's for your own good. Something's going to happen tonight that'll make your boss a lot madder than he is now. I'm the only one who...
You're just trying to trick me again, but it won't work. Not this time. First, we lift your gun. Now, get going. Take your car.
Porky, you're going to hate yourself for this in the morning when Stapp finds out?
I doubt it. You see, Charlie, it's his idea. Now get going. Over there, Marlowe, the big door.
I don't suppose Stapp would bother to tell you why he wanted to see me, would he, Porky? Huh?
No. That's none of my business. Yet.
What do you mean by yet?
Oh, he might want you to tell him something you might not want to. Then it's my business, Charlie. Go on, open it up. That's enough. Inside.
Well, real genuine warehouse, huh? Chains, tackle, even a hand truck. Well oiled, too. Don't tell me your boss is going legit.
Never mind that junk. Just stand right there till I get this crazy door locked.
Here, Paul, try something heavier. Like this truck.
Ow! My leg, why you...
Now it's your chin. Good night, Charlie. I fished my own gun out of Pork's pocket, tossed his .45 off in a dark corner, and rolled the Hulk himself out of sight behind a stack of crates. Then I went over to an elevator in the corner. On the way into the warehouse, the light I'd seen earlier from the roof was still there, so I decided to try the penthouse. I walked quietly down a thick carpeted hall to the only door. When I knocked, it was with the barrel of my .38.
Come in. Well, hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you. A gun. Hey, how come... Pork? Pork!
Save it, Joe.
Oh, that dumb clock.
Yeah, big wheel like Joe Stapp ought to afford better help. Now, I'm holding the gun, so I'll ask the questions. What and where is the tunnel?
A tunnel is a hole, Marlowe, usually in the ground.
Delivered, Joe. It's got a lot to do with your girlfriend, Julia.
Julia? Oh, that's a hot one. I went to all this trouble to haul you in here for the same reason. Then I'll put down the gun and let's talk. It makes me nervous.
I'm not interested in your nerves. I'm interested in your talk.
All right. Now, you've got a long nose, Marlowe, and poking it around, you might find out enough to get real curious and call in the cops. That I can't afford.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to level with you. Tell you what you want to know, just so you'll lay off. Got a deal?
I'll let you know.
All right. You wanted to know about Julia. Yeah. Nothing like Julia Thayer ever happened in my life before. Most beautiful thing I ever saw. Sweet and soft, made me ashamed of myself.
Somehow I don't hear violins.
Marlowe, I'd have done anything Julia asked me to. And all she ever asked of me was to give her up.
The Dean Cody?
Yeah, Dean Cody. Young physique. It wasn't all wasteland like this. A handsome face that of a boiled lobster like mine is. She was crazy about him, fascinated, and I didn't blame her. Until I found out he had the morals of a rattlesnake.
Keep talking.
Cody was rotten, Marlowe. Dirty, clear through. Cheating on Julia every time she turned around. I couldn't stand it. I tried to tell her.
Well, we made her hate you, huh? Look, Stapp, so far this is no better than a serial and tired romances. The point.
I'm getting to it, Marlowe. One night I thought I could convince her, because Cody had a date with Faye Patillo. I don't have to tell you, she was the lowest thing in town. They were going to a spot up on Lookout Mountain, so I told Julia. She went up there and waited. They showed, all right. Both loaded. She saw him take that dive off that hairpin turn. When she got down to him, they were both dead.
Wait a minute. You told me Dean Cody was burning the cottage.
Sure. That's what I'm still telling you. Julia was so far gone over that louse, she pulled his body out of that wreck, hauled it all the way down to that cottage at Malibu, and then set fire to the place.
So the world would never know he's going with a tramp like Faye Patillo, huh?
Yes. How'd you like to have that kind of loyalty on your side, Father, huh? Anyway, after Cody was gone...
Cody's young brother's in town, Stapp. He thinks Julia's responsible for Dean's death, and he's going to kill her.
What?
They're scheduled to meet at that tunnel I asked you about. Now, where is it? Stapp, I asked you.
I heard you. Tunnel's an old abandoned underpass in back of the New Blossom. But we're not going there, Marlowe. We're going to sit tight and let it play as is.
Are you nuts?
Not anymore. Julia was out of her head that night. Something went wrong when she started that fire. She got caught in it herself, Marlowe.
You mean she was burned?
Yeah. Her face. It's bad. She'll never be right again, no matter how much plastic surgery.
Yeah, but there's no reason to let her be murdered.
That's a matter of definition. You see, Julia's still in love with the memory of Dean Cody, Marlowe, so we'll just forget it and let it play itself out.
We'll forget nothing. I got the gun, Stap.
But you're going to drop it, aren't you? Otherwise, I'll have to drop you.
Oh, fine. I remember you, Austin Link, Knuckles in an alley.
Drop it. That's right, Nosy. What's the word, Joe?
Get him out of here, Link. Get him out of my sight. I don't care where you go.
Come on, Slick. Let's go.
Just sit on him for a few hours. We'll talk it over then.
Link was a professional. He stayed exactly far enough behind me to be always out of reach, but always close enough to keep me under control. All the way down in the elevator, I watched for a chance that never turned up. And as I rounded a corner and headed for the big door again, I glanced at the stack of crates. Pork had come, too. He was on his feet behind him, a heavy steel pulley block in one hand, his face a stupid mask of blind hate. He slammed that block at me with everything he had.
I'll kill you!
I dropped to the floor and heard the thing connect behind me. It caught Link dead center. He fell like a bag of sand. Before Pork realized what had happened, I charged the stack of crates through my shoulder against it. Made it to the door and out in one dash. My car was sitting where I'd left it. I heaved a sigh of relief and piled in. Ten minutes later, I pulled up at the New Blossom Dance Land. It was just closing. I ran along the side of the building to the back where a yellow light above the rear door cast an out-of-place halo over. Oh, no.
Hey, you. What are you doing back here? This is for employees only.
Yeah, well, I'm employed. Listen, do you know where the tunnel is?
The which?
I can see what you mean. The tunnel. It's an old underpass. There's an entrance to it back here someplace.
Oh, that, sure. See the light over there?
Yeah.
That little cement house?
Yeah.
That's it. Steps lead down inside. But why? Nobody ever uses that anymore.
Well, I'll tell you, I got a date now with a couple of screwballs.
Oh, well, you'll be right at home. Good night, dearie.
A baker's dozen steps led down into the thick darkness littered with newspapers, weeds, and wine bottles, all long dead. As I eased down inside, I heard voices, low and tense, amplified by the rolling, hollow echo in the tunnel. At least I'd made it in time. When I got to the bottom, I could see the two of them silhouetted against the dim glow at the far end. I pressed my back against the wall, thought about my empty shoulder holster, and moved toward them.
And you killed him, didn't you?
You're making a mistake, Ira. A terrible mistake.
No, you killed him, all right. You and that beautiful face of yours that he couldn't resist. Why are you hiding it behind a veil? You used to be so proud of it. You killed Dean just the same as if you'd shot him. But you're not getting away with it, Julia. I'm going to square it up for him right now.
Ira!
Marlowe, how did you find this place?
I found plenty beside that, Ira. Give me that gun.
No, you're not going to stop me. Even if you shoot, I'll kill her first.
I don't have a gun, Ira, but I got facts. Before you shoot anybody, you better listen. Julia wasn't responsible for Dean's death. He was. Everything she's done since then has been to protect what little good there was left of his crummy reputation.
You're a liar.
I can prove it. Dean went bad, Ira, all bad. He was a low, double-crossing cheat.
You're lying.
The night he died, he was two-timing Julia. But in spite of that, she risked everything to move his body from a smashed-up car. So nobody would ever find out what really happened to him.
It's too late. Stop it. You liars, both of you. I won't let you say things like that about my brother. You don't care if he's dead, Julia. You'll do, all right? You've got the kind of beauty all the men go for. And you, Marlowe...
Shut up, you crazy punk.
Stay back. Admit you're a liar, Marlowe. Admit it or I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you along with Julia.
You'll be doing me a favor. You haven't seen my face lately, have you, Ira?
I never want to see it.
I think you better, kid.
Got a match, Marlowe?
Sure. Here.
Look, Ira.
You can't be Julia.
I was burned, Ira. It happened to me when I tried to hide the
kind of rotten trash that Dean had been mixed up with. The only reason she did it was because she loved him, maybe more than you did. Now, come on, kid, let's have that gun. You don't want to kill anybody.
No. I don't want to kill anybody. Julia, I'm sorry.
Ira!
Let him go, Julia. The hard part's over now. He'll be all right. I'll look in on him after a while just to be sure. But, what about you, huh?
What about me? I'll be okay, Marlowe. After I've done some thinking. This shock, I think it's what I needed. Goodbye.
It's a dark tunnel, honey. Think you can find your way out alone?
Yeah? Yeah, I'll find a way out alone. One of these days.
She was gone. And I went back and climbed the stairs. Out of the tunnel and into the night again. As I drove slowly home, I thought of Julia. Alone in a dark, blind tunnel with no end to it. And then I thought of all the dark, blind tunnels that men stumble into. Tunnels of blind love and blind hate. Of blind submission that lets empty suits of armor conquer cities and men's minds. Tunnels of blind worry and blind greed, of blind ambition, of blind... But then I stopped because I was getting no place. Except into a blind alley.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bob Sweeney, Paul Dubov, David Ellis, Barney Phillips, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, greed in a green suede dress, a diehard from Dixie and a cuckoo coin collector, added up to violent death for two, and all over $50 in Confederate money.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give in complete detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Collector's Item.
They turn the corner, cabby. Don't lose them.
Don't worry, mister. There they are up ahead of that new Nash.
Uh-huh.
And a white Panama hat shows up through the back window of that cab like a signboard. Besides, I've been doing okay so far, ain't I? We stayed in this tail for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, but I've been tagging the guy under that hat for 6 hours.
6 hours?
For a movie, a Turkish bath, 3 bars, a restaurant, and 2 museums. Close the gap a little, huh?
Whatever you say, mister. They're liable to spot us. How much longer you going to keep this up?
What difference does it make as long as your flag's down?
Big difference. My old lady'd be awful sore if I don't get home tonight. And the spotted leader routine looks like an endurance contest.
Take it easy, cabbie. At 10 o'clock tonight, a certain big deal will be closed, and then we can both forget about that guy up there and go home.
Big deal? What kind of big deal? I ain't nosy. I just don't want no trouble.
You'll get no trouble.
It's approximately legal, ain't it?
Legal is Confederate money.
Nah, just a minute. I got a living to earn. I'm serious.
So am I. Serious is a rare coin dealer.
Oh, a numismatist.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you know? I collect Indian pennies myself.
Small world.
And the guy up there in the hat's trying to louse up a sale, huh? That it?
Roughly, yeah. Keeping an eye on him till it still goes through at 10. He's a screwball from the deep south.
Hey, the light's changing. He's going to be caught. You want I should slow down?
No. Pull up behind him. It's okay.
Right. Hey, mister, look. You see that?
Yeah. Panama hat, it's gone.
Yeah, when I drive, hit his brakes, it disappears.
Pull up beside him, quick.
You see?
Yeah, the seat's empty. Ooh, what a pair of chumps. They've been chasing nothing but a hat propped up in the back of that seat.
No kidding. Gee, you sure look natural, didn't it?
Nuts. Let me out. Now, look, you get to that other driver. Find out where he dropped his passenger off and anything else you can. Here's $30 for your trouble.
Wow, for that kind of dough, my wife can go ahead and get some. Call me at the office, mister. Just ask for Joe Joplin. Keep your sights on, you get there!
Come on, Rayardi, be there. Be there. You'll go off like a Roman candle. Come on, be there.
Hello.
Hello,
Leon Rialdi speaking here.
Marlowe, Rayardi, I got bad news for you.
Oh?
Our boss, Seth Appleboro, pulled a backwoods gag on me, and I fell for it, flat on my face. He shook me. I don't know how long it happened, but...
But I do. I know exactly how long ago. Appleboro was here.
He was?
He was in my shop. He's a madman, that madman. Swore he would kill me, but he didn't.
What happened?
It was after the coin, of course. He got tough. But I got more tough. I'm not born the day before yesterday. I was forced to ruin a beautiful Renaissance vase on his stupid skull, but at least I got rid of him. So I say phooey on Seth Appleboro.
Oh.
I beat him up myself, you hear? And I throw him out. It's finished. So at 10, I shall sell the coin to Pierre Bowman as arranged, and that will be that.
Well, glad to hear it, Rayardi. To send the check to...
Just a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
Who's there? Who's back there? Who is it?
Rayardi. Hey, Rayardi, what's the matter?
No, wait. No, listen, dog!
Rayardi!
Marlowe, you...
Rayardi! 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 I ran out of the phone booth, hailed the first cab that came along, and headed for 113 Marion Avenue. Leon Riardi's shop was a narrow cell with tattered green shades drawn over dingy windows. The front door was locked, so I went around to the alley where I'd left my car earlier. The back door to Riardi's was half open. Riardi sat on the floor, his legs spraddled out, his head slumped against the bottom drawer of his desk, like a drunk too tired to look for the way home. Beside him on the floor was all that was left of the reason for it. A small open box lined with blue velvet and labeled Unique. Confederate States of America, $50. One of 4 struck at New Orleans Mint, 1861. Only piece of this series now in existence. Source, Colonel J.J. Appleboro Collection, 1880. But the box was empty. The 4 bits worth of Confederate money was gone. I picked the phone up in my handkerchief and called the cab company office. 2 minutes later, I had Joe Joplin.
Yeah, I got that other driver okay, mister, but I couldn't pry much out of him. Even the hard way, I tried. He left that southern drawl off at the Wilshire Gardens, Villa 9. And he got orders to take the Panama hat on a $10 drive around town.
That's all?
That's all he knows. He thought it was some kind of joke.
Wilshire Gardens, number 9. Okay, Joe,
Yeah.
thanks. I called Homicide, told Lieutenant Matthews where he could pick up the body, and before he could order me to stick around, promised to fill in the details later and hung up. After that, I got in my own car and drove to the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, Villa 9. What finally came to the door and eased it open a cautious 2 inches. Had a mop of renegade hair the color and shape of tumbleweed, a body as gaunt as a piece of barbed wire and two sick gray eyes that tried hard to hide under a pair of scrub brush eyebrows. Seth Appleborough wasn't glad to see me.
State your business, sir. What's for? I'm a busy man. I'm not well, so be brief.
Okay, we'll start off with murder.
Murder? Now, see here,
We'll
sir.
follow that with a missing Confederate $50. Now, do I come in peaceful like, or do I knock the door down?
Don't go riling me up, Yankee. Well, you won't get in at all. What's your name?
Philip Marlowe. My business at the moment is trying to square things with a client I let down very badly.
Client? Then you must be referring to that low-down, unscrupulous carpetbagger, Leon Riotti.
You're a little confused, aren't you? Rioti's from Italy.
From northern Italy, sir. And a crooked, unprincipled carpetbagger.
You said that.
The kind who strips the South of her treasures. Who pillages and loots and... What? A gun? Well, what's the meaning of that firearm in your hand, sir?
I haven't got time for another civil war. Now get away from that door. I'm coming in.
You carpetbagger.
Now let's knock off the nonsense, Appleborough. Where's the $50?
Where, indeed. My poor old fool of a grandpappy, the colonel, sold it. Sold it for practically face value, sir. Just to keep body and soul together on the plantation back in 1880. And what he'd give for it wasn't worth dirt compared to what that fine old piece of Confederate money's really worth.
All right, all right. Where is it? Come on, hand it over.
Oh, I don't have it, sir.
Oh.
Not yet. But by ginger, I'm going to get it. And when I do, it's going home where it belongs, you hear? To the South. Oh.
You better go to the couch and take another pull on your mint julep, Buster. You look bad.
My head.
And then I want that coin. I'm not kidding.
That Riotti crowned me with an iron pot. Oh. But that won't stop me, sir. I'm not going to stand by and let that rare old $50 be desecrated any farther. I'll prevent it being sold to any rich, dawdling oaf of a collector who has the audacity to live in Sherman Oaks. If it's the last thing I do. And you, sir, you won't stop me either.
Get down, I told you.
Oh.
You crackpot.
Oh, my head.
I should have known. Win, lose, or draw, I'm turning you over to the police right now, Appleborough. Charge is murder and larceny, and it's too bad, but you're a cinch to beat both raps on a goofball plea.
You, big boy, put down the phone, drop your gun.
Oh, rebel reinforcements.
Drop it, I said.
Oh, friend indeed. Providence is still smiling, sir.
Yeah, sure. She's hilarious, Mr. Appleborough. Right, big boy? Well, don't you see the humor of the situation? Oh!
The stranger had a flat, saucer face. A sour grin in the left hand like a trip hammer. I'd done my best to roll with a punch, but I'd still caught enough of it to jar my brains loose. When I finally got up again, Villa 9 was empty. It took a while for that to soak in, along with another fact. I was up against a team. Appleborough and Saucerface. Also, it was now 9:30, which gave me just half an hour to get to Sherman Oaks for what had to be the next scheduled meeting. The Boneman Mansion on Clooney Drive, from giant iron gate out front through overgrown grounds and up to the entrance, looked a lot more like the prop room at the Metropolitan Opera than anybody's residence. When I lifted the brass ring in the brass lion's mouth and let it fall, I got another surprise. She had deep hazel eyes with long lashes, close-cropped copper-colored hair, and packed full green suede dress that put no strain on the imagination. Her bare shoulders made you think of toasted marshmallows.
Hello.
Hello. You wouldn't be Pierpont Bowman, huh?
And you must have had some reason for knocking, other than window shopping.
Yeah. My name's Marlowe. I used to work for Leon Riotti before he was murdered tonight.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Is this supposed to concern my Uncle Pierpont?
Yeah, I think it does. From the fuss that's being kicked up about 4 bits worth of Confederate money, you'd think that it was a chest of Easterling sterling silver.
Only 4 bits, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he is vitally interested. Come in, Marlowe. Wait here.
All right.
Uncle Pierpont, come here.
What's the matter, Christine?
There's a man here to see you, a Mr. Marlowe. You'd better talk to him.
Oh, what do you want?
Huh? Oh, you. What is it, Marlowe?
Well, it's about the $50, the one you intend to buy from Leon Rayardi, Mr. Bowman.
Oh, yes. Well, what about it, man?
Rayardi was murdered tonight.
Now, that murdered, you say?
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, he hasn't had time to hit the ground yet. What's the game, Sonny? You must have some kind of a game. What is it?
No games. I'm telling you, Rayardi was shot and the coin stolen.
Are you sure about that? Are you positive? No mistake?
Are you certain, Marlowe?
I couldn't be more certain if it was tattooed on my forehead. I heard it happen and saw his body over an hour ago.
What do you think of that, Uncle Pierpont? Marlowe looks at dead bodies, too.
I think it's poppycock. Yep. What do you think, Chris?
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what I think. It's more to the point. I came here because I'm also certain that the man who killed Rayardi is the man who took the coin. And that he'll show up here in the next few minutes posing as Rayardi and try to sell you that $50 as planned. I want you two to help me get him.
You know, Marlowe, I think you're bombing.
Now, look, baby, I've had quite an...
Hold on now. There's just one teensy thing wrong with your little scheme, Marlowe. You see, 10 minutes ago, Leon Rayardi, or someone who said he was Leon Rayardi, was here. I gave him $37,000 cash as agreed, and he gave me this. The only one of its kind in the world. The 1861 Confederate $50.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there are songs for sale, and one of them may turn into the nation's newest hit as you listen in to CBS on Friday nights. This hour-long program of melody is called Songs for Sale, and during the hour, you hear 4 songwriters with unpublished music as they present their tunes to a panel of veteran, top-flight songwriters. At the end, the panel picks out one song to be published and plugged, and you'll hear the reasons they give for their choice. Be listening to Songs for Sale tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Collector's Item.
When the wobbly screwball collector clinked the $37,000 50-cent piece on the tabletop in front of me, his eyes flashed on like a pair of unfrosted light bulbs. And something close to frost started to collect in the upturned corners of his mouth that smiled like the cat that had just eaten the canary, cage, birdseed, and all. There was little doubt about it. Septuagenarian Pierpont Bowman was what an eccentric would call eccentric. And he was very unconcerned with the murder of Leon Rayardi. Very fuzzy about what Rayardi's impersonator had looked and sounded like.
I'm afraid I can help little on that score, Mr. Marlowe. Only had eyes for the coin. And what a coin she is. Why, suddenly...
Mr. Bowman, you've got to remember something. Height, build, color of eyes, hair, voice. Yeah, voice. Was it a southern accent? Think, Mr. Bowman.
Southern accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, Mr. Marlowe can't say if it was or not. My hearing isn't all it used to be, you know. But Christine here, now maybe she can... No. Christine wasn't in the room. Answered the door myself.
But I did see him come up the walk, Mr. Marlowe, from my room upstairs. He was tall, about your height. Oh, no, perhaps a mite shorter. And he wore a gray suit. No, darker than gray. Sort of light blue shade.
Oh, that's
I think,
great. Yeah, thanks a lot. Before I start reaching for a butterfly net myself, I think I better get back to Seth Appleborough's place on Wilshire.
Why there? Surely if he's the guilty one, Mr. Marlowe, he won't wait to be apprehended.
Not on purpose, no. But when I last ran into him and his buddy with a saucer face, he was fighting an acute case of vertigo. Might have collapsed since. And besides, I don't know where else to go.
Oh, but, sir, why must you go any place? The police will attend to that Mr. Appleborough. Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, here on the rim of the
Mr.
coin...
Bowman, this may mean nothing in the Numismatic League. But I went to work for Leon Rayardi to protect him, a job I didn't do. Also, losing clients this way is bad for my business and conscience. Good night, and happy gathering coins in May.
Mr. Marlowe, wait, please. Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me see you out and explain something. Be just a minute, Uncle.
Now, what is it?
I'll pay you $500, Mr. Marlowe, not Confederate dollars either, to see that Uncle gets his money back and that the coin is returned to that Mr. Rayardi's estate.
What? You're against the deal? Why?
Because it's the 100th one in the past 2 years.
You hate to see the money you'll one day inherit go to a bunch of screwballs, huh?
Why, you foul-minded... No good... got news for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's not my inheritance I'm concerned with. It's my uncle. In spite of this mansion and all the junk in it, that $37,000 was every cent he had left.
Okay, Keith. In that case, 2 points.
1.
I had the slap coming. 2, I'll do my best to back up everything to where I came in. Good night.
Good night. And Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy slapping you.
She said it like she meant it. 20 minutes later, I was back at the Wilshire Gardens where I found Villa 9 as dark and quiet as the bottom of a well. I had just about decided to quit playing long shots labeled I hope he passed out on his front doorstep when, from a nearby clump of pepper trees, I caught a glimpse of a shadowed figure moving toward me, one slow step at a time. I knew that I was spotted and strictly sitting duck, so I tried the only possible out. General nonchalance, my back to the pepper trees long enough for the not-so-stealthy hunter to get within hunting distance. And a good evening to you, Brother Appleboro. Now, sir, get up and start talking. What? Well, saucer face. Thought I had your partner.
Hey, what's wrong, Hasty? You're still doing it. Appleboro's my partner like you look good in tights. The name is Locke, Fred Locke, Treasury Department.
Treasure? You mean you're after Appleboro?
Uh-huh. I sapped you because from the gab I overheard, I figured you were nothing but a lone wolf shooting with a coin.
Oh.
Appleboro, friend, is big game. He's wanted on half a dozen counts, a lot more important than this Confederate $50.
Yeah, but he must have gotten away from you because
He did. Jumped out of my car a couple of blocks from here. But how do you know about that? Who are you?
Oh. Well, name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, license included. Wait a minute. Here. I know that Appleboro got away because he's already been up to the Boneman place where he posed as my client, Leon Riotti, who, incidentally, he killed so he could sell the Confederate lucky piece up there for $37,000.
Quite a hunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry we crossed our wires, Marlowe, and thanks for the word.
Oh.
But don't worry, he won't get far. Us T-men will see to that. Keep in touch with the department if you find out anything, will you?
Sure. Oh, say, Locke.
Yeah? So,
Just a hunch.
oh, like what?
Like you're a cockeyed liar! Like Treasury men don't call themselves T-men! Any more than private detectives call themselves private eyes! Now, Locke, let's try inside your jacket. And 1, get rid of this non-Treasury Department Luger. And 2, check the wallet and see if at least Fred Locke is your real name.
All right, it's my name.
Yeah, surprise it is. Not of imagination, T-man. Come on, get up and start working on a few other questions like where Seth Appleboro is at the moment and exactly what that guy in is with bluff. Well, do we keep this up all night?
No. I'll tell you everything.
Okay. Now, first the setup. Come on.
Yeah. There were 2 of us. Me and Adam. No!
Come from the street that was just beyond the pepper trees and slammed into Locke front and center, folded him up like it was built on hinges. By the time I was out of the impact area and had my .38 in hand, the only target I had was a pair of headlights blinking out of sight in a funnel of dust. Fred Locke was blood-smeared, dead, and made an ugly centerpiece for the little ring of startled faces that began to converge. I stepped back and became just another sightseer. When a small, bald man with a large white eyebrow and lots of worry stamped on his face began to do his lamenting out loud. He was the Wilshire Gardens hotel manager and didn't care much for public spectacles on the home ground.
Oh, my goodness. 1 minute that Mr. Appleboro unconscious in his car. Next, this man is shot to death.
Hey, wait a minute. Appleboro's unconscious in his car? Where?
At the other end of the ground. There's a nasty cut in his forehead. One of the guests just found him there. I was just about to call a doctor.
Never mind the doctor. Show me the way. Come on. Come on, Dixie boy. Breathe deep.
Who? Oh, you again?
Yeah, me again. And you're up to your drawl in a couple of untidy murders. Now snap out of it.
Oh, my. It's no use. He doesn't even hear you.
That's so right. While it's this peaceful, I think I'll check on this drooping flower of the old South. His wallet should do it.
Do what?
Prove whether or not he gave me a straight pitch.
Yeah. What do you know? Membership card, Sons of the Confederacy, New Orleans chapter.
Here, let me see. Oh, that's his picture, all right.
Sure is. Well, when the police get here, they, Hey, look.
Yeah, what is it?
His wristwatch was smashed against the dashboard.
So it is. He must have held his hand up to protect his head when he fell forward.
Yeah, now look, friend, the name's Marlowe. When the law gets here, tell them they can find me at Sherman Oaks, the Pierpont Bowman residence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't leave me here with all this on my hands. The police are going to want to know what this is all about.
I'll try and have an answer for them. But first, I got to ask a crazy collector a not-so-crazy question.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I was hoping you'd come back.
No flowers and candy, honey. This isn't a social call.
Then what brings you here?
Your uncle, is he still up?
Yes, but he asked not to be disturbed. Why?
I got a picture I want him to look at.
What kind of a picture?
A man. Possibly the man who sold him the coin tonight. Now, where is he?
In the gun room. Oh, but he'll scream bloody murder if we bother
That's
him.
the subject on hand.
You mean you found out who killed Leon Riardi?
No. I found out someone else has been killed. Come on, huh?
Over that coin? Who was it, Marlowe?
Guy named Locke. We'll get to the fine print later. Is this the room?
Yes, but
It's just the man I want to see. Oh, Mr. Bowman, I hear you. Well, it's quite a blunderbuss. Look, point that somewhere else.
So it is. But don't let it worry you, Mr. Marlowe. This harquebus hasn't been fired in 300 years.
That's great. Let's not spoil its record tonight, shall we?
Here, have a look. Fine workmanship.
Later on. Right now, Mr. Bowman, I want you to have a look. This picture, it's Seth Appleborough. Huh? Is this the man who sold you the coin, the one you couldn't remember?
No, not the party. Now, on this gun, Mr. Marlowe...
Uncle, we've had another murder.
Huh? Oh, my, that's too bad. But what's all that got to do with me?
I'm not sure. But, Mr. Bowman, if Appleborough wasn't the one who sold you that hot half a buck, it must have been an item named Locke.
Huh?
The saucer-faced buddy I told you about before. Oh. The one who sapped me at Wilshire Gardens.
Oh, very interesting. And perhaps tomorrow...
Uncle, please. Go on, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, there isn't much more. When I left here and I went back for Appleborough, I ran into Locke. We mixed it up, and I was just about to get him to talk when he was shot out from under me.
What? Appleborough did it? He shot Locke?
No. He couldn't have.
Oh, why not?
Because Appleborough was out cold in his car at the time.
Then all you really know is that Appleborough didn't kill this Locke.
Oh, I know a little more. I also know now that there's a third interested party mixed in.
Who?
You, maybe.
Uncle? What? Me?
Sure. You could have killed Riardi via a hired flunky like Locke. Sold yourself the coin. After all, you're broke. It's been done before.
You're mad. It's insane, Marlowe. The idea. To think that Uncle would hire the likes of Fred Locke. Why, it...
Slips, Christine? You shouldn't have known Locke's front name was Fred, should you? I never mentioned it.
What?
Christine, you mean that...
I mean that nobody moves.
Christine.
Oh, fine.
This is one gun in here that's no relic. It's been fired something less than 300 years ago.
Yeah, to be exact, less than an hour ago at the Wilshire Gardens when you used it to keep Locke quiet, huh?
You, Christine, you're the third party Marlowe was talking about. You hired Fred Locke and Appleborough.
Had nothing to do with it, Mr. Bowman. It was your niece's partner, Fred Locke, who killed Riardi in his shop and stole the half a buck. After that, he followed me to Appleborow's place in Wilshire Gardens. There he KO'd me and Appleborough both. Then came out here and sold you the coin.
Posing as Riardi.
Correct. You can both go to the head of the class.
Not yet. One question, teacher. Why did Locke go back to Appleborow's? Couldn't have been just luck that I found him there.
It wasn't. He was afraid Appleborough had seen him kill Riardi at the shop. He had to know for sure. Your turn, Uncle.
Why did you do it, Christine?
I was sentimental, Uncle. I wanted at least the last of your money as a keepsake. And now that I've got it, I want one thing more before I leave. That $50 in your pocket. Hand it over. Come on.
The $50, but...
Worthless to you, Christine. You can never sell it again. Every collector in the world will be on the lookout for it.
Don't you think I know that?
Then what do you want with it?
The pleasure of getting rid of it. I hate it. Like I hate every piece of junk you've squandered your fortune on. The fortune I'd have inherited someday. I'm going to throw it in the first deep river I come to. Hand it over.
No, you don't, Christine. Drop it. Drop it. Now, sit in that chair while you can. You may end up in another one.
police arrived. They always do. And after a long hour of questions and answers, there were only two of us left. Pierpont Bowman, standing close to a window, tears crowding his eyes. The fingers of his right hand nervously toying with a Confederate coin. And me, thinking about Leon Rayardi and Fred Locke and Christine. It was the old man who finally broke it up.
A rotten thing.
I left after that. So I don't know if Appleboro got the coin or not. You might check if you're ever running through the New Orleans Museum.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Anthony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Tom Tully, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old man dead in a flophouse, a sot who carved wood, a fallen lady with an eye for gold lockets, and a snake with big ears. All led me to a soft spot in a killer's hard heart.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give and detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Soft Spot.
So much for the news from abroad. Here in Los Angeles, 2 persons were killed and 8 injured today in 3 separate automobile accidents attributed directly to the thick fog that has blanketed the city ever since yesterday morning. And according to the Weather Bureau, the fog which is rolling in from the sea will be with us for...
Fog, smog, everything's cockeyed. Hello.
Philip Marlowe, please. Earl Hanley speaking.
This is Marlowe. How are you, Mr. Hanley? How's the newspaper circulation business?
Oh, bull-zooming, fella. Oh, look, Marlowe. Can you come out to my joint on Las Feliz Boulevard, 3810? I'd like you to work for me again. And, you write your own ticket as usual.
No. Thanks. They play too rough in your league, Hanley. Besides, it's a bum night to ride around in a cold newspaper truck, watching out for hijackers.
No, Marlowe. It's nothing like that. This is personal business.
Oh?
Yeah, it's an old man who's disappeared. I'd like you to find him for me.
Still a dark night.
Double your fee.
I see a light, Mr. Hanley. Outside, the city was wrapped up tight in a kind of wet ceiling zero fog that leaves you feeling damp and all alone. Hanley's joint on Los Feliz was an old English stone mansion. Sprawling, smothered in ivy, and about as cozy and come hither as a scream in the night.
Inside, I followed an aging, round-shouldered butler whose footsteps didn't make any noise along the type of high, wide, nice, cold, furnished corridor you find only in museums. When we finally arrived at Hanley's study, however, things changed. It was a small room with bright lights, heat, and a desk cluttered with friendly bric-a-brac. Hanley himself was standing against the far wall, and for a moment, the contrast was jarring because the self-made man in shirt sleeves, built like a boxcar and chewing on a cold cigar, didn't at all match the collection of stiff family photos, 1890 style, that hung on the wall behind him.
What is it, Marlowe? Hard to find the family resemblance?
From here. Your folks, Mr. Hanley?
Yeah.
Oh.
Left to right. My mother, she passed on a year ago, and me as a kid. My father, a lush, and my grandfather. He claimed to have killed more Indians than ever existed. All born and raised in a lot of nothing named Walker Falls. Wow.
Couldn't hold you, huh?
Couldn't bring me back either, even when Ma died. I was only a little tyke when I ran away, Marlowe. Couldn't stand my grandfather even then. Nothing but a rod and a bottle.
Bad combo. How about your father?
Oh, I wrote a few nice words to him. My sister wrote me that Ma died. And I sent a fat check for flowers and a tombstone, but he never answered. Probably dragged the dough up. He never could save a buck on his own, they tell me. Anyhow, enough of letting our hair down, Marlowe. Let's get on to business. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, sure. You said someone disappeared, Mr. Hanley, an old man?
Yeah, it was a gardener here, Marlowe. Name's Cooper, John Cooper. He's 60, 65 maybe, tall and skinny. He's got a fringe of curly hair around his ears. The rest is strictly cue ball. He shoved off yesterday.
With what, Hanley?
You catch on fast, Phil.
You know, it's my trade.
Yeah. Well, the stuff don't amount to too much. Half a dozen fancy silver drinking glasses, those,
Goblets?
No, goblets, goblets. Worth about $100 apiece, nothing that'll dent me. Also, I'm insured, of course.
Well, then the goblets mean something else.
They do. Let's call them a present from a lady.
All right, let's.
I want them back, Mo.
Why me? Why not the insurance company or the law?
No.
Hmm?
No, that I don't want. And if you laugh when I tell you the reason, I'm going to punch you right square in the nose. Have some scotch.
No, thanks. Go ahead.
Well, drink alone, then, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
It's this old Duck Cooper, you know. I feel sorry for him. Yeah, he came in here one day last week, hat in hand, looking beat as an alley cat. So I gave him a job helping one of the gardeners, but I was on to him right from the start.
What does that mean?
He was a gardener like I'm a ballet dancer.
Oh.
Yeah, I could tell. And from there on, it got worse. First couple of days, he watched me and everybody else around here pop-eyed as a shoplifter loose in Tiffany's.
But you didn't fire him?
No. Well, I figured a few square meals, some sleep, a little dough in his pocket, it'd calm him down. So I just put a new master padlock in my trophy room and let it go with it.
That was your mistake, huh?
Yeah. But just so you don't think I'm losing my marbles, Phil, I better tell you about another mistake. But gonna have to make this short, dinner guest, you know.
Another mistake?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 15 years ago, Phil, I was in a spot just like this Cooper. Yeah, I was broke, hungry, mad at the world, and in a position to do the wrong thing. I did, and I got caught. The boss understood, read me the riot act, and let me go. And today it's my turn. Want to laugh?
Not very much. Tell me, what have you got for me to go on?
Well, thin air. But you're good, Marlowe. You'll make out. The name and description I already gave you that. All right, here's the rest of it, according to the servants. 1, he lived somewheres around Skid Row. 2, he never touched anything that kicked harder than ginger ale. And that he went for in a big way. 3, he had a buddy in his neighborhood who was teaching him how to whittle. Make stuff, carving wood.
Yeah, I know. And that's it, huh?
Well, that, plus the fact that he smoked these pint-sized cigars, we found a pack of them in the overalls he wore. Here they are. They're called Aces Up, made in a downtown L.A. shop, also on Skid Row. Oh, the address is in the box there. Could help?
Could. Well, see what I can do, Mr. Hanley.
Okay, Marlowe. Call me as soon as you get close, will you?
Sure.
Oh, and Marlowe.
Yeah?
I want those goblets pretty bad, but take care of the old man, will you?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Also, Hanley, I think it's a pretty decent thing that
Yeah, you'll have to excuse me, Marlowe. I got to change for my guess. Talk to you, huh?
I followed Hanley back along the museum corridor past the guests who included a spy beautiful lady dressed in too much black, chatting with a crisp item in banker's gray flannel who looked like he'd been born holding an hors d'oeuvre. I didn't see how they could have much in common with their host. But when the big front door eased closed behind me, I forgot about them and concentrated on finding a needle in a haystack. A needle in a haystack and a fog yet. Well, the tobacco manufacturer responsible for the handmade black rope called Aces Up was my first try. His shop was a 2x4 dirty glass storefront labeled H. Andrade in dry, peeling gold foil that flaked off when I opened and closed the front door. And what had to be the proprietor was alone, rolling cigars on a rickety table that was stacked high with damp, dark tobacco leaves. He didn't look up when I described the man I was after. Asked if he'd seen him. A moment later, when he did turn his head my way to answer, I realized why.
I am sorry, senor. I don't see nobody. I am blind.
Fine start, huh? And for some cockeyed reason like the fog or the kind of man I was after or the neighborhood of derelicts I moved through, which could have used a few sprays of sweet air, didn't get any better. Not at least for the next hour, during which I stuck to the wood carving angle and covered every possible tie-in I could think of, including a visit to a nearby home for retired men at the sea.
Looking for someone who's teaching a man to whittle.
That's right. He's teaching an old man named John Cooper. Ever hear of him?
No, can't say I have. But lots of lads here whittle. Why don't you have a chat with them?
Okay,
In the morning. They're all bedded down now, mate. Wouldn't want to pipe 'em out over a silly question like yours, would you?
No, Skipper. Let him sleep. Right there, the whittling went the way of Aces Up cigars, and I turned to my last hope. John Cooper's mania for ginger ale. However, asking about that in the cheap, noisy bars that dotted Main Street was even a sillier question. And it gave all the local comics their big break. Finally...
Straight ginger ale, you say, huh? Now, let me see. I get so many orders for it, you know. It could have been the time Carnation stopped in, or was it the night some joker who was eating pig's knuckles called for a finger ball?
Now, look, Bright Eyes. Let's work a little less on the gags and a little more on... Hey, see that guy over there in the corner booth, the little fella whittling on that stick? You know him? Come on. Here's 5 for your trouble. Who is he?
The name is Skeeter. Been doing his drinking and wood chopping here for 5 years.
Is he always alone?
Not always. Sometimes he has a buddy with him. Lately, an old bald he's trying to teach how to cut them poles.
Oh.
A guy who never orders nothing at all, so don't get
What
started.
does Skeeter drink?
Skeeter?
Yeah.
Why, he always has bourbon in... Yeah, bourbon and ginger ale.
Uh-huh.
The guy you want must drink Skeeter's Chasers, huh?
That figures, thanks.
Well, don't mention it, Screwball. A profitable pleasure.
Only with thine eye. It's making me nervous. What is it, mister? Lose something?
Sort of. John Cooper.
Oh.
Have you seen him, Skeeter? He told me I could get in touch with him through you here at this bar. Said you were a friend.
And I am. Say, is he in trouble, mister?
Maybe. What makes you ask?
Because he didn't show tonight. And last night he was all out of sorts. Had something on his mind. Couldn't pay attention to the lesson I was giving him. Is it bad?
No, not if I can get next to him in a hurry. Tell me, Skeeter, do you know where he stays?
Sure do. A rat hole over on South Spring, number 2... Hey, wait.
Huh?
You ain't a cop, are you?
Oh, no. A friend, Skeeter.
Yeah? What kind of cigars does he smoke? Friend?
Aces Up. Do I pass?
Uh-huh. It's 210 South Spring.
210 South Spring. Thanks. So long, Skeeter. I'll get in touch if I need any more help.
Hey.
Sorry, buddy. I was in a hurry. I didn't see you.
You lost up my shoe shine, sweetheart. Where you running?
Get your mitts off. I said I was sorry. What do you want? The dime you invested in the shiner, your ears slapped down into the pockets of that zoot suit. Which?
Okay. We'll let it go.
I thought we would. So long again, Skeeter, and thanks. After I made my call to my client and told him how we stood, I drove the half a dozen blocks to 210 South Spring Street. The place was the kind of stale-smelling, beer can-lidded, dingy, two-story affair that Made you wonder if the garbage collector got around anymore. When I knocked on the cracked glass front door that sported a laundry shirt cardboard that said rooms for rent and eyebrow pencil, I was ready for anything. And that's what I got. Puffy red eyes, bad teeth, smell of cheap gin, all in a cold cream, shiny face that was half hidden by enough bleached blonde hair to stuff an ottoman.
Hey, handsome, I can catch my death of cold here. What's up?
You the landlady?
No, she passed out, but I was drinking with her, so I'll do. What do you want?
An old man named John Cooper. Is he in?
The skinny duffer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess so. I seen him earlier. It's that door back there, the one on the right. Hey! Hey, Chalky! What do you want back there? Where you going? Oh, what's the use? This way, mister.
Hey, was that Cooper's room the fella just came out of, last on the right?
Yeah, that's it. That louse probably swiped your friend's bottle. He's the kind. Empty.
Too bad.
You know, he drinks you under the table and then takes what's left.
Which in this case would be ginger ale. Cooper doesn't drink.
Yeah? Oh, what do you know about that? Hey! Hey, you got company? Hey, Cooper! Lights on.
Try the knob, huh?
Hey, you're kind of anxious.
Yeah.
What's your game, miss? He doesn't drink, huh? What do you call that spread eagle position on the floor? Napping?
No. Not with that knife in his chest.
Huh?
I call that murder.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, one of your favorite laugh shows and stars, My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball, will return to CBS this Saturday night. Formerly heard on Sunday nights, Lucille Ball and Her Favorite Husband will now be heard on most of these same CBS stations every Saturday night. Be listening this Saturday when Lucille plunges that favorite husband into a mad and merry mix-up over who is the town's best or worst-dressed man. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Soft Spot.
The old man's body was rumpled in death like a discarded bundle of rags, loosely pinned at the center with a knife that had killed him. And as the frowsy blonde gradually realized he was dead, the look on her face was dumb, slack-mouthed revulsion.
Gee, death's an awful-looking thing, ain't it?
Ain't it?
Hey, don't touch him, mister. It don't seem decent.
Decency is strictly relative, sister. There's a scratch here on his neck. Like a woman's fingernail draped it.
Huh? Where? Hey, his locket's gone.
Locket?
Yeah.
This old guy wore a locket?
Yeah, I seen it on him yesterday when the cops hauled off that redhead from upstairs. This old guy was shaving and he came out in the hall without his shirt on to watch, and I seen the locket around his neck.
What did it look like?
It was a little square one on a gold chain. Now it ain't there.
Ripped off and in a hurry. That much old gold's not worth murder, even in this backwash. Baby, what do you use for closets?
Closets? Are you kidding? In this dump, you hang your stuff on the plumbing and like it. Why?
Well, then there's no place here that 6 big silver goblets could be hiding, I guess.
You couldn't hide a shot glass in this joint. Not for long, anyway.
Well, the old boy traveled light. There's nothing here but...
What? Hey, what'd you find? What'd you
Oh,
find?
this newspaper story on the table. Torn out of the day before yesterday's paper, it says. Nelson Root, wealthy Beverly Hills broker, dies in a freak car smash-up. Root is survived by his wife, former showgirl Evelyn Lansing.
Now,
Root
what do you suppose that old guy was saving that for? To have sold his shoes with, maybe?
Oh, sure. Now, look, as long as you got your brain in gear, tell me where I can find that guy who ran out of here.
Chalky?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, mister, I don't want to get mixed up in this. I just live here and
I'm back here. You're already mixed up in it.
Yeah, but that Chalky's awful hard, mister. I wouldn't want to cross him.
Now, listen, that old man there was murdered. Remember, it's for keeps. You tell me here and now, or the cops down at headquarters. Come on, where does he live?
I don't know for sure. I think I heard once he's got a shack in the alley behind some warehouse over on San Pedro Street.
Which warehouse?
I don't know. Honest, I don't know. Hey, you might find out at Dooley's Diner. I think he shoots craps over there.
Okay. Thanks, baby. And do yourself another favor before you cool off. Call the police. It took a solid hour of devious back alley trails before I finally broke down the intimidated loyalty of the Skid Row Brotherhood with a well-placed $10 bill and got a bona fide lead. The thick fog that crawled along the alley. Chalky's shack had all the welcome home look of a wet gutter. It was wedged in under the hulking concrete base of an overpass like dirt under a giant fingernail. Sick yellowish light oozed out through a single tiny window, too murky to see into. So I did the next best thing and hoped that he was alone inside.
Who's there? Who is it?
I got a tip for you, Chalky. Dooley sent me. It's about the Johns. They're after you.
Cops. Hey, wait a minute. What's the tip, fella? What? Hey, where are you?
Right here, Chalky. Now stay where you are, Buster. I'll kick your head off.
Hey, what's the idea?
I want fast answers, Chalky. Nice straight ones. Why'd you knife the old guy tonight?
Knife the old... Hey, who are you? What's the idea?
I want answers, not questions, Chalky. Why'd you do it?
I didn't kill him. I never used the shiv. He was already dead when I went in there. I lifted that locket off to the old coot, that's all, so help me.
Give me that locket.
I ain't got it no more. Ma Murphy's got it now. I hocked it already. She gave me 3 1/4 on it. Look, I got a buck left. If you want that, you can have it.
Lying grifter, you killed an old man to get the trinket for 2 cents.
No, I didn't. I seen that guy with the big ears run out of the old coot's room, so I went up to take a look.
Wait a minute. Guy with big ears?
Yeah, he was a zoot suitor. I never seen him around before. I'd remember them flaps of his.
Oh.
He ran out of the old guy's joint in a big stinks. What? Hey, now listen, buddy. He was the guy who done it honest. Ain't no doubt about it. He was the guy... Hey, now wait a minute. You ain't a friend of his, are you?
His again. Reason, unless he was telling.
Oh, now listen, buddy. I never put the finger on the guy before in my life. But when it's protecting my own hide, I gotta...
Yeah, I could have been the finger. So long, Chalky, and drop dead. It was still foggy outside, but my own personal fog began to lift. Big Ears must have been tailing me, overheard me on the phone, and got to the old man first. But why? Why the clipping that old man Cooper had about Nelson Root's accident? Nelson Root survived by a widow. A widow? Holy smoke! Callahan of the Daily Star gave me half a dozen pictures of Evelyn Lansing Root, from her early cheesecake days right on up to the role of widow in mourning. There was no doubt left. She was the lady in black, one of my client's dinner guests. By the time I'd driven through the fog out to Los Feliz again and up to Hanley's sprawled-out house, I'd lined the whole business up to where it made a twisted kind of sense. There was nothing left to do but nub it in his lap. I found him in his study.
Well, what's wrong, Marlowe?
Maybe you better tell me.
Tell you what. Did you find Cooper or didn't you?
Sure. I found him. I found him dead.
What? The old man is dead.
You know perfectly well he's dead.
Come on, Marlowe, sit down. Have a drink, you'll be.
No, thanks. I've covered a lot of ground tonight, most of it pretty slimy. It led me in a big circle that started here and ends here, and now it's late. We're both fairly intelligent. Let's give each other a break, shall we?
Go on.
Let's suppose that a man was in love with a woman, a married woman, who was tired of her husband.
So, she and the man arranged for the husband to die in a freak accident.
Yeah, that's right. And let's suppose a strange old geezer overheard them plan it and then disappeared.
Oh, that's rough. I imagine they'd have to find him and shut him up, wouldn't they? Or he'd blackmail him to death.
Possibly. And how do you suppose they go about that, Hanley? Hire a private detective, maybe? Give him a song and a dance about a theft, a trumped-up story about some missing silver goblets, maybe?
Maybe. Only, he'd be much too reputable to do their killing.
Yeah, so they'd hire a professional killer, one with big ears, to follow the detective. And when the old man was located, the killer would step in and go to work with a knife.
And then vanish completely, because he'd be a good professional man.
Well, Hanley?
Well, Marlowe? Oh, yes, that's a great yarn. Yeah, but a little fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, utterly.
Oh, good boy. That's the way I figure. Too weird to take seriously.
Only I'm going to make it stick.
Yeah? Marlowe, you try to embarrass me with a crackpot theory like that, and I'll make you the laughing stock of this state, do you hear? I'll have you hooted right out of the business. Because you don't have one shred of proof, Marlowe, and you'll never be able to get one. And what's more, you know it, don't you? Don't
get your hands off me, Hanley.
Sure. Oh, come on, Phil. Come on. Let's have that drink now, and then you go on home and forget all about this, huh, Joey? Oh, after all, the old jerk was just a Skid Row drifter. He didn't belong any place. Who'll ever miss him? He was nobody, Phil. Get it? Mr. Nobody. He's no loss, so let's just forget him. Marlowe, wait a minute. Marlowe, come back here.
I had to get out. What made it even worse to us that I knew he had me. I couldn't even begin to prove the first word of what I knew was the truth. I couldn't sleep with it either. That was why an hour later I leaned against a lamppost back on Skid Row again and looked across a lifeless intersection through the eddying fog at the gaunt flophouse where the old man had died.
Well. A wayfaring stranger in the night. Hiya, pal.
Beat it.
Wait a minute, wayfaring stranger. Couldn't you accommodate me to the extent of a match, or would that break your back?
Here. Keep him.
Thanks. Why don't you go home, pal? Nothing happens here on Cooper Street after 2 in the a.m. As a matter of fact, nothing happens anywhere anymore.
Cooper Street. Cooper? That's one right out of the book. I'll bet $50 on it. 9 out of 10, they'll take the name of the street.
Huh? Who?
Never mind. You live around here?
You're kidding.
Where's Ma Murphy's pawn shop?
Hey, easy. Watch the lapels, pal.
Well, come on. Where is it?
Ma's joined us 3 blocks down on Filbert, downstairs, middle of the block. But there's no romance there, pal.
I still gotten the good notion to call the cops. The idea. Getting me out of a warm bed in the middle of the night to give you a look at a cheap little locket. And all on a dizzy hunch, you said.
Yeah, a wild one. You know the locket I mean, Ma. Come on, trot it up.
That'll do you no good anyway, sonny. Can't sell it to you for 30 days yet. The law, you know.
Yeah, sure, but you've been winking at the law so long, you're blind in one eye, Ma.
Is that so? Well, here you are. Say, is it hot, sonny?
I'll know in a minute. It's the inside I want to see if it's... Oh.
What is it, sonny? Is something the matter?
Yeah, my hunch paid off, Ma. It's hot, all right. Hot enough to burn a guy to death. Here's my card. I'm taking this along.
What? No, well, hold on a minute, you. Hey, stop. I'll call the cops.
Don't bother, honey. I'll call him myself. The lights were still on in Earl Hanley's study, so I pulled over and parked on the street and went up the walk on foot. And as I moved to the door, the fog slid around me in thick swirls. When Hanley answered, his face was hard and ugly. He had a gun in his hand.
Our business is over with, Marlowe.
Not quite, Hanley.
What do you want?
I got a tag for our fantastic little Just Suppose story.
You're either drunk or stupid, Marlowe. I warned you once, now beat it.
Not till you've heard my punchline, Hanley. It goes like this. Suppose a wife died after 40 years of marriage and left her husband alone. A lonely, lost old man who's mellowed with the years. Suppose he doesn't have much time left himself and he knows it, but he's got an obsession. An old unhappiness he wants to set straight. He wants to see a fella, not cause any trouble. Just be around where he can look at him now and then.
Come on, get to the point.
Sure, this is the point, Hanley.
Huh?
Here, take it.
Where did you get this locket, Marlowe? Where?
Just suppose it has your picture in one side and your mother's in the other. What then?
I gave this locket to my mother when I was a kid. Where did you get it? Come on, tell me.
It came from around the neck of a harmless, sentimental old man who was stabbed to death tonight by a hired killer. He'd never have turned you in or blackmailed you, Hanley, because that old man was your father.
I had my own father killed. I ordered my own father's death. I didn't know it.
Yeah. Mr. Nobody, remember? Come on, Hanley, give me the gun. We can go now. Hanley went quietly. All the way, he kept the little locket clenched in his fist. But as I led him up the stairs at police headquarters, he broke loose long enough to shatter both his hands against the marble pillar. He wound up in a straitjacket. But it didn't matter much because when they picked up Evelyn Ruth, the lady in Too Much Black, she filled in the rest of the story, including a lead to Big Ears.
When it was over and I was sitting outside in my car alone in the fog that pressed close against the windows, I could see nothing of the city. Nothing but the soft, swimming white mist which hid the black outlines of Skid Row. Funny thing, you know. Some people can get out of Skid Row, but Skid Row will never get out of some people.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Bill Boucher, Vivi Janis, Verna Felton, Edgar Barrier, Peter Leeds, Nestor Paiva, and Paul Dubov. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there were 5 masks. One for greed, one for cowardice, one for cruelty, and one for deceit. And they all covered a murder. But it was the 5th mask that really counted, because it uncovered the killer. Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The 5th Mask.
Brother, am I glad to see you. You are Philip Marlowe.
Yeah, I'm Marlowe.
Well, come on in. You're not exactly what I expected, Phil.
No?
Mm-mm. I didn't realize private detectives came in the deluxe edition. You'd like a drink, wouldn't you?
Now, look, when you called me a few minutes ago, it was strictly panic because your life was in danger, Miss Barr.
Vivian will do, Phil.
Yeah, well, okay, Vivian. What's happened in the meantime?
Happen? Nothing. Why?
You seem pretty well balanced for somebody on the edge of being a homicide statistic.
I'm doing my best to hang on to myself, that's all.
Oh.
But now that you're here, I can breathe again. You just sit down, won't you, over there? I'll fix the drink.
Uh-huh.
We're going to get along fine, Phil, I can tell.
Yeah, well, could be.
There. Now we can be more comfortable. Your health, Phil.
Your health is supposed to be the point, baby. You said a man threatened your life.
Yes, a man named Fred Sears. A character I used to know. He was hurt in a hotel fire 6 months ago.
Oh.
Must have been his head. He thinks he wants to kill me, and he's come to town to do it. But now that you're here...
I suppose he's got reasons, huh?
Do they matter?
Yeah. To me, at least. I like to know which end of the stick is short before I grab.
Well, I'm not even sure myself. I only knew Sears briefly. Here's his picture, Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the whole affair was stupid.
So you brought it to me instead of the police, huh?
I brought it to you because I need private help, and I'm willing to pay for it. Pay very well, I might add. Oh, look, Phil, you don't have to bother about the reasons why. Just see that Fred Sears leaves me alone tonight. It shouldn't be hard. Is your drink all right?
Delicious. Too bad I can't stay and finish it.
What? Oh, Marlowe, wait. You mean you won't help me?
Not on guesswork, baby.
But don't you realize my life's in danger? I'm scared.
Oh, sure. Speechless. You can get yourself another boy, Vivian. Woods are full of guys with no curiosity at all.
Oh, Marlowe, please be reasonable.
Good night, baby. I had no doubt that a guy named Fred Sears wanted to kill Vivian Barr, and that she was genuinely afraid of him, but I also had no doubt that working for her without all the facts was like playing blind man's buff with the front end of a jet plane. Sooner or later, you were a cinch to get sucked in.
So I drove off the hill toward the Sunset Strip again and prepared to forget it and go home. Until my rearview mirror told me that I'd picked up a tail. I wagged it back and forth across Hollywood for 20 minutes without losing it. Then I stopped at a quiet corner bar in my neighborhood, went in the front door and straight on through to the alley and then around to the front again. I got back in time to see the man who'd been following me get out of his car and head for the door. It was one Mutt Pomeroy, a sleazy ex-comrade in arms who had his private license revoked for assorted malpractices a year ago. I waited till he was almost up to the entrance before I stepped out where he could see me.
Oh, well, Phil Marlowe. What do you say, kid? How's business?
I keep smiling.
Sure you would. Buy a drink, I don't suppose.
What's on your crummy little mind, Mutt? Let's have it.
Easy, Marlowe. Take the hands off. What's the idea?
You've been tailing me just to keep in practice. What do you want?
Okay, hotshot. I figured maybe you'd appreciate a little cooperation. For instance, you tell me why Vivian Barr wants a private peeper, and I'll tell you something more than worth your while. Well?
I thought your license was dead, Pomeroy.
Yeah, it is, but I'm not. I still got eyes and ears and a mouth that I like to keep well fed. Now, look, I can help you plenty in this case, Marlowe. What do you say, kid? Get together?
I didn't take the case.
You're what?
That's right. If I catch you tailing me once more, Mutt, I'll tie a can to you. Now beat it.
Yeah, well, let me know when you need a hand, Marlowe. Right across your kisser.
Be it ever so humble. Oh, no. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Oh, Phil, I've been calling ever since you left. This is Vivian Barr.
Now, look, baby, I told you a few minutes...
listen to me. I've got to have your help. I'll tell you the truth, all of it. Anything you want to know, only come back, please.
Oh, will you listen? I'm trying to tell you.
I've seen someone outside here, Marlowe. I'm almost sure it's Fred Sears. Hurry, will you? I'll tell you everything. Hurry.
3 things I can never resist. Beer with a head on it, moonlight, and a beautiful dame. So I headed again for the parking terrace at Vivian's apartment house and made it in about 15 minutes. I was out of my car and halfway across the terrace before I noticed the changes. First, her apartment was dark. Second, a man who had just pulled a key from her front door lock froze when he saw me and then turned and bolted through a clump of hibiscus and cornered himself in an enclosed patio. He tried to make it over the wall, but the second time he fell back, I nailed it.
No, please, let me go. I gotta get away from here.
You're trying it the hard way, Buster, believe me. It'll be easier by way of Vivian's apartment first. Come on your feet. Oh, who are you?
I'm Douglas Peck.
Douglas what?
Just Douglas.
Okay, just Douglas. We'll also straighten that one out inside. Go on, open the door.
No, it's locked.
Sure, it's locked. Take the keys out of your pocket and unlock it. Hurry up.
Who are you?
Name's Marlowe. Go on inside.
No, please, Marlowe. Listen, I can't go in there again.
What's the matter? Afraid of the dark? Go on! Turn on a light.
All right, then, all right. There.
Vivian Barr's eyes were still open. But all the life had gone out of them. She'd slid half off the blue velvet divan onto the floor, and a gleaming gold satin she wore was stained red by a dark, stiffening smear on her chest. Her purse was open on the coffee table, and spilled out of it was a note addressed Dear Vivian and signed Fred Sears.
What is it, Marlowe? What are you looking at?
One good reason why Vivian Barr ended up like that. Here, read it.
Dear Vivian, the broken back you handed me 6 months ago wasn't as hard to take as the broken promises. Count on seeing me real soon. Fred Sears.
Yeah. Now, Douglas, the digress, assuming you didn't kill her and it was this Sears, what was your connection?
I was just a friend of hers. Business associate.
Well-heeled business associate, judging by your wardrobe. She mentioned your type, but not your name. Let's get on with that, shall we?
Marlowe, listen, I had no idea that Vivian was mixed up in it. Marlowe, look.
Huh?
There at the window, at Sears.
Kill the light. Keep down, Douglas. I'll be right back. Sears ducked as I ran for the door, and when I got outside, he was rounding the corner and heading for the enclosed patio. He was up on the wall by the time I got close enough to grab for him.
No, you don't.
His foot caught me in the side of the head. I wound up on my back with nothing but the torn-off pocket from his jacket in my hand and a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a slip of paper on the ground with a phone number. I picked it up and started back to Vivian's apartment in time to hear a car door slam and see just Douglas, scared stiff, crouched behind the steering wheel of a step-down Hudson. A second later, car and all were gone in a funnel of dust. Well, I couldn't lose much more, so I went back into the house to use the phone.
Los Angeles Morning Star.
Society editor, please.
One moment.
Okay.
Society desk, Miss Ludlow speaking.
Hiya, Corey. Phil Marlowe.
Phil, darling, how are you? Gee, it's been a long time, mister. I haven't seen you since...
Yeah. Now, look, honey, I need some fast help.
Crashing somebody's party, Marlowe.
Could be, but it's strictly business. Now, can you give me a rundown on a phone number? Crestview 54124.
54124?
Yeah.
Just a minute, lover.
Okay, sweetie.
Oh, yeah, Phil. That's the old J.G. McKay mansion. 910 Mission Drive.
Uh-huh.
His niece, Celia McKay, has the place now. She married up with a guy named Paxton last fall, I think. She has oodles of money. Any help?
I'll let you know. Thanks a lot, baby. Before I left, I called Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide and told him what happened. He said he'd put out a call for Fred Sears and suggested I keep in touch. After that, I drove to Beverly Hills. The McKay mansion at 910 Mission Drive dominated the rows of bowing trees that lined the long, curving driveway like a dowager queen presiding at court. When I rang the bell beside a carved mahogany front door big enough for an airplane hangar, it was the butler who finally opened it for me. It was all he could manage.
Yes, sir.
My name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective. I'd like to see the head of the house, please.
Have you an appointment, sir?
No, this is a courtesy call so far. There's been a murder, Buster. Now, please get Mr. Paxton, Celia McKay Paxton, or any reasonable facsimile thereof, huh?
Never mind, Cartwright. You can run along. I'll take care of this, whatever it is.
She was, friendly. Red-headed and hefty, but wore a dress so well draped it would have made a Notre Dame tackle look good. It was all held together at the neckline by a big dazzling brooch made up of items on a Mardi Gras motif, and each covered with enough jewels to retire a family of 5. Except for a space in the center, shaped like a mask, which was dull, black, and empty. I must have been staring because that's where she picked up the conversation.
If you've finished making your estimate now, Mr. Marlowe, maybe we can get down to business. I'm that reasonable facsimile you mentioned, Mona Paxton, Celia's sister-in-law.
Oh? And Mr. Paxton's your brother, huh?
Same thing.
Yeah, well.
You said something about a murder, I believe?
That's right. Woman named Vivian Barr.
Is that supposed to mean something to the members of this household?
Maybe we better ask them.
I don't think so, Mr. Marlowe. We're all quite busy here.
Now, look, Mona,
and...
I followed a lead that started at the body of a dead woman, ended here at this house. You people can talk to me now or the police. In a few minutes. Make up your mind,
Police?
fast.
What about the police? Mona, what is this? Celia, my dear, I'm sorry. I'd hoped you wouldn't be bothered by Mr. Marlowe here. In his opinion, we're all murderers or something.
I see. And why do you say that, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't. It isn't quite that bad.
And specifically, how bad is it, if you don't mind?
I don't mind at all. I'm looking for a man named Fred Sears in connection with the killing of my client, Vivian Barr. I'm here because there's a definite tie with somebody in this house. Now, at this point, I'm still asking for cooperation.
This has gone far enough. It's preposterous. Mr. Marlowe, until you mentioned their names, I never heard of either of those people. Mona?
No?
They're still my husband, Mr. Marlowe.
Dear, will you come out to the door, please?
What's going on? What's the matter?
There's a person here I want you to meet. Mr. Marlowe, my husband, Mr. Paxton.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Marlowe?
I'm doing better, Mr. Paxton.
Oh.
Douglas, Mr. Marlowe here wants to know if the names Vivian Barr or Fred Sears mean anything to you.
Why, I don't think so. No, they don't. Why?
You may leave now, Mr. Marlowe. We've given you all the cooperation we can. If you come back, you'd better have a warrant with you.
Okay, Celia, I will. Because one of you 3 is a liar, and I can prove it. So if you want to talk it over before I call in the cops, I'll listen for a while. Hey, Cartwright.
Yes, sir? You called, sir?
Yeah, you look like a fairly honest man. Where can I get a good cup of public coffee around here?
Oh, why, there's a little shop 2 blocks down, sir.
Thanks. And to you, Cartwright, good night.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Sunday, September 10th. Note it well, or you'll miss a whole lot of laughs. For that's the day Jack Benny checks in again at CBS The Star's address. Yes, this Sunday is the day Jack, Mary, Dennis, Phil, Don, and Rochester return for another great season of top-ranking comedy. Be sure you're on hand this Sunday and every Sunday when CBS brings you the one and only Jack Benny Show. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Fifth Mask.
When the two-ton front door of the Paxton home closed behind me, I dropped the cocky attitude quicker than a chorus girl lets a stage smile go when she hits the wings. I knew that I was still a long way from finding Fred Sears. And 10 minutes later, when I was in a corner booth at the plush Beverly Hills version of a one-armed joint Cartwright had suggested, I began to worry about it. Until the front door swung open and admitted Mrs. Celia McKay Paxton. She threw a stern eye and a sharp semicircle that nearly sliced the place in two and then bore down on me.
Mr. Marlowe, I want to talk to you. What do you mean by...
Why don't you sit down, Mrs. Paxton?
Well, Very well. Now, Mr. Marlowe.
Coffee, Mrs. Paxton?
No, thank you. Mr. Marlowe, specifically, what did you mean when you said that one of the three of us was lying?
Specifically that, Mrs. Paxton. I don't think I could have been more blunt, but I'll try. I'm after Fred Sears and anybody or anything that can lead me to him. Now, you. Why are you here, Mrs. Paxton?
Well, it's, Mr. Marlowe, it's,
Hard to say, maybe?
Well,
Hard like I'm suspicious of my husband's connection with all this, Mr. Private Detective. Will you go to work for me? Is that it?
Oh, no. No, not that. But, Mr. Marlowe, I'm no fool. I know that I'm a plain-looking rich woman who loves her husband. And well, sometimes men are silly. And if there is anything,
Mrs. Paxton, I can't go to work for you. I don't take that kind of a job. Besides, I'm already working on your problem insofar as it concerns the late Vivian Barr.
I don't understand that. You say you're looking for a Fred Sears.
But not overlooking anything else, Mrs. Paxton. Like the outside chance that Sears didn't kill Vivian Barr. I didn't see it happen, you know. It could have been somebody else.
Who?
You.
But
After all, you just implied a good motive.
No, I didn't. I only gave you a suspicion. A dark, ugly thought I'm ashamed I ever had. That's all. And I didn't kill that woman, Mr. Marlowe.
I know you didn't. It was only bait, Mrs. Paxton. I hope you'd snap at it and come back with an answer that will get me to Sears.
Mr. Marlowe, I never heard of these people before tonight.
I know, that's what you said. But you see, Mrs. Paxton, even as you, I, too, sometimes have dark, ugly thoughts that I'm ashamed of. Only in my case, it's business. And tonight, the business is Vivian Barr's murder. Good night, Mrs. Paxton. Hello? Comfortable, Mr. Paxton?
Marlowe, please. My wife may see us. Get in and drive away. Hurry.
All right. Just for size, hurry it is.
Now, Marlowe, tell me. Does Celia know?
About Vivian? Hard to say, Paxton.
Look, I've got to tell you the truth.
Don't bother, man, about town. It sticks out like a sore thumb on a hitchhiker. You like it easy, you like it smooth. Your wife was one, Vivian the other. It's not a new story, Paxton.
But believe me, Marlowe, I couldn't help myself. I've learned my lesson. Marlowe, would money, say, $50 now and more later, would that help you forget what you know?
$50?
Well?
You didn't love Vivian Barr. You hated her, didn't you?
I hated. How did you know that?
That cheap bribe you just made. Indiscreet gentlemen with their backs against the wall don't offer peanuts now and more later unless they're broke. You could be broke, Paxton, if, for example, Vivian was blackmailing you out of every cent of your allowance. Good enough?
She was rotten.
Rotten enough to kill?
Kill? Are you crazy? Marlowe, it was Sears.
Maybe. I didn't see him do it. You had a good reason.
He had a better one. Sears was taken in just like I was. When he met Vivian, he had a few $1,000s, and she fell in love with every one of them.
You said a better reason, Paxton.
And I'm getting to it. I came into Vivian's life after Sears was hurt saving her in that hotel fire.
Saving her?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought he was hurt, period.
Yes, that's all the papers got, but he was injured because he rushed into the fire to save Vivian. She couldn't afford to have it known that she was at that particular hotel at that particular time. She told me so herself.
You didn't quit even then, huh?
I couldn't, Marlowe. I wasn't strong enough. Then later, when I was, she wouldn't let me. Not without paying. And that's the whole story, Marlowe.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're still holding back a lead on Sears.
Why should I?
Because if you're Ed Paxton, not Sears, you've nothing left but the slim hope that Sears, who knows he's framed, will be shot running away from the police.
No, you're wrong, Marlowe. That's not it.
All right, then try this. If I'm wrong and Sears is still the one we want, he could also be after you, Paxton. You know, you're pivot man in that triangle, too.
What? Why, I never thought of that. What am I going to do?
Grab a cab and go home and hide in the cookie jar.
Marlowe, don't be facetious. My life...
Relatively safe, Paxton. I was only trying to trick you into spilling something on Sears.
Oh. Then you no longer think that I killed Vivian?
I didn't say that. So long, Paxton. My apartment was only a few minutes from Beverly Hills, so I decided to call the police and fill them in. Also, a little all-alone straight drinking might burn the bad taste out of my mouth. But when I was in the hall there, I knew it was going to be a little while before I got a chance to do either one. After all, there was still a Paxton to go. Mona, the lady with the beautiful Mardi Gras brooch, and the not-so-beautiful mind for business.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Marlowe.
That figures. Come on in. I'll get the lights.
You don't seem surprised. You expected me?
Yeah, as much as the others. Already huddled with your brother and your sister-in-law. Have a seat.
No, thanks. Mr. Marlowe, I'm going to come right to the point.
That's a switch. Want a drink?
No. Do you want $1,000? Mr. Marlowe, I said...
I heard you. Yeah. Also, Miss Paxton, I've heard a lot tonight about all I can take. I'll make it fast, will you?
All right, the 1,000 is yours, Mr. Marlowe, if you'll do one thing. When you catch up with this Sears, if you haven't already done so...
I haven't.
Keep my brother's name out of this, that's all.
Well, it's a little too much. Also, you're a little easy, Mona. Your brother isn't worth covering up for.
That's not news, and it's beside the point. The 1,000 is to help me, not him. I've spent 5 very difficult years getting the rights to a cosmetic formula that can't be beat.
The point, Mona, the point.
All right, the point, Mr. Marlowe, is that all I need now is backing. Just yesterday, I got the promise of it. $150,000 worth of promise from my sister-in-law, Mrs. Celia McCabe Paxton. And I'll lose that promise, Marlowe. Celia gives my brother his walking papers, and she will if she finds him out. Will you take the money, Marlowe?
No. No, will I go out of my way to whisper in Celia's ear? You're practically safe, Mona.
Who else is there?
Sears. If the police take him alive, there's a good chance he'll make a lot of embarrassing statements about your brother killing his girl and...
You expect someone?
Oh. Unless the police are tired of waiting to hear from me.
I shouldn't be seen here, not if you're going to keep Doug's name out of it.
Easy, honey. Get in there, the kitchen.
Oh, yes, thanks, Marlowe. Thanks a lot.
Okay, coming. Keep your shirt on. Oh, no.
Well, didn't expect to see little old Mutt Pomeroy so soon again, eh, kid? Mind if I come in?
Very much. What do you want, Pomeroy?
To show my wares, Phil, boy. You know, like the jewel tea man.
Skip the funnies. What is it?
Fred Sears. I know where he is.
You sure about that?
Sure, like I don't take $3 bills. I followed him tonight when he got away from you.
All right, come in.
Hey, nice place, Phil.
What's your price, Mutt?
$200.
I'll pay $1. The address.
The money.
Okay. Here. 15, 16, 80, 90, 100.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil, boy, thanks. The address says 31 Bayfront Drive, Santa Monica. It's an all-alone beach joint, kind of neat. Belongs to a friend of Sears who's out of town. Oh, he's using his car, too. I overheard him explaining to a neighbor. Yeah. Good night, Marlowe. See you around, huh, kid?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Pomeroy.
Yeah? Yeah. What is it, Phil?
2 questions.
Uh-huh. First?
Your connection with all this, what is it?
Oh, a hunch that I could pick up a little extra. You see, I spotted Paxton out with that Vivian babe once, and well, I knew who he was. Also, I knew who his wife was, so I figured...
Yeah, I know how you figured.
Okay, but you said 2 questions, kid. The other.
This! Whatever made you think I do business with a louse like you?
Marlowe, he's unconscious?
Yeah. If ever saw you here, your mailbox would get nothing but extortion notes for the next 6 months. He'll get out now.
All right, Marlowe, but won't he ruin everything anyway?
Don't worry, Mona. I'll convince him one way or another. Yeah. Let's see now.
Hey, Marlowe, you crossed me.
Sure, I'll do it every time, Pomeroy. We're conflicting personalities.
Police headquarters.
Like to speak to Detective Lieutenant Matt. Holy cow.
Hello. Police headquarters. Hello.
Never mind. Pomeroy, that little hunk of jewelry there on the rug. Just fell out of your pocket when I frisked you, didn't it? Didn't it?
Yeah, sure it did. So what?
So before I beat you senseless, get up and tell me what you got it. Come on, where'd you lift it? Come on, Pomeroy.
Guys, get your hands off.
All right.
I found it at Vivian Barr's joint. It was on the floor and it sparkled like dough. She was dead, so I figured it might as well...
Thanks, Pomeroy. You told me all I want to know. Don't wait up. Outside, I piled into my car and drove fast for the beach house at 31 Bayfront Drive, hoping hard all the way that either I was making a fat mistake or if I was right, I was going to be on time. All told, it was about 40 minutes later when I screeched to a stop in front of the place and found it lights out and deserted. I was ready to start cheering until, from the closed garage that was tucked under a wing of the house, I heard it. A car motor running as in suicide by carbon monoxide. The big double doors were locked, but around on the side there was a window. In another minute, I was in and over to Fred Sears. He was slumped over the front wheel, his face the color of wet ashes. I cut the motor, then dragged him out of the place by a back door that led to a patio. There I stretched him out on the ground and took a good look. A long look that left no doubt in my mind. I turned away from him when I heard a woman's footsteps on the walk outside near the window I'd broken. It was Mona Paxton.
Marlowe. Marlowe, what is it? Marlowe, are you all right?
Yeah, but don't come back here, Mona. It's not a very pretty sight. It's Sears.
Sears?
Yeah, I dragged him out here. He left the motor running, carbon monoxide.
Oh, no. What a terrible way to go.
No worse than Vivian Barr. How'd you turn up here, Mona? Follow me?
Yes. Because I was worried about that man in your apartment. I wanted to ask you who he was.
When I took off coattail flying, it looked like something important, huh?
It certainly did. And it certainly was.
Yeah. Well, I'd better get through to the police now. There must be a phone inside. You can go wait at my car, huh? Quit shaking. After this, you haven't got a thing to worry about. Business, I mean.
I know, but I just can't stop smiling. I'll be at the car, Marlowe.
Homicide, Lieutenant Matthews speaking.
Marlowe, Matthews. Out in Santa Monica, 31 Bayfront Drive. I've got Vivian Barr's killer.
Fred Sears? Great. Just hold it, Phil Mooney.
Hey, wait a minute.
Call Santa Monica,
Matthews.
get a car out to 31 Bayfront Drive.
Hey,
fast.
Matthews.
Hey, Marlowe, nice work. I'm glad I
Will you wait a minute, Matthews? It doesn't play that way.
What? What do you mean, Phil? Not Sears?
No. It's a woman, Mona Paxton. Sister to Douglas Paxton, a guy married and playing around with Vivian Barr. Mona killed Vivian because Vivian was blackmailing her brother, and that in turn was about to ruin a business deal that meant a lot to her. An awful lot.
Yeah, it must have.
Yeah.
What about Sears? Does he still tie in?
Sure he does. She found out where Sears was hiding, which is out here at the same time I did. But she got a head start on me at the point of a gun, set him up in a closed garage in what was supposed to be suicide.
Oh, he's dead, huh?
No, he's fine. I was lucky enough to get here in time. He's resting out on the patio, breathing well. See you, Matthews.
Everything's taken care of, Marlowe?
Mm-hmm. Just about, Mona. Well, the police will,
Correction. The police are here.
Yeah. Doesn't take them long, does it, huh?
No. Either one, and glad of it. Just as soon get all this over with. You too, I guess.
Yeah. Me too, Mona. I got away from it all as soon as I could, but I didn't go home. I drove out to a spot I knew nearby, a cliff edge where the only sounds were a couple of seagulls who couldn't sleep in the ocean 100 feet below, crashing on the rocks. Then I took a second look at the little item Mutt Pomeroy had picked up in Vivian Barr's apartment. A collection of tiny stones, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, all in the shape of a small mask. A mask that I knew would fit in place exactly over an empty spot on Mona Paxton's Mardi Gras brooch. The proof that Mona had been to Vivian's place. Yeah, a little mask. We all wear them one way or another. We've all got something to hide. Maybe that's what's wrong with people, huh? They all think they've got to hide from each other and from themselves. Yeah, so I threw the little mask into the ocean, and then I went home.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Senville, and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Frances Robinson, Betty Lou Gerson, Ann Stone, Olin Soule, Jay Novello, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Durant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a little man with big heels tried to run over me. A giant in a warehouse nearly cost me my life. And a treacherous blonde almost buried me at sea. All that for a client who couldn't pay me a cent. But on whose behalf they were paid in full.
This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, where you enjoy the Contented Hour every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Final Payment.
Yes, sir.
I'm Philip Marlowe. Warden Riker said he'd see me at noon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe. The warden will be with you in just a minute. Excuse me, please. Warden's office, Sergeant Kennedy speaking. Who? Oh, the L.A. Tribune. Yeah. Cenaro's execution? Okay, hold on. I got the dope here on my desk someplace. Excuse me, Mr. Marlowe. It'll be just a minute.
It's all right.
Press get hungry for the gory details about now. This is the third call this morning. Have a seat there.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, here it is. Office of the Warden, State Penitentiary, 10 a.m., September 8, 1950. Subject, press release, paragraph 1. William Arthur Cenaro, 24, tried and convicted of the robbery murder of Emil Negrotto, Bakers Beach, California, last August 5. Is scheduled to be executed in a manner prescribed by law at 11 o'clock post-meridian this date. At this time, no stay of execution is anticipated. Signed, Stanley M. Riker, Warden. That's it. Huh? No, you can't talk to the warden. That's why we go through all this press release junk. Yeah, well, we got our problems, too, you know. Goodbye. Sorry, Mr. Marlowe. Now, your appointment with the warden, what was it about again?
William Arthur Cenaro, 24. I'm a friend of his.
Oh, yes, of course. I forgot, sir. Well, I hope I haven't offended Mr. Marlowe. That is, I'll tell the warden you're here, sir.
I knew I didn't have too much right to be mad at one Sergeant Kennedy. But today it didn't matter. Because I was mad at the whole world, and in particular what it had done to a used-to-be nice kid named Billy Cenaro. And when I stood in Warden Riker's far-from-drab prison office and waited while a dapper man in gleaming Hickok cufflinks and soft gray gabardine got through talking to his wife in syrup-sticky tones, I began to get mad at him, too. But that drained out of me fast because when he hung up, he scraped the goo off his voice quickly, shook hands like he meant it, and told Kennedy we weren't to be disturbed. When he spoke of Cenaro, a lot of sympathy crawled in between the words.
even when he came to the point.
It's a breach of regulations for a condemned man to have any visitor other than the prison chaplain on the day of his execution, Mr. Marlowe. So, first of all, just how well do you know Sonero?
Well, he sold papers on the corner near my office as a kid. We swapped gags twice a day.
And when his father died and he quit selling papers?
I never saw him again until a year ago when he got over-involved with some tin-horn gamblers. I managed to set him free.
As a private detective?
As a big brother. Went to work in a San Pedro boatyard after that. I haven't seen him since.
And then you have no idea why he's asked to talk to you today?
No, I don't. Do you, Warden?
Mr. Marlowe, do you recall the details in this case?
Well, yeah, more or less. Let's see, an old man named Emil Negrado and his wife were robbed of $100,000 worth of uninsured jewels at their summer place at,
Baker's Beach.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And Emil Negrado was killed when he tried to interfere. Sonero was tied back to it by a single fingerprint and later identified by Mrs. Negrado. I believe she thought there were two more, huh?
Yes, but Sonero denied this. Also, Mr. Marlowe, you may recall that the jewels were never recovered. Sonero said they were lost at sea when the boat he fled in hit rough water on the way back to San Pedro. Now, Mr. Marlowe, do I begin to answer the question I just ignored? The jewels, I mean? Sonero may want to tell you that they weren't lost after all. He may want to tell you where they are. He may want you to do something about them.
Sort of last will and testament, is that it?
From his point of view, yes.
And from mine?
A very lucrative offer. Perhaps 50%, Mr. Marlowe.
Why not 100%, Mr. Warden? Don't be a piker. I could always cross him up, you know. Now, anything else? Or were you just letting me know why the state is allowing this visit?
I was just letting you know what the state knows, Mr. Marlowe.
Uh-huh.
I know a little more. I know that Billy Sonero is through as a criminal. In his heart, not just because he's behind bars with worse to come. He's ready to die, Mr. Marlowe. Almost anxious.
Well, then why the session? Why all the statistics? Why the invitation for me to play informer?
For two reasons. First, I may be wrong about the boy completely. Thus, his repentance is a fake.
Which you don't believe.
No.
What's the other reason?
Look, Marlowe, if anything goes wrong, you came in here as an informer. That's official.
And unofficially?
I want to give the boy a break. Sonero asked to get you because he wanted to talk to the only person in the world he thought he could trust. And right now, I think he has every right to just such a talk, whatever it's about. I only wanted to be sure he talked to the correct party, that's all. Sergeant Kennedy to show you the way, Mr. Marlowe, to Sonero's cell.
I was a bit confused. Riker seemed anxious to help Sonero over some rough hours, and yet at the same time he was shrewd. In no time he'd work me around to where I'd be the fastest, most courteous informer on record if Sonero was a fake. I thought. But I thought otherwise when I was alone with Sonero. I knew that the Negrado jewels did still exist.
Mr. Marlowe, why are you looking at me that way? Do you understand what I'm asking, don't you see?
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Billy. A step at a time. Now, you say that the jewels never went overboard.
No, I never even saw them. That was a cock and bull story.
And yet you want me to get them, to get the jewels and return them to Mrs. Emil Negrado. Is that right?
Right. To Mrs. Negrado, the woman who identified me. The widow of the man I killed. Look, Mr. Marlowe, sit down here on the cot and listen.
Okay. Now, where's the beginning, Billy?
Last August 5th. It was me and the other two, a big red-headed louse named Jessie Tapp and a girl named Gloria Konkowski, a blonde with a little scar on the bridge of her nose. Jessie's girl, strictly flashy. We took my boat. It's a fishing smack, the Love Lady. We sailed from San Pedro over to Baker's Beach. I was the one who shot him, Mr. Marlowe.
And the jewels?
They were in a leather bag. Jessie had them. But after the shot, we split up fast and ran. I hid until the next morning, then shoved off in the Love Lady. I don't know about the others. I was picked up that afternoon. The rest you know.
I'm not so sure. At your trial, you swore that...
That I was alone and the jewels went overboard. Well, at first I thought that I might get off, so I had to clam up, but then everything changed.
The verdict, huh?
No. An old woman whose husband I killed.
See what you mean. But you still didn't tell the authorities who the others were.
No, and I won't today. Both Jessie Tapp and that blonde can smell a cop a mile away. They'd only run and take the jewels with them. The law would louse it up. I want the jewels back to the little old lady.
I always liked you, Billy.
I know how you work, Mr. Marlowe. Got enough for you to start on. It only came yesterday. That's why this It's a last-minute rush, you might say. Mr. Marlowe, I know where Jesse Tapp is. That also means Gloria isn't far away.
From where?
San Pedro, down near the docks. Now, look. There's a tough old guy who runs a dry dock and repair lash up for small boats, name of Jomo. I worked for him a year ago. I also left him the Love Lady. He spotted Tapp. Had his eyes open for months for me, no questions asked. He was here to see me yesterday. He's out to find where Tapp hangs out now. He's the one you see.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What makes you think Jesse Tapp still has the jewel?
Because I saw him take him and run, and he's still hanging around San Pedro. Maybe he hit him where he can't get to him. Maybe he doesn't want to get to him until he's contacted the right fence. Anyway, Mr. Marlowe, it's a chance I'd like you to take for me. Of course, I can't talk about your fee.
Look, kid, don't you think we ought to talk to the warden?
Mr. Marlowe, I've done nothing but think. This is the only way it can possibly work. The only way it can help me and Mrs. Negrado both. Well, will you try it?
Yeah. I guess so, Billy.
One last thing, Mr. Marlowe. If you make it before 11 tonight, get the word to me, will you? And if you don't make it, or it looks like you're not going to, don't lie. Okay?
Okay.
Time's up, Mr. Marlowe. Sorry, Sonero.
It's all right, Kennedy. Don't mention it. So long, Mr. Marlowe.
Goodbye, Billy. It took 5 minutes for me to walk back to the warden's office and 5 more to lie to him about what Sonero had wanted of me. And another 10 to get outside and head toward my parked car. I was thinking about what the condemned man had told me when I suddenly realized I was in the middle of a busy street and right smack in the path of a speeding car.
Hey, what's the matter with you? What is that? Mister, you all right?
Holy
you okay?
smoke.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm okay. Much obliged. I'll try to remember to look where I'm going next time.
Yeah, these jerks figure every street's an Indianapolis Speedway.
Yeah.
Hey, another thing. That geezer didn't stop either.
I know.
But if you're interested, I got a squint on him before. I was in that corner drugstore after a Coke, and while I was waiting, I happened to see this guy stand outside his car, and all of a sudden he got in and took off.
You mean he got all that speed up just from the end of the street? Tell me, friend, what did he look like?
He's tiny. Tiny like your pinky finger. Had elevating shoes on. Plus the fact he needed a shave. Say, you don't think it was purposeful, do you? Not an accident, I mean.
I don't know. But either way, I'm much obliged to you, friend. Bye-bye. I made a mental note about the small man with big heels and a beard and let it go at that. And I took one last look at the prison. It made me want to drive the 300 miles to San Pedro fast. It was some hazy place between late twilight and early evening fog when I located Jomo in his Water's Edge dry dock and repair shop and told him who I was.
I was fond of that Sonero lad, Marlowe. I'm glad I can help him some way. That boat here is his, you know, the Love Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Putting her back in the water tonight. Love Lady. That might be what he needed to keep him out of trouble at that.
It's hard to say, Jomo. But look, I don't have much time. Do you know where I can get next to this Jesse Tapp?
I followed him just this morning from a bar on 3rd Street. He's hiding out in a warehouse on Lookout Hill Road. It's shut down now. It won't open up again until...
Hold it, Jomo. That noise, it came from out here.
There's someone there, Mr. Marlowe?
No, not anymore, there isn't.
And there probably wasn't. I got me a clumsy little cat, Marlowe, always falling over.
Jomo, you said Lookout Hill Road, right?
Aye. Yeah, this is only a block long, the highest point in town. You just head straight up King Street to the top. You can't miss the warehouse.
Thanks. Jomo. You have no idea what this is all about, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say that, Marlowe. But you see, I don't let myself think of some things too much. I keep my mind on boats more than people. Easier to understand. Easier to repair, too. Good luck, Marlowe.
I was less than 10 minutes finding the deserted warehouse which ran true to form. Rust and every other window broken. But when I was out of my car and moving around toward a side entrance, I saw something else.
It was a girl, tall and blonde, standing in the deep shadow of a Fit Shampoo billboard. When I started for her, she threw one scared look my way, then scrambled into her pocket for a key. I made it just as she got it out and into the door lock.
Let's not be hasty, honey.
Get your dirty mitts off.
When you stop kicking, I will. Not before, sweetheart.
Not before, Gloria.
How do you know the name Bright Eye?
That cute little scar on the bridge of your nose. You should have ducked, kid. Not that it doesn't add character.
I'll go soak your head. I don't know you.
You should. Jesse does.
Who are you anyway?
Name's Marlowe. Here to see your boyfriend Tap per schedule. It's a business appointment, Gloria.
Business? Oh, yeah, sure. Fence, huh?
Yeah, fence, huh? Now, do we go up or throw pebbles at the window until Jesse comes out? Which?
We go up, now that I know who you are. You know, Jesse didn't mention you're coming.
That's what I like about working with Jesse. Which way?
Up these stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of nice setup we got here, huh?
Yeah. Sweet of the owners to let you have a key.
Well, it wasn't exactly that way. Jesse had...
Changed the lock, yeah, I know. Is that the door? One mark president?
Uh-huh. Mr. Tap's very own. Imagine Jesse as an executive.
Funny, huh?
Hey, Mr. Head of the firm, you got callers. Jesse! That jerk's probably asleep. The way I figured, asleep in a swivel chair. Hey, Mr. President, you got company. Hey, Jesse, come on, wake up. The guy here who wants... Jesse. What is it, Marlowe? What's wrong with him?
So much to fix, honey. Head of the firm, Jesse's been shot to death. No business as usual today.
Dead. How do you like that?
Not much. Maybe it's you I do business with, huh?
What are you talking about?
Now, look, I never like to get into money matters with dames, but now I'm stuck. So let's get to work, you and me. Where are they, Gloria?
Where or what?
Come on, you crowy little jerk. The stones, the grotto stones. I want to see them.
I don't know where they are. He would never tell me.
Now, don't lie. You were his girl.
Listen, mister. Ever since I met that guy, I've been living on double talk and slaps in the mouth. I spent my nights dodging my own shadow. I'm glad it's over.
Well, why'd you stick?
Because of them stones. I knew I had them hid someplace. Figured maybe they'd get us away from here after all. He kept saying he had to wait till the time was right. That's all he'd ever say. Even to me, his girl.
You know, with that talent, you ought to be in pictures, kid.
Yeah? Believe me, mister, I learned the hard way not to try to pin Jesse Tap down. You do whatever you want. I'm getting out of here. Before the action.
Just a minute.
What?
Somebody did this, baby.
I can name 20 who'd been tickled pink.
Yeah, but I took a lot of chances setting up this deal to move on the grotto jewels. I wouldn't want to be edged out now by cheap competition like a squirt and build up heels.
What's that?
Nothing, a swing in the dark. Excuse me.
Sure. Now you excuse me. He's strictly your problem, sucker.
I stood and watched her as she walked away. I didn't know just what my next move should be, but then it hit me. Whoever had killed Jesse Tap would go for her next. So when she hailed a cab at the foot of the hill, I ran to my car and I started after her. But by the time I got turned around, a switch engine playing shuffleboard with a string of boxcars cut in between us. When that was over, Gloria was gone. I spent the next hour and a half raking the neon-lighted muck along the docks looking for her with no success. Until finally, in a rancid backwash called the Reef, I got a break, but from another direction. The same unshaven little man with high heels who tried earlier to run me down was at the bar, blinking back the sting of a straight shot. I watched while he picked up a handful of small change from the bartender, and when he pranced toward a phone in the hallway at the rear, I followed him. It was too good to be a coincidence.
Yeah.
He had
That's
to
right,
tie in.
operator. San Diego. Yeah, Christine Fuller, right. How much? Okay. Hello? Hello, Christine? Hiya, baby. This is Fritz. Hey, listen, honey, I got it all set up. Yeah, I'm going right now, right away, yeah. It's dark now and everything's ready. I said everything, didn't I? I'll have them in an hour and be out of here. Well, just be a good girl till I get there, understand? Yeah, I'll see you before morning. Oh, your little Fritz wouldn't let you down, you know that. Goodbye, baby.
Hello, little Fritz.
Hey, you
Come back here.
Hey, what is this? Who are you?
Guy you tried to run over this afternoon?
Hey, now listen, Slim, there must be some mistake.
There isn't. You just made it when you knocked off Jesse Tapp. And now that I got you, little Fritz, I'm going to shake you up and down until a lot of answers or a lot of teeth start dropping out of you.
No.
Make up your mind. What's it going to be? Come on.
No, leave me alone. Stop.
What's going on here?
Run along, Buster. It's private.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Great big lug like you picking on a little guy like him, you'll be ashamed.
Hey, don't you believe in the brotherhood of man?
Yeah, but this weasel don't qualify.
He
Now
told
blow.
me, fellas, he was going to rob me.
Oh, he was he? Put him down, you.
Come on. Turn loose something, big bully. Why don't
Okay,
you...
you jerk. Come on, get him. Get him, Joe. Come on, fool. Joe.
Hit him over the head.
Beat him up, fight.
Him again, Joe.
Come on, get up.
Oh, nuts. He's all cold. Let's throw him out in the alley. Come on. Good idea.
Hey, where'd the little guy go?
Hey, he baited. Oh, you'd think he'd stick around long enough to buy us a drink, wouldn't you?
Judging from the way my face felt, the two longshoremen must have, had barnacles on their fists. In the 5 minutes it took me to climb back on my feet, I thought some very unpleasant things about the brotherhood of man, both fore and aft. But I dropped them when I remembered the time was running out fast for my client, and I still hadn't got beyond the loose ends I'd started with. Tapp's girlfriend, Gloria, and little Fritz. It was a hunch that took me up the hill of the old retired warehouse again. I parked a block away and started toward it on foot when the glow from a lonely cigarette said that it wasn't quite as deserted as it should have been. The cigarette belonged to a woman who was someplace under a lot of makeup.
Oh. Interesting evening.
You asking me or telling me?
Well, either it is, it has been, or it could be. Take your pick. You look like a bright boy. Hey, you look like you fell into a meat grinder.
No, just a philosophical discussion.
Oh? Nice view from here.
Not too bad.
Girl like me needs a view once in a while. Keeps the past from crowding the future. Can see the whole waterfront from here without smelling it.
Yeah. That's great, huh? Now, look, you haven't seen anybody hanging around here in the last few minutes, have you?
You kidding? Nobody hangs around this old dump. First time I've been up here in a month. Nobody's hung around here since old Tom died. He used to be the night watchman. And there was a lot of laughs, poor old Tom. He had that upstairs room, that one up there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the time I've been... Hey, that's queer. That's real queer. Look.
What?
Hey.
Oh, a telescope. On it on the windowsill.
Yeah, old Tom never had a thing like that up there. Who do you suppose put it there?
I know who, honey. My question is why? A telescope.
Well, it seems to be pointed down there toward the small boat anchorage.
Yeah. Where a certain boat was in for paint and repairs. Tap could watch every step from here when the job was done. Holy smoke, it could be. Thanks, baby. You've been a big help.
Sure. All things to all men. Have fun, Sonny.
My client's boat was a long shot, but it was the only bet I had. And it stayed a long shot all the way down to Jomo's dock. There the odds began to drop fast to even money when I heard the motor running and found the door to Jomo's boathouse half open. It became odds on when I eased inside and stumbled over Jomo himself, stretched out unconscious on greasy planks like a beached bull whale. I stepped over him, got my .38 in hand, and edged out along the catwalk to the open dock where the boat scraped restlessly against the fenders. There were no lights except for a tiny spot no bigger than the hole in a candy lifesaver that probed frantically along the seams inside the cabin. It was little Fritz with a shielded flashlight, intent on finding something fast. I stepped into the boat, deliberately kicked over an oil can and crouched. The light went out.
Who's there? Somebody out there? Well, speak up.
Throw your gun over the side and stand real still. Do it now, little man, or I'll blow you in two.
Oh, no, wait.
Yeah. Who are you?
It's me, Fritzy Marlowe. So Tap hid the stones right here on Bill Cinero's boat, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They're still here. Fortune. Hey, look, fella, if we played smart, this
Shut
money
up.
for both.
I want a few things straight first. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tap hid the jewels aboard here after the robbery without Cinero's knowledge. But after Cinero was caught, he gave the boat to Jomo, who kept it locked up inside there. Which meant that Tap had to wait until Jomo had finished his repairs before he could get back the stones again, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They were too hard to handle anyway. They had to be hid someplace. They were safe here, so why stir up another fuss? What else you want to know?
Are you going to explain to your little sugar in San Diego that Christine Fuller you cooed to tonight when you don't show up for a few years?
Marlowe, we can do business.
And another thing. How'd you get into this act in the first place?
I got ways, like a couple of friends on the inside.
Oh, that figures. One of them must be on the inside of the state pen. That's how come you hooked onto me so fast with that car. Who is it?
A guard named Kennedy. He's a pig, a cut-rate chump.
The other friend?
He's behind you with a gun.
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's my baby. I'll take your gun now, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh! Stop it. Put it away, Fritz. Did you find the stones?
Not yet, but it won't be long now, sugar.
Marlowe, get in that cabin and run this boat. We're going out. Go on, move.
Oh, no, wait a minute, baby. We don't know anything about boats.
We're not taking any more chances here. Untie that rope at the back, Fritz.
That's called cast off the stern line.
Shut up! Get inside, Marlowe. Go on.
Sure. Well, Skipper, where to?
Just head for that open part out there.
Hey, it's going to be rough. Well, that won't matter to us, baby. We've been through plenty together, huh?
Yeah, like putting Jesse Tapp out of the way for a starter?
Sure, what he asked for it. He was a pushover for Gloria here.
Why, you...
So it was little Gloria who killed him, eh?
All right, so it was me. Fritz called me up and warned me you were coming here to Pedro, and I overheard you when you talked to Jomo. I knew you'd get to Jesse and make him spill, so I killed him. It was going to have to be done sooner or later anyway.
The old double cross.
Yeah, the old double cross.
So what? That's the game the smart ones always play with the suckers. Always win.
Not always, Fritz.
Oh, often enough to make a... What? Hey, Gloria. Gloria, what? No, don't, Gloria, no!
Keep your hands on that wheel, Marlowe. I heard Marlowe's crack about that Christine Fuller, Fritz. You louse. Straight ahead, Marlowe.
Now what, baby? Still got me to worry about.
That's too bad. You're a nice guy. Where are we?
Well, the channel's way over there, where that buoy is. And that means that a big rock pile called the breakwater is right off our starboard bow. If I don't turn, we'll hit it, and I'm not turning.
Feeling better now, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, thanks, Lieutenant. That water was awful cold.
You said it. Have another cup of Coast Guard mud. Do you good.
Oh, thanks. Look, I was wondering if...
If we located the girl you told us about?
Yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't as lucky as you were. However, your boat hung up on the rocks. The boys found all that jewelry in the cabin in this leather baggie. Well, we'll be in a couple of minutes.
Good. I'll just have time to call a young guy and tell him he can close out his books. They balance now. He's paid up in full. When I got through to Warden Riker, told him all that had happened, and gave him the message for Billy Cinero, he thanked me and said the kid was facing 11 o'clock like someone who had the weight of the world lifted off his back. A back that should have been part of a football team. A back that should be tanned from the sun at the beach. A back whose arms should be around a lovely girl. A back knelt in prayer for a better world. A back... strapped to the electric chair.
The
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Wally Mayer, Bill Johnstone, David Ellis, Tom Holland, Larry Dobkin, Doris Singleton, Lou Krugman, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I found a corpse in a flower shop. A gypsy who read her own fortune in dollar signs in a death struggle 20 feet from a crowded merry-go-round. All because a man forgot one white carnation.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The White Carnation.
Understand it. Ben Reynolds is a wonderful guy with a really great future, intelligent, handsome. Well, you've seen his picture.
Yeah. You said he's a doctor, didn't you, Casey, an MD?
That's right. He's already known as one of the best young medical men in town. Turn left at the next corner, Marlowe.
Okay. You also said he's to be married
soon, tomorrow.
Oh.
And to the swellest girl in the world, Margaret Vanderveer.
Vanderveer, as in Beverly Hills, huh?
Yes, you know them?
Oh, just the name.
Marlowe, we've got to locate Ben Reynolds fast and find out what's wrong.
Are you sure it's not just a last-minute case of cold feet?
Cold feet?
Yeah.
Oh, Marlowe, he's in love with the girl. I'm his best man, I know. Besides, this marriage means a lot to the guy's career. He wouldn't run out.
It happens, Casey.
Oh, not to Ben. Why, he was fine, happy, full of laughs, right up to the minute we went into that flower shop.
Flower shop?
Yeah, some small place called Steiner's Flowers on Temple Street. Ben and I were driving along there this afternoon when I remember the one thing I'd overlooked was a white carnation for the groom. We stopped and went in.
And came the switch?
I'll say so. While I talked to the florist, Ben browsed around the shop. Then all at once, he grabbed me by the arm and said, "Let's get out of here." He was white as a sheet. We left in a hurry, and all the way up here to his place, he kept looking back like he was afraid of being followed.
What'd he say about it?
Oh, he wouldn't tell me a thing. When we got to his apartment, he gave me a real brush-off. I went on home. Then at 7 tonight, I got a call from him.
Give me that call word for word if you can, Casey.
Well, he said, "Tom, listen to me. There's a man named Gregory Toledo. I thought he was dead, but he's come back to life. I can't go on until he's dead again, this time for sure. Please don't interfere or say anything. You'll hear from me." Then he hung up.
Gregory Toledo, huh? Was Ben at home then?
No. I tried to call him back, got no answer. I thought it over for a while, then called you. You see, I'm not only his best man, I'm his best friend, too. That's his place there.
Okay, kid. I think you've done right so far, but brace yourself.
For what?
For something ugly. It says all the earmarks. You might wind up needing lilies, not white carnations. Let's go. The apartment was ground floor, rear, and dark. Inside, from walnut paneling to the sweet, nutty smell of good pipe tobacco. Dr. Ben Reynolds' place was neat, clean, and cozy until we got to the kitchen. There, the air was thick with a strong disinfectant. The doctor's kit was open on the sink. Beside it was a heap of blood-soaked gauze topped by a pair of forceps. And still clamped in the chromium jaws was what looked like a .38 slug.
He must have performed this just before he left.
Yeah, possibly on himself. This bottle of 100-proof bourbon here is the anesthetic he used.
Hey, Marlowe.
The
cigarette case here. I've never seen that here before. Marlowe, look.
What?
The name on this thing.
Toledo.
Yeah, as in Gregory Toledo. He was here, Marlowe.
Yeah, but now 2 plus 2 doesn't quite make 4. Look, you say Ben told you on the phone that he couldn't go on until Gregory Toledo was dead. And yet apparently...
Apparently, Ben pulled a bullet out of that Toledo guy right here in this kitchen. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's check the other rooms again, huh? See if we can get a lead on where he went.
Right. I'll look in the bedroom.
All right. I'll start on the desk. See if his clothes are still there, will you?
There
Everything seems okay in here.
Good. Oh. Say, Casey, did Ben like Armenian or Hungarian food a lot?
No. Not that I know of. Why?
Well, because his phone book is open to restaurants, and every one of that kind is checked off. Even the gypsy tea rooms.
Well, that's funny. You never went to those places. What's it mean?
Nothing, maybe. Let's see, got through them as far as Sarkessian's Gypsy Cellar, 3rd Street. Ring any bell?
Not a one. What are we going to do, Marlowe?
You're going to go home and get some rest.
Well, we've got to find him.
That's what you hired me for, isn't it? I'll call you when I've got something.
Where are you going now?
Steiner's flower shop. See what else he stocks beside white carnations. I'll call you, Casey. I unsnapped the front door lock, went out to my car, and drove down Temple Street almost to Alvarado. I still had a block to go when I saw the red spotlights on a pair of prowl cars parked up ahead. It was too close to be coincidence. The little store marked Steiner's Flowers was crawling with law. I pushed through the whispering circle of morbidly curious, keeping a respectful distance outside, and went up to the door. There, Detective Lieutenant Matthews spotted me and motioned me in.
Hey, Marlowe. What brings you here?
Business. Stop for a bachelor button.
Uh-huh. Well, you're a bit late. The joint's closed. Proprietor's been murdered or so, I think.
You think? Can't you tell?
All right, let's put it this way. He's dead under suspicious circumstances.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
You know there's not a mark on him? Nothing. Here, take a look. The back room.
All right.
There you are. That's him. One Harlan Steiner. There was a gun beside him on the floor, been fired once, very recently.
What caliber, Matthews?
Oh, 38. And no bullet holes in here, so he might have scored. Hey, why?
Just curious.
Uh-huh.
Now, wait a minute. What's this?
Motive, maybe. List of currency denominations and amounts sent over from his bank and dated today. Adds up to $40,000.
Hey. That guy had $40,000 cash delivered here?
That's right.
I didn't realize a small flower business could be that good even on a big day.
Oh, at your age, it can't. And there's no sign of that cash around now.
Well, maybe he was robbed. Huh?
Mm-hmm. By a handsome, well-dressed guy was seen running out of here earlier tonight, Phil. Steiner probably died of heart failure from the excitement, so that's that. But why did he have so much dough brought in here in the first place? And how did this get here in the back room?
What?
This.
Oh, cigarette with lipstick.
Yeah.
Well, Matthews, even florists are human, you know.
So are cops.
I've heard.
Yeah. Now give me a straight answer, Phil, huh? Of all the places in town, how come you show up here, this dumpy, out-of-the-way flower shop?
I was driving by on my way home, saw your car, so I stopped. Easy as that.
Could have done that well all by myself. Mooney. Yeah? You can have it now. Tell him at the morgue I want a fast job. We've seen all we can here. Okay.
All except that at the front door, Matthews.
What?
Get a load of it. Maybe she's your lipstick.
Steiner here now?
Are you a friend of Steiner's, miss?
Not exactly, sir. Sometimes flowers come in.
I see. Were you in here earlier today?
No, I haven't been here for several days. What's wrong?
Mm-hmm. You'll find out soon enough, miss. Better move along now. Go on.
Yeah, you okay?
No, she's too dark. Your lipstick's awful blonde.
Yes, I know.
Well, I guess I'll shove off, too. Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Sure, boy. Hey, Phil.
What?
Look, if you should happen to stumble over 40 grand on your way home, get in touch, will you?
Don't I always? Good night, Matthews. I drove down Alvarado to 3rd Street and turned right. In a few minutes, I was parked in front of a gaudy doorway at the foot of a half a dozen steps dimly lit by a rusty hanging lantern under a sign. It said Sarkessian's Gypsy Cellar. Armenian dishes are specialty, Alex Sarkessian, proprietor. Inside, the place was a stone floor, imitation oak booths, all empty. The 5 feet high that hustled toward me out of a dark corner was Sarkessian himself. The welcome smile dribbled off his face like spilled beer when I said all I wanted was some information.
Why you come here for it, huh? What kind of information do you want?
On some people, Mr. Sarkessian. Do you know a man named Gregory Toledo?
No.
Oh, well, how about Reynolds, Ben Reynolds?
No.
Okay. Try, never mind, that girl on the billboard there. Who's she?
Madame Vadena, just like it says, she's on the billboard.
What's her real name?
Ruby Vadena. She works here. Works. If somebody wants to call looking at tea leaves in a cup, work. But the customer expects it. The customer is always right. So Ruby Vadena works here, but not tonight.
All right, where can I find her?
What?
Because I saw her a few minutes ago in a certain flower shop.
Oh, that's a very good reason. Now, look, mister, I run a restaurant, not a lonely heart.
You look, Sarkessian, your little gypsy's in a murder right up to her big brass earrings. I gotta talk to her right now.
A murder? I knew it's that fake. Oh, that no good. She ruins my business. What kind of appetite can murder give anybody, I ask you?
I ask you for the last time, where does Ruby live?
In Villa Garibaldi on the end of Reposa Street.
Thanks.
When you find her, tell Sarkisian says she's fired. She don't come in my place again, you hear? She's washed out.
Reposa Street turned out to be a narrow, block-long tunnel under dark, matted cypress trees, at the end of which Villa Garibaldi squatted like an ancient yellow toad, 2 stories high. I'd gone far enough with my headlights to pick up the clutter on the stairs when Ruby herself stepped out from the trees and headed for the front door. She had enough head start that she was upstairs and at the door before I caught her.
Leave me alone. I haven't done anything, copper. Leave me...
I'm no cop, Ruby.
Oh, no. Lisa and I saw you at the flower shop. You're not kidding anybody.
Is this your door here?
Maybe, but you can't get in there without a warrant, copper. So keep it out here and keep it short. What do you want?
Who is Gregory Toledo?
I don't know.
All right, let's try an easier one. What was that florist Holland Steiner to you?
If you're not a cop, what do you care?
I'm a private detective, honey, and I care plenty. You know what happened to him, don't you?
I think he's dead, if that's what you mean. He was just a friend, that's all.
Oh, no. You're not the type for just friends, Doc. Hey, wait a minute, sugar. Somebody's in your room.
Oh, no. The money.
Open the door. Hurry up, will you? Well, come on. Get out of my way. Reynolds! Ben, stop!
Stay back, you!
For an instant, I'd seen Ben Reynolds, his face twisted in fear, a package wrapped in green oil paper clenched in one hand. Then he grabbed up the only lamp and smashed it at me. In the dark, I heard him run through the kitchen and out the back door. By the time I got outside, he was gone. I started for my car to follow him, but stopped again at the sudden sight of a gun barrel shoved out from the shadows between 2 trees and pointed straight at me.
Don't move, fella. Not 1 inch or I'll kill you.
You sound like you mean it.
I do. You're not going any farther, fella. Don't try. And whoever you are, forget about the green package. You'll live longer.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Just tell me one thing, baby. Are you and the doctor a team?
That all depends. Now go on. Back the way you came. I've got an appointment with the doc, and I wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Start walking.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, with the outbreak of conflict in the Far East, Care's stockpile in South Korea has fallen into the hands of the invaders. But orders are being accepted so that the moment the conflict ceases, Care will be able to move in with badly needed food and clothing for the distressed men and women of Korea. By cooperating with Care today, you can help bring hope to Korea tomorrow. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The White Carnation.
When the lady in the dark left for her appointment with the doctor, I knew that my next move should be a tight huddle with the good gray heads at homicide. But I also knew that first there was the matter of Ruby Vadena. I could tell by the way she was coming for me. The kind of enthusiasm you see only at feeding time at the zoo.
Where is it? The money. Where did it go?
How do I know? You're the fortune teller. Now, what'll it be? Cards, teacup, crystal ball? Or should we just try some plain old-fashioned conversation, Ruby, huh?
Now, about what?
Well, for one thing, $40,000 that won't sit still. For another, your connection with Steiner's murder. The law's just itching to hear about that one.
Not the police. I don't want to tangle with them again. I mean...
Oh. Could be embarrassing talking over the good old days, Ruby. Is that it?
What do you mean?
You and Steiner and the 40,000. What's the story?
Steiner and I were supposed to go away together to be married. He loved me.
You loved the 40 grand. Go on.
The money came from the sale of his flower shop. He brought it over here tonight, said he'd be back. When he didn't show up, I went to find him. That's all I know.
Not enough, Ruby. That shop wouldn't bring $40,000 like you could pass for a school mom. Where'd he get the money?
I haven't the slightest idea. But I do have a suggestion.
Oh?
If you can get your hands on the money, which is really mine now, I'll split it with you. And
we could even take a long, long trip, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No dice, baby. I wouldn't sleep nights worrying about my traveler's checks. So long, clairvoyant.
When I left the Piano Shoal Beauty with the $sign heart, I stopped at a mobile gas station, and while they filled my tank, I made a call back to the flower shop. Learned that Detective Lieutenant Matthews had gone down to the morgue. But 20 minutes later, when I was there, I was still a step behind, because Matthews had since gone on to headquarters. However, I was also a step ahead. They had just learned why Steiner had died. Connor, the attendant, was pleased as punch to tell me all about it.
Hey, see, Marlowe? Right here, the back of the neck. Got slap of the hypodermic needle. Holds no bigger than a mosquito bite. Real hard to find.
Mm-hmm. And it was an injection that killed him, Connor, huh? Some kind of poison?
We'll have it tagged in a couple of hours. Want me to let you know what it is?
No, never mind. I'll be in touch with Lieutenant Matthews anyway. By the way, Connor, mind if I use your phone?
Why should I? They don't send me the bill. It's over on the wall there.
Thanks.
But, Marlowe, no long distance, huh?
Oh, no. Downtown, Connor. Not another inch.
That case, help yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Marlowe, one night some news hawk got on the tube here and talked to his girl in Long Beach for 40 minutes. It was 2 weeks later we found out it was Long Beach, Long Island, not Long Beach, California.
Thomas, I'm Lieutenant Matthews.
Marlowe Matthews, I'm down at the morgue.
Oh, what is it, Marlowe? Steiner, or are you still just a wayfaring stranger?
No, it's Steiner. Look, Matthews, I found out a couple of things that might help.
I figured you would. Who is it, Marlowe?
Well, so far it could be a Dr. Reynolds, but there's more to it.
There always is. Wait there, Phil. I'll be over.
Okay, but one thing first, Matthews. Does the name Gregory Toledo is in Ohio mean anything to you?
Offhand, no. Why? Where does it fit in?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. When I started, Dr. Reynolds was out to kill Toledo again. It seems he's come back to life.
Come back to what? It sounded like you said...
I did, yeah. Well, we'll talk about it when you get here. So long, Matthews.
Hey, pardon me for butting in, Mr. Marlowe, but that's kind of funny. What you said, I mean.
Why?
It was the name you threw at Matthews, Toledo. You see, No, I couldn't count. Well,
wait a minute, Connor. Huh? What's funny about the name Toledo? Come on, it can count plenty.
Oh, it's just a coincidence, that's all.
That can be enough. Let's have it.
Okay, Marlowe. About 6 or 7 years ago, we had a dead one in here named Toledo.
Yeah?
The front part I don't recall, but it wasn't that Gregory. Anyhow, the cops shot him full of holes for resisting arrest.
What's the kind of funny part?
Oh, not much, Marlowe. Only you just tied somebody named Toledo to this Steiner here who was killed with a hypo. And the Toledo bird I'm talking about was a dope peddler. Dope peddlers, Marlowe, are sometimes real handy with hypo needles. Nothing, huh?
No. Not unless it fits tighter. Hey, look, Connor, you keep files here, don't you?
Yeah.
You could get me an address on the Toledo you're talking about. A first name, next of kin, so on, couldn't you?
Sure I could. What's more, I'd be glad to, Marlowe. Why, if this meant something, it'd be...
Yeah, well, let's get to the files, huh, Connor?
Yeah, sure, this way. Morgue attendant cracks keys. Gosh, I'll be... right over here. Here we are. Bias, Toledo. Yeah, Toledo. Here it is, Marlowe.
Let me see that. Toledo, John Edward, August 18th, 1943. Shot to death by police officers Celestes and Hogenberg. Resisting arrest. Address, 31 Juniper Place, Ocean City, California. Next of kin. Holy smoke. Gregory Toledo, a son. Connie, you're a genius.
Oh.
Now, do one more thing for me, will you, please?
Yeah, sure.
When Lieutenant Matthews gets here, tell him I'm sorry to stand him up, but that if I'm real lucky, he won't be mad at all.
Yeah, but, Marlowe, this address at Ocean City, 7 years old.
I know, Connor. That's why I said real lucky. I'll see you. The gentleman who answered the door at 31 Juniper Place was about 60. Wore a spotted torn bathrobe that read like a menu and needed a shave, a haircut, and peeping through his torn slippers, I saw a Blue Jay corn plaster. However, his spirit was bright. Seems he liked having visitors.
Yes, sir.
You're the manager?
Oh, I am indeed. Have been for 18 years. Albert A. Keyline. You looking for a room, sir?
No, just some information, Mr. Keyline. My name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, and
A private detective? Well, come right in, sir. My goodness, don't often get to chat with a man in your profession.
No,
I welcome the opportunity.
Uh-huh.
I usually keep the living room closed except on Sunday, but tonight I think we can forget that regulation.
Yeah, well, look,
The Morris chair there is the best one. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Mr. Keyline, did you know John Toledo?
Toledo? I most certainly did. He stayed here for 5 years, I'm unhappy to inform you. He was killed on my front lawn there in 1943. It was good riddance to... Oh, I see why you're here, Mr. Marlowe, but frankly, I expected the police, not a private detective.
Well, why should you expect the police?
Because not 2 hours ago, Emma Mallory, my neighbor, saw Greta Toledo over at the amusement pier.
Greta Toledo? You mean Gregory Toledo, don't you?
I don't think so. I would have said Gregory if I meant Gregory.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a minute.
Besides, that boy'd know better than to come back to Ocean City. It's done him enough harm. I said Greta Toledo, John Toledo's daughter, Gregory's twin.
Twin? Wait a minute, Mr. Keyline, this is important. Greta and Gregory Toledo are twins and the children of John Toledo?
That's right, sir. All three lived here for 5 years, like I said, and a more different brother and sister you never heard of.
Well, different like what?
Like heaven above
Careful.
and that other place below, that's what. The boy was 5. The girl a terror. At 13, she was tormenting Alicass, and at 18, when she left here, she was a brazen hussy. Both went their separate ways from here a week after John was buried.
You haven't seen him since?
No, except one night about a month later when the boy, Gregory, came here to visit me and asked for all the pictures I had of him and his father and sister. I used to be an amateur photographer, you know. I got a medal one time at a...
Pictures, Mr. Keyline, why did he want them?
Sentiment, I guess. He was kind of soft-hearted. I gave him the whole batch except one of Greta, and I only saved it because the lighting was so good. I've got it right here. I took it a couple of weeks before they got John. Look, see how the sunlight behind her head gives a soft feeling to the whole picture?
Yeah, it's practically a halo.
Yes, sir. Very professional. I'll just take that now, Mr. Marlowe. I might try and improve it someday.
Yeah, the best of luck. Keyline, don't move your finger.
My finger? Well, why not? Mr. Marlowe, are you sure you feel all right?
Frankly, no. But I hope to get better as I go along. Listen, Keyline, that neighbor of yours, that Emma, who said she saw Greta Toledo at the amusement pier, was it the big one off the foot of Surf Street?
Oh, it sure was. Emma saw her go behind one of the concessions and take a flight of stairs down to the beach.
Which flight of stairs? There's a half a dozen of them, Keyline. Think, will you?
You don't have to. I know, because Emma said it was the flight by the cotton candy concession. You know, that fuzzy stuff. And he's near the merry-go-round. I'm sure of that because Emma mentioned the merry-go-round. She never leaves out any details, you know. Emma's a thorough...
The steps that led down from the cotton candy concession took me to a fairyland graveyard under the amusement pier. Dead carousel animals, horses, sea serpents, dragons that smiled. All broken and bent and piled any side up. Some rusted brown, some of the bilious green discolor of old brass. Then a lot of steel and stone dwarfs who must have belonged to some long ago winter wonderland. Also broken and rusted. But beyond that, the people were real, both of them. One was Greta Toledo. She was the same lady in the dark who had stopped me outside of the gypsy's place. The other was the man I'd started out to find. The man who was out to re-kill Gregory Toledo. Dr. Ben Reynolds.
Wait a minute, Gregory. There's one thing we still have to talk about. Or should I call you Dr. Reynolds?
All right, get to the point, Greta.
I am. That's why I asked you to meet me here. It's a safe place to talk.
What did it talk about? You were shot and I gave you medical attention. You demanded that I get $40,000 that was yours, and I did?
You did, hero. But only to keep me from letting everyone know that the fine Doc Reynolds is really Gregory Toledo, the son of a dope peddler.
All right, sister mine. What do you want?
Just this. You're really on my hook, brother. I got a big news flash for you. I wasn't shot in self-defense tonight. It was while I was committing a murder in a flower shop, some filth named Harlan Steiner.
What?
Yeah, a murder. With a hypodermic needle. I murdered a man who was double-crossing me. Tried to take this $40,000 here. We got it from the sale of opium. He was trying to take this money and run with it in a gypsy lady love.
Listen. How tight do you think you can squeeze me? There's an end to everything, even blackmail. Don't you see that? I'd be much worse off as a murder accomplice than exposed as a doctor with a very unsavory family background. Also, Greta, I've got a few moral compunctions. A doctor's supposed to save lives, not destroy them.
Then see what you can do about yours, doctor.
Don't try it, Greta.
Oh.
Lousy aim, sister.
She's dead.
Yeah. And so is Gregory Toledo, finally. We better get to the police, Dr. Reynolds.
Well, Marlowe, you stepped out of turn all right, but you happened to step in the right direction. How? I still don't know.
Yes, that picture Keyline showed you out in Ocean City, Mr. Marlowe. It was Greta, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Oh, this coffee's hot. Didn't mean a thing, though, Tom. I'd only seen Greta in the dark at the Gypsies.
Yeah, then how did it help? More coffee here, please.
Huh?
Coffee.
Oh, sure.
Well, it helped, actually, when Keyline added his finger. That covered the girl's hair. And when I could only see the face...
It looked like a man, and you saw not Greta, but her twin brother, Gregory.
Wait a minute. Who you knew as Dr. Reynolds from a picture you'd seen earlier? Good work, Marlowe.
No. Good luck, Matthews. There was Connor in the morgue, a Gabby woman named Emma Mallory, Keyline's hobby as a photographer, and, lots of little things.
Pardon me, Lieutenant. I don't quite know how to say this, but what about the publicity, the newspapers, and what it'll do to, Dr. Reynolds being Gregory Toledo?
Dr. Reynolds being who? Hey, miss, I'd like that coffee tonight.
You know, I always did like you, Matthews. Good night, fellas. When I got outside, it was pushing 4 o'clock in the morning. And I was tired of a long night that had been crowded with a lot of death and a lot of people. But I was also looking forward to a lot of life. Good life. For Dr. Ben Reynolds and his bride. So, thinking about them, I drove slowly through the quiet city streets until the black melting into gray in the corners of the sky said it was almost tomorrow. And then I went home, found a telegram. It was from the groom.
Tom Casey and the bride-to-be joined me in saying that there's no doubt as to who the best man really is. Please do us the honor tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp.
Oh, that's nice. Now, all I need is one white carnation and, I wonder where that gypsy girl is.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Virginia Gregg, Fritz Feld, Georgia Ellis, Tom Tully, Parley Bear, and John Daner. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a Skid Row suicide changed into murder. A cobbler with an accent was afraid to call the police. And a hard-boiled Hollywood agent broke into tears. All because one woman kept her whole life between the covers of a big leather book.
There's a very charming, very amusing young couple to be found at CBS, the Star's address every Saturday evening. They're Liz and George Cooper, and Liz is played by the glamorous Hollywood comedian Lucille Ball. It's wonderfly hilarious. It's comedy at its best. My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball, every Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations.
THESTARESSADDRESSISCBS. The Star's address is CBS.
This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you dance to the music of Vaughn Monroe, Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's story, The Big Book.
Well, Marlowe, that winds it up. Boys got him in the wagon without any trouble, thanks to you. Oh, you don't have your car here, do you, Phil?
No, Lieutenant, and I haven't had lunch either. Maybe the police department feels obligated on both counts, huh?
Maybe. Get in, Phil. Mooney, some good restaurant before headquarters, huh?
Sure, Lieutenant. How are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Hungry, Mooney.
Okay, Mr. Marlowe. I know a good spaghetti place will eat.
Unit 18A, a dead body at number 11 West Main Street. Reported as suicide. Investigate.
Your call, Matthew?
Unit 18A,
No, that's a specific
a
unit.
dead body at number 11 West Main Street.
I'm at 11 West
Reported
Main.
as suicide.
It's only around the corner, isn't it, Mooney?
Investigate.
That's right, Lieutenant. Might save us a trip back here later, huh?
Yeah. Marlowe, lunch will be a little late. Let's go, Mooney.
At number 11 West Main Street, a Skid Row rooming house, a middle-aged woman who had been in the ground floor rear apartment was now dead of a bullet that had passed directly through her heart. A shabby, cramped room was packed tight with a dozen different stale smells, and a naked light bulb dangled from a cracked plaster ceiling. The dead woman lay in the middle of the floor. She looked about 45, had gray-black hair, and wore a cheap cotton dress under a faded, moth-eaten man's sweater. Up to there, she belonged to the backdrop. But beyond that, someplace in the deeply etched beauty of her face, the studied neatness of her hairdo, there was something vague and disturbing that made the whole picture slightly lopsided, like a cheerful tie on an undertaker. 10 minutes later, when I was out in the hall listening to Mooney run down the routine facts for Lieutenant Matthews, that something was still with me, bothering me, the way a half-remembered dream does when you're shaving the next morning.
Yeah. Lived here 5 years now. Came from the east, and according to the landlord, has no close friends or relatives in the city. Also, the bullet was fired at point-blank range.
Uh-huh. Anything on the gun that was next to her?
Not yet, Lieutenant. There was her fingerprints only. Looks like it's strictly pawn shop stuff. Serial numbers filed off, cheap make, etc.
Yeah. Deputy coroner says she died about 10 or 10:30 this morning.
Yeah. Along about that same time, the landlord says he saw a flashy black car parked in the alley outside, where people never park. Spiffy convertible. Was gone after he heard the shot, he thinks.
Did you get the license number, Mooney?
No, Mr. Marlowe, he got nothing.
Oh.
All we have on it so far is a fresh tire tread in the mud. It's a 750-15, pretty good shape.
Uh-huh. And that is it, huh?
Just about. The landlord thinks that the deceased was an actress way back from little remarks she made. That's about all. I still got one neighbor to check, though.
Okay, Mooney. Let me know.
Right, Lieutenant.
Now, Marlowe looks like it to stand you up on that lunch date. Sorry.
I'm not so hungry anymore. I'll see you around, Matthews. On the way out, I told myself 3 things. One, aside from the fact that we belonged to the same fraternity laughingly called mankind, Jane Temple was nothing to me. 2, a lot of beautiful girls turn out to be beautiful women. And 3, if the black convertible meant anything at all, the police would figure it out by themselves. They came well equipped for the job. Well, by the time I was out on the street and the sharp autumn air had chopped away the stale smells of the dead woman's apartment, I was beginning to forget the name Jane Temple entirely. I might have kept going that way if he hadn't appeared just then.
Hey,
huh?
Mister, over here, quick. Mister, you're not a policeman. You're a reporter for the newspaper, no?
What makes you say that?
Well, I see you go in there with the police, the plainclothes detective man. Nobody salute to you. The ones in uniform, I mean. So maybe you're a reporter, huh?
Maybe. Why?
Well, I can tell you here. Come to my shop in 15 minutes. I don't want people to see us together. Now, come to the shoemaker place across the street and down the stairs. Andrew Nodell.
Yeah, but why, Mr. Nodella? What do you want a reporter for? What's it about?
The fine lady who used to die, Mrs. Jane Temple. Goodbye, mister.
Look, my friend, it cost me $1.50 for the leather alone.
How can I give it to you for...
Now, look, you, I've been...
Okay. Andrew Nodell changed his mind. He won't argue with a customer. Here, $1.25, just like you want him. A cash.
Yeah, it's more like it. I wasn't born just the other day. I can tell value.
Sure. My mistake, Mr. Now, excuse me, please.
Okay.
Gee. Che ladrone, the chisel. Yeah. I only gave in to get rid of him, you see. Now, I'll put the out-to-lunch sign on and lock up the door so we won't be disturbed. The police and nobody.
Okay.
There. Now, Mr...
Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe, we go in the back room. This way, please.
Now, wait a minute. Before we go any place, Nodella, one question. Why are you so worried about the police?
Well, because down in this neighborhood, Mr. Marlowe, every time I do a good thing and I call the police when it's right, I get in some kind of trouble. These people, my customers, they don't like you should be a...
Stool pigeon?
A stool pigeon.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Nodella. Now about Jane Temple.
Wonderful woman, Mr. Marlowe. Come in the back room, huh?
All right.
Mr. Marlowe, fine, a cultured lady. I know. I was not always a shoemaker. In the old country, I was a student. And before that, I was an artist.
I wouldn't doubt it. You and Jane Temple were really good friends, is that it?
See, good friend. That's why I'm in a position to say I don't think she killed herself. She was not the kind of a lady, Mr. Marlowe. She was not moody. She liked to be alone with her memories, but that's all. Look, come here at the table, Mr. Marlowe. Look at this. That was hers.
Scrapbook, huh?
Yeah. She left it with me. The leather on the front was worn. I was repairing it for her. She trusted only me with it. But open it up, Mr. Marlowe. I say no more. You just look for yourself.
It was the usual setup. Between the big covers of a big book, a little life story in tattered yellow clippings and faded photographs. 25 years ago, Jane Temple had been exquisite. The fragile, haunting kind of beauty that never goes out of style. The kind of universal beauty that makes style. The book itself came in 2 parts. The first told in rave reviews and letters from select admirers. It was the rocket-fast rise of Jane Temple, who, as one critic put it, was inspirational beauty and the inspired actress. Both. Yet on that level, the first part ended abruptly in 1928, with no explanation. The second part was another success story, but it ran right up to the present. The career of one Jerome Locke, from obscure London stagehand to top Hollywood theatrical agent. A healthy giant step. But no place did I see anything to connect the two. Nodella must have read my mind.
You wonder, Mr. Marlowe, what one got to do with the other, huh?
Yeah. Do you know?
No. Maybe this can help you find out. It's another clipping that was not pasted in the book.
Where'd it come from?
Inside the back cover. I was only to repair the front, Mr. Marlowe. But as a surprise for Miss Temple, I went ahead to do it all, see. I found this clipping hidden in the lining of the back cover. It tells of a man named John Gordon being sent to jail in London, England in 1928 for embezzlement of a theater's money. There's a picture of him, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, so Hey, this John Gordon...
Jerome Locke, see? Yeah. The big agent man, Mr. Marlowe. There's still one more thing. Last night, I surprised somebody, a thief, in this shop, and when I scared him away, he was looking at this book, but nothing else was touched.
You didn't tell anybody about it?
No. I was going to tell Mr. Temple, but... Well, Mr. Marlowe, everything I say to you, everything I show you here, am I crazy or does it mean only one thing? Jerome Locke killed the wonderful Mr. Temple to keep a secret.
Well, it's possible. But also, Nodella, Miss Temple may not be so wonderful at that. You know, people don't kill to keep secrets. They kill to keep secrets from getting out. That's called blackmail.
No, Mr. Marlowe, not to Mr. Temple. I don't believe that. And I don't believe that you do either.
I don't want to. Well, I'll see what I can find out.
Mr. Marlowe, you tell me before you tell your paper.
Mr. Nodella, I don't have a paper, just curiosity. I'm a private detective, not a reporter, and the initial mistake was yours, not mine. So don't get mad about it.
What? A private detective? Mr. Marlowe, who you working for?
Right now, Mr. Nodella? I'd say the late Jane Temple. Goodbye. Jerome Lockey agency on the Sunset Strip was big, brassy, and busy and sported a blonde receptionist to match. After I gave her my card and we exchanged frosty smiles, she waved me into a seat. I tried it for 15 minutes, and then I began to get itchy. But compared to the dapper gray at the Temple's gentleman sitting next to me, that was a mild reaction. He was one of those heavy-handed character actors you remember by face, never by name.
Jerome Lockey's office? No, he's not in there.
Mr. Jerome Lockey certainly has an exaggerated impression of his own importance.
Been here a while, huh?
Quite a while, sir. Much too long a while. Young lady, please tell Mr. Lockey that Elliot Monroe could wait no longer. I'll see him at his home this evening. I have several studio calls to make this afternoon. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Monroe. Studio calls.
Yes?
Mr. Monroe couldn't wait, Mr. Lockey. He said he'd see you at your home tonight, sir.
My tough luck. Anyone else, Madge?
Only that New York call, sir. I'm still trying to get it. I'll put it right through the moment it comes in. Oh, yes. Mr. Philip Marlowe, a private investigator.
A private investigator? Is it important?
I think so, Mr. Lockey. It's as important as Jane Temple.
Jane? What about Jane Temple?
She's dead, Mr. Lockey. A bullet through her heart.
Madge.
Yes, sir?
Bring Mr. Marlowe right in.
Yes, sir. Right this way, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Well, Marlowe, why are you here? I mean, how did you know I had anything to do with Jane Temple?
I didn't. But since she was an actress once and you're about the biggest agent in Hollywood, I thought I'd start with you.
Start what, Mr. Marlowe?
Start finding out why she committed suicide, Mr. Lockey. Tell me, do you own a black convertible?
Yes. One of those step-down Hudsons.
Tire size. Do you happen to know it?
Yes. 750-15. Why? What's all that got to do with Jane Temple's suicide?
Quite a bit. Might even change it to murder.
Jane Temple murdered? By whom?
Someone who'd profit, Mr. Lockey. Any idea who that could be?
Not the slightest.
Okay. Thanks for your trouble. And, good afternoon.
Wait. Hold it, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
I'd like to talk with you some more. But not here.
You name the spot, Mr. Lockey.
All right. My house tonight, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. I'll be there.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, our armed forces are mighty busy these days. They're conducting the United Nations police action in Korea. They're patrolling the occupied countries. They're standing ready for national defense. And at the same time, they're doing important scientific research. With so many varied duties, the armed forces need more men. Men with brains and ability who can be trained as highly efficient specialists. Men who want to be the leaders of tomorrow. Inquire at your nearest recruiting office about the opportunities open to you in America's armed forces, the world's greatest power for peace. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Big Book.
When I walked out of Jerome Lockey's sleek private office, I was satisfied that in spite of the efficient air conditioner, the atmosphere in there would stay charged, with enough high-voltage implications so that sooner or later he'd have to make another move. Outside it was dark. I drove back downtown and finally located Lieutenant Matthews at a lunch counter, wrapping up the short end of a quick blue plate special. My story didn't affect his appetite a bit.
Have a piece of pie, Marlowe. The cherry is great.
Matthews, I've been trying to tell
And
you
I've
that
been listening, Phil, to all of it. All of it, from that crackpot shoemaker to a leather-bound scrapbook, right on up to a weird-looking Jerome Lockey's kiss. And now what do you want me to do, get an ulcer?
Matthews, maybe Jane Temple didn't kill herself. Maybe she was murdered.
Go on.
Now, look, there was an old clipping and some pictures in that scrapbook that identified our Jerome Lockey as one John Gordon, who did time a few years ago for embezzlement, which, if revealed, would ruin the great Jerome Lockey of today. Now, look, it looks like...
Oh, nuts.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Look, Marlowe, I haven't been to bed for 24 hours. I'm dog-tired. I thought I finally got a break. A clean-cut case of obvious suicide. A nice old doll, disillusioned, broke, did herself in. Too bad, yeah, but just that simple. So what happens? You run into some jerk of a shoemaker with an imagination, and now it's all mixed up with ex-cons, blackmails, and murder.
It's not my fault. I didn't do it, you know.
I'm sorry, Phil.
All right.
A little fed up, I guess. Oh, nothing that a week or so of hearing wind in pine trees wouldn't cure. So you went out to see Lockie, huh?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you leave it?
Hanging in midair. Made a date with him for later tonight at his house.
You think he did it?
Who knows? I saved my Sunday punch, his real name being Gordon, that is. Maybe when I spring that, it'll jar something loose, huh?
Maybe. Oh, by the way, did you meet Mrs. Lockie?
Not yet. Why?
Nothing in particular. Good-looking blonde I saw once in the Beverly Hills station. Some beef about a collision. She impressed me as being a pretty tough fighter in the clinches, that's all. Just a thought.
Yeah, finish your pie, Matthews.
Yeah. You want to follow this through on your own, Phil?
Yeah, if you don't mind. You see, I've gone this far, and, well, there was something about Jane Temple that, I don't know, it showed, even down there in that dump.
Yeah. That's what I mean, Phil. I got to get out under the pine trees for a spell, so keep me posted, huh?
I drove out to Beverly Hills again and found the Jerome Lockie place. It was a close-to-the-ground model that at first glance looked like a cozy little cottage. Second glance, however, showed the other two wings, 15 or 20 ultra-modern rooms that rambled over 2 acres of gently rolling real estate. The door was answered by a close-cropped blonde and tailored black, who already today had the tapered, taut look of tomorrow.
Yes?
I'm Philip Marlowe. Is Mr. Lockie here?
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Marlowe. I'm Vivian, Jerry's wife.
Oh?
Jerry's expecting you. He'll be right out. He asked me to look after you for a few minutes. Do you mind?
On the contrary.
I was in the middle of a whiskey and water. Johnny Walker. Like one?
Thanks. Too bad about Jerry's old friend, Jane Temple, huh?
Yes. Yes, it was a perfectly horrible thing. Jerry's very upset about it, you know. It must be awful to fall so far.
Yeah. The top is awful high. Did you know her?
Only by reputation. What do you suppose happens to a person like that? I mean, you'd think they'd try to climb back out of the squalor.
Yeah, you'd think so. Like, Jerry did.
That's right.
He deserves a lot of credit. Things must have been tough after he got out.
Yes. Yes, they were. Why, when he got out of the production end of show business, he was flat broke. He lost a fortune that way. He's told me about it, how he had to start all over again from the bottom.
So I understand.
Here's your drink, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, thanks, Vivian. Thanks a lot.
You know, Mr. Marlowe, it really is a long, hard struggle to make it up from the bottom, especially a second time. The third time, it might be impossible, don't you think?
Yeah. And when you're up there, the fight's even rougher, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sometimes a person would... Oh, it looks like you have another visitor.
What?
Coming up the walk outside.
Oh, that's Elliot Monroe. He's always popping in here at odd times, usually to borrow something. He may want anything from a clean shirt to a cup of vinegar. We never know.
Well, this time he wants to see your husband. I ran into him at the office this afternoon, heard him say so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'll make my business with Jerry as short and as to the point as possible.
Well, that's very considerate of you, Mr. Marlowe. Excuse me.
I heard Mrs. Vivian Lockie receive the load of ham at the front door, and a second later I heard my name called from the hall behind me. It was Jerome, all smiles, doing his suave and determined best to bury the end of the world look he'd acquired in his office. But it peeked out around his eyes and at the twitching corner of his mouth. As he led me into the library and pointed me into a deep leather chair, I decided to let him lead off. I also decided to bait a trap and set it out.
Now, how about a drink, Marlowe?
I have one, thanks. Mrs. Lockie anticipated you.
Anticipated? Oh, yes, of course. Well, let's see. Where did we leave off this afternoon?
Oh, we talked about a lot of things, like tire sizes, suicide.
Oh, yes. Now, let me get something straight, Mr. Marlowe. You seem to believe that there's a little more to poor Jane Temple's death than a simple suicide.
Considerably more, Mr. Lockie.
Yes. And you've come to me with this problem. Why?
Because you may be able to fill in some blanks.
How?
It's up to you. Let's say first that I think a prominent and wealthy man is connected, a man who's saddled with a messy past that he can't afford either to keep secret or have revealed.
Now, just a minute, Marlowe. I don't know what you're driving at with this double talk, but it sounds to me as if you're accusing Jane Temple of blackmail, and I don't believe it. She'd have starved to death first.
I'd like to agree, believe me. But unfortunately, I can still add.
What do you mean?
For instance, to what I said before, add the name John Gordon.
Who is John Gordon?
I'm not quite sure. But I do know this. Somehow the key to who he is ties into a basement shoe shop in the 100 block on West Main Street. Does that mean anything to you?
No, why should it? Marlowe, why exactly did you come here? Please tell me.
I just did. Well, that's that. Chances are I'll see you again sometime. Good night, Mr. Larkin.
Marlowe, wait. Now, listen. In my business, bad publicity counts. And I've worked awfully hard to...
I know. I went all through that with Mrs. Larkin. Don't worry about me. This time I'm more than willing to let somebody else do the talking. When I walked out on Larkin for the second time, things still didn't add up right. Something was missing. In the hall, I passed Elliot Monroe, hanging onto a glass of scotch like it was a streetcar strap. And at the door, Mrs. Larkin ushered me out with a frigid, unsmiling nod. I drove slowly all the way to Main Street, and when I was parked and walking toward Nadella's shoe shop, I began to doubt that the trap I'd set was going to catch anything. Until a long black convertible turned the corner behind me. I ducked into a doorway and waited. It was Jerome Larkin's car, all right. He almost stopped in front of the shoe shop, but suddenly lurched ahead and disappeared around the corner, away from what turned out to be a cop, pounding the... I was convinced he'd be back, so when the cop passed me, I ran around to the rear of the shoe shop and down the stairs to a window where I could keep out of sight and still see anything that went on inside. I just settled down for a wait when it came.
Stand still, my fine fellow. Don't move or I'll kill you.
Mr. Elliot Monroe. What do you know about that? Looks like the wrong sucker rose to the bait. Or is this just coincidence?
It's no coincidence, my friend, believe me. While you were in talking to dear Jerry tonight, Vivian was called to the phone. That gave me a chance to listen outside the library door and overhear everything you said. That's why I am here, to protect my interests.
No wonder things didn't add. You're the missing link, typecast at that.
Keep those hands up.
Sure, I couldn't see Jane Temple as a blackmailer, now Jerome Larkin as a killer, but you're playing both parts. For you, that's a cinch.
Aye, but our detective is clever now, isn't he? But just a little late, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. No switches and a one-track mind. Yeah, it's my own fault. Have your fun, Monroe. But tell me one thing. How'd you worm your way into this setup? That was a well-kept secret.
Not to a man with an experienced eye for drama, my good fellow. It started very simply when I recognized Jane Temple on the street one afternoon and befriended her.
Befriended her?
Yes. We reminisced about the good old days in the theater and finally went through her scrapbook together. But there was one clipping that she tried desperately to hide in the binding. Oh, the clumsy old fool.
So when she sent the book here to be repaired, it was you who broke in and found that clipping, huh?
Yes, and read it and put it back before the stupid cobbler discovered me. But I had found the skeleton in the closet and knew that I could make it rattle long, loud, and lucratively.
Sure. Jane Temple would do the dirty work, put the bite on Larkin.
It would have been perfect, an ideal escape for both of us from the constant humiliation of poverty. If there was nothing of woman left in her, all that remained of the great Jane Temple was dusty yesterday in a book bound in leather. Mr. Marlowe, are you afraid to die?
No more than most people?
Oh, well, I'm glad you said that. I had to kill you anyway, but at least you understand. He who kills cuts off so many days of fearing death. Then is death a benefit.
It's the last benefit you'll ever play.
Poor crazy clown.
You know all the answers now, don't you, Marlowe? The whole story.
Yes, Vivian. All except how
You showed up here when you did?
I had to. You see, I've always known about Jerry's past. He told me about it before we were married. I knew that was why you came to see him tonight, and when I saw Elliot there listening at the library door, I realized that he must have known, too. When he left the house, I followed him.
Got here in time to save my life.
To be honest, Marlowe, that was incidental. I got here in time to save my life. I hope.
Well, just the same, I'm going to return the favor when the police get here.
You mean you...
I mean there are a lot of things that belong in a dead woman's leather-bound book of memories. And no place else. I'm going to do my best to help you and Jerry keep him there.
Oh. Thanks, mister.
Well, that's the way it worked out. One policeman named Matthews got the whole story, but only half of what he found out was entered in the police records. And only as much of that as was necessary ever got into the papers. 2 days later, when Jane Temple's funeral was held, it didn't even make the back page. After all, what's news about one Italian cobbler, one private detective, and one hard-boiled agent standing bareheaded before a fresh grave? Even though the cobbler had worked all night, finding a big book in the finest of Morocco leather. Even though the agent with blinking, moist eyes closed that book for the last time. And the private detective laid it in the coffin to be buried with her. Yeah. What's news about that?
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Bud Whittam, Jay Novello, Lynn Allen, John Daner, and Ted Von Eltz. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this, set it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, A Seaside Sabbatical.
Wire in my hand said it all. Need your help, urgent. Meet me at 8:30 tonight, Ship's Galley Cafe, Long Beach. Signed, Dale Higgins. The time and the place were known factors, the need for help, the urgency, and most of all, Dale Higgins were unknown. And my hazy recollection of algebra told me that 3 unknowns are mathematically impossible to find. Call it a challenge, call it money, call it a chance for a shore dinner, call it anything you like. But 8:15 found me pulling into a parking lot on Ocean Boulevard, not far from the amusement pier.
Just leave it there. I'll be right with you. Oh, hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hey, Red, how's it going?
Oh, great, thanks. What brings you to the capital of Iowa?
Corn. My aim's getting bad, Red. I thought I'd come down to the Pike and try for my limit at a shooting gallery.
Gee, really?
Yeah. Greatest practice in the world. Is it still 35 cents and no questions asked?
Huh? Oh, to park the car. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, kid, keep it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, I'll mind if I recommend the Quick Quack?
How's that again?
Used to be the Dead Duck. Best shooting gallery on the Pike for my dough.
Oh, that Quick Quack. Oh, sure. Anybody be a fool to go anywhere else,
Yeah,
huh?
my sentiments exactly.
See you, Red.
You bet, Mr. Marlowe.
Red's a nice kid. His name was a natural. He was blonde. I bobbed along Ocean Boulevard in a direction that instinct and a blaring blue neon sign indicated would lead me on course to the ship's galley. The night was muggy and close. You wore it like an extra coat. And the ocean breeze I'd anticipated had retired in favor of alternate waves of fog that rolled in, engulfed you for a moment, and as suddenly rolled out again. I was very nearly on time for my 8:30 appointment with Dale Higgins as I turned blue beneath the ship's galley neon and stepped inside to be greeted by tight little groups of faces that opened and closed to admit food, drink, and talk, all indigo. The door behind me closed on two thoughts. My dreams of a shore dinner were blasted, and the ship's galley emerged as the last place in the world for anyone in need of urgent help to discuss his problems. But then, I didn't know Dale Higgins.
Are you Philip Marlowe by any chance?
That's right.
Yes, it looked like you were looking for someone. I'm Higgins.
Oh, how are you, Higgins? Do we talk here?
Probably not very well.
Oh.
Walk along the beach?
Oh, fine. Oh. Say, Higgins, did you ever wonder why people pack into hot little rooms on a night like this?
Oh, you mean the ship's galley?
Yeah.
Well, philosophy is not my business, Marlowe.
What is?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you, I guess.
Well, your wire said urgent. That's good enough for openers?
Yes, well, the truth is, I was a little quick sending that wire.
No?
Pretty upset about a situation at the time, but things have resolved themselves now, and I won't require any help.
Uh-huh. Well, you ought to know.
I expect to pay you, of course, the trip down and your customary fee.
That'll be $25 a day in expenses. 7 cents a mile for 23 miles, and, 35 cents for parking my car.
7 times 23, $1.60, 61, $35.
$1.96. $26.96 altogether.
Is cash all right, I suppose?
Always has been.
Marlowe, I am sorry about this. I didn't set out to bring you on a wild goose chase. But yes, looks like I've got the right amount.
Thanks. Don't worry about it, Higgins. Anybody can change his mind.
Yes, I guess that's right. Well, thanks for your trouble.
Not at all. Yeah, well. I turned in the direction of her voice, for the fog has a cute way of diffusing sound as well as sight. And I realized I wasn't closing in on anything, that the fog was circling me and I was circling it. So I stopped and waited. I listened and heard nothing but the sound of the sea and the faint wheezing of the pike calliope. Then suddenly it hit me. Somewhere along the fog-swept beach, a girl had called my name. And nobody knew I was in Long Beach except Red at the parking lot and Dale Higgins. Yeah, the choice was obvious.
Did she find you okay, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Red, she did. You tell her where I was?
Oh, I sure. I told her you and me always did our shooting at the Quick Quack.
Good boy. Now tell me who she is.
Who she is?
Yeah.
You mean you don't know her, Mr. Marlowe?
That's the general idea, Red.
Well, I guess she's my age.
This I know. Who is she?
She's...
Yeah.
She's... You want your car, Mr. Marlowe?
No, Red, not now. I think I left something back at the Quick Quack. Everything that was young and pretty along the pike was hanging onto a sailor's arm. Around Gene Otto's Quick Quack, the nearest thing to youth and beauty were the neatly lined 22s poised across the counter.
Try your luck, mister?
No, thanks.
Just looking, not buying.
Yeah. See, I just lost my girl.
Well, don't blow your brains out here. These guns is for shooting ducks.
I see what you mean. We said we'd meet here if we got separated. Have you seen him by any chance?
7, 8 feet tall, glandular case. 3 stalls down, built with toothpick.
Thanks so much.
Still just looking, not buying.
Still just look...
Try it from a distance. It looks even better. Go on, bud. Beat it.
I spotted her. At least I'd spotted a frightened fawn of a thing who caught my eye as if we were the only two on the pike. And there was something about her that made me wish we were. I followed her away from the crowded amusement section up the ramp toward Ocean Boulevard. Suddenly, she broke into a run, darted into an alleyway. I wasn't far behind her.
No one saw you, did they? Follow me.
Like who?
He must have. And there may be others. I don't know.
That makes 2 of us. Now, wait a minute. Let's talk, huh?
I saw you need him. I thought it was you at the parking lot. I saw you meet him, the ship's galley.
Something like you lost in a mob.
I'll kill you, you know. If you're with them, I'll kill you. I've got to before someone kills me. I don't know. I don't know about
Now listen,
you.
baby, I'm with you.
Don't come any nearer.
All right.
I can't be seen with you. I can't walk out of here with you. He's around somewhere. I know he is. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you will help me. You'll have to. There isn't anyone else.
Of course I will.
Well, then look. As soon as you can, get your car. Don't let Val see you now.
Val?
You know Val. Listen, in your car. Meet me at 7th and Anaheim. I'll get there. I'll have to. And then we can talk.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
7th
Hold it.
and Anaheim, Mr. Marlowe. Oh, I'm Dale Higgins.
It was a study in contrast all the way. The din and kaleidoscope of Rainbow Pier against the lonely sound of a foghorn. The gray feel of fog and the dank gray-black of the warehouse district at 7th and Anaheim. An urgent wire signed Dale Higgins. Dale Higgins. And a guy who called himself Higgins. Husband? Lover? What? Well, here we go again, Marlowe. I parked the car and waited. The fog hugged the streetlight, but the sign was intermittently visible. I had the right place. I don't know how long it was before I heard the footsteps, but it was long enough for me to stretch my legs out along the car seat, lean my head back against the door, and feel the damp touch of fog sweep against my face from an open window. I remember starting to turn my head toward the direction of the steps and thinking that Dale had made it in good time. Oh!
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States Defense Bonds. And now our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, A Seaside Sabbatical.
I could almost hear the chain pulleys clanking the first time I opened my eyes. And it took another game try before the fuzz faded away and the room slowed down to a Lambeth walk. Off somewhere, the faint sound of breakers. And I did the ceiling, the walls, and one corner of an expensively furnished room before I centered on the fuzzy, indeterminate face at my bedside. A kind face, motherly and pleasant. It talked.
I'm Mrs. Higgins.
Oh, no.
Yes, I am.
Is everybody in Long Beach named Higgins?
You don't really feel a bit well, do you?
No, not really.
We're awfully sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I know when Dale realizes what she's done, she'll be sorry, too.
Yeah, I suppose. Dale beaned me? What, with a pier?
She's often violent, I'm afraid. Such a high-strung girl. Gives way so easily, you know.
Yeah.
Imagines all sorts of things and then, well, just gives way.
Yeah.
But I won't worry you with that. Dale's my problem.
Uh-huh.
I won't worry you with anything, Mr. Marlowe. Just you get a nice rest.
I'm a cinch.
We'll pay whatever damages there are, of course. But I won't hear of you leaving now until you're much better.
Oh. Hey. The mother of the Higgins clan had locked the door and walked away. My head felt big and woozy and rammed down into my neck. I was not in the pink. Mother Higgins had ordered a nice rest, and it looked like I'd need it. I don't like strange rooms and locked doors and high-strung girls who give way. I'm still trying to get out of bed when another door clicked slowly open on the other side of the room. My little frightened fawn was back, and my head hurt.
I heard Marie with you. That's how I knew you were here. Oh, poor Mr. Marlowe. Did they hurt you?
They sure did.
It wouldn't do, you know, if they found me talking to you. I feel better now that you're here.
I wish I did.
What happened to you, do you know?
I have a rough idea. Say, honey, how much do you weigh?
105 when I left the convent, but that's not important. Listen, I can't stay long.
You know, a romance with you would be rough.
Please, Mr. Marlowe. They're going to kill me. Val and Marie,
All right. Now settle down.
They are, and I don't know why. Maybe if I knew why, I'd understand.
Yeah, but listen,
I didn't even know Val then.
Val?
Val Nichols, a friend of Marie's.
She sent him to the boat to meet me. And ever since then, I just know they are going to kill me.
Dale, listen to me. I don't know Val. As a matter of fact, until you told me, I thought his name was Higgins, and I don't know Marie. What makes you think they're going to kill you?
You met Val last night. The ship's galley. You talked to him. And Marie was just here. Oh, don't try to confuse me. You're all I have.
All right, honey, but tell me, isn't Marie your mother?
My stepmother. Daddy's dead. And when I got off the Orange Coast the other night, whenever it was, there was Val.
The Orange Coast?
That's how I came back. Mr. Marlowe, you're not trying to understand. If you won't help me, he's coming. Don't let him.
I hope that you're not bothering Mr. Marlowe, Dale.
No, I'm not. He asked me to come in. He likes me.
Of course he does, dear. We all do.
No.
Feeling better, Mr. Marlowe?
The worst way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come, Dale. Let's let Mr. Marlowe rest. Oh, you could use a little rest yourself, my dear.
No. He wants me to stay. I'm not bothering.
You're not bothering at all, honey, but maybe it would be better if you come back a little later.
Yes, of course it would, dear. Now, come along now.
I can come back, though, Mr. Marlowe. You promise?
Sure.
Well, if you promise, I know you'll keep it. Never mind, Val. I came in alone, you know. I can find my way out.
She's sweet.
She's sick. A very sick young lady, Marlowe. Troubled, confused.
She's got nothing on me. Now, look, what is this all about? I don't know what day it is, what I'm doing here, who you are, anything.
Well, it should all have ended with our meeting at the ship's galley last evening, Marlowe.
You're not clearing anything up for me, you know.
You've seen her, talked to her. You must realize that she imagines things. Right now, she imagines that she's been away from here a long time, that she came back a few days ago upon a ship, that her mother and I want to kill her.
She did send me the wire.
Oh, yes. Well, we had no idea one of her spells was coming on. We left her for a short time yesterday. The switchboard has its instructions, of course, and they reported it to Mrs. Higgins when we returned. So we thought it best if I met you and...
Called me out.
It's not in your line, Marlowe.
You're right. I'm going to keep it that way, too.
And Mrs. Higgins realizes that she's going to have to do something about Dale. Institution, perhaps. Some long-range treatment, at any rate. Dale was in no condition to be running around last night playing mysteries, taking up your time.
Whoever hit me in the head last night was in pretty good condition.
Well, if I had gotten there 2 minutes sooner, I could have spared you all that.
You were following her?
No. I was coming back from my boat. I had gone down to the harbor after I left you.
Oh.
Yes, on the way back, I just happened to see Dale, and knowing the state she was in, I followed her, of course.
I see. She doesn't know she hit me, does she?
I don't believe that she has the slightest idea what happened.
Things started swimming again. Val Nichols became part of the draperies. I was trying to think, but it hurt. Everything hurt. The chain pulleys were lowering my eyelids again. And that was all for a while. The next time I tried, I was more successful. The sunlight was streaming in the room. The clock on the night table, visible for the first time, said it was almost noon. So I got up. It was still pretty fuzzy on the edges, but I found my clothes hung neatly in the closet. Managed to get them on in the right order and made it to the door that had been locked before, but it wasn't this time.
Mr. Marlowe, you shouldn't be up.
Well, I'm always flying in the face of great odds, Mrs. Higgins. Builds character.
Even so, you should stay in bed a while.
Oh, really, I'm fine, thanks.
But you're not leaving. I won't think of it. You'll lunch with us at least.
No, really. I've got to go, but I'd like to see Dale first. I sort of promised her I would.
Oh, my. She's sleeping, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
We gave her a sedative. Doctor's orders, of course. She's had such a trying time, you know.
I wouldn't want to disturb her, no. But maybe I can call later,
Oh,
huh?
that would be so thoughtful of you. I know she'll be disappointed at not seeing you, but Oh, Val,
Up and about so soon, Marlowe?
Yes,
She's sleeping, isn't she, Val? The sedative and all. I mean, I was just telling Mr. Marlowe that...
Yes. She's resting very well, Marie. Now, don't fret about her. Well, I'll take you to your car, Marlowe.
Oh, yes. Well, Mrs. Higgins, it's been...
It's been downright dreadful, and I know it, Mr. Marlowe. If I can do anything to right this terrible wrong, please let me know.
Well, if I can think of anything, I'll let you know. Goodbye, Mrs. Higgins. Tell Dale goodbye for me, will you?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I will. Well, it looks like another lovely day, doesn't it?
I followed Val Nichols' lead to an elevator, and for the first time discovered that I was in an apartment hotel on a different stretch of Ocean Boulevard than the one I'd grown to loathe the night before. Val filled in a few last details as he walked me to my car in the underground garage. Seems he'd driven Dale and me to the apartment from 7th and Anaheim in my car and sent a lackey back for his. It fit. We shook hands, and that hurt my head, too. I drove off. Somewhere in the harbor district, the need for coffee and a few lungful of ocean air forced my hand. I parked the car and found both in a ship-shaped spot with a clear view of the docks. The first cup cleared my head, and the second one down near cleared the counter.
Hey, watch it.
I am. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It'll wipe up. How about you? Get any on you?
No, I don't think so. You know anything about ship schedules?
Like what?
Like that first one out there at anchor.
The Orange Coast?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me she landed 3 or 4 nights ago. Don't know how long she'll be tied up. She's a fruit boat, though. Their office is just a block from here.
Oh?
More than likely, they're booked solid, but if you want to check...
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, there was a passenger Higgins on the Orange Coast when it docked Tuesday. Miss Higgins it was. Miss Dale Higgins, according to our records.
Any record of where she boarded the boat?
Let's see now. Oh, yes, at Macapa.
Macapa?
Brazil.
Macapa, Brazil. Was she traveling alone by any chance?
I really don't know. There's nothing here to
Any
indicate...
other Higginses aboard?
No.
How about a passenger named Nichols? Any chance of that?
No Nichols either.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks very much. It was my turn to send a wire, only it was a cable this time. And it was going to be a while between answers, so I checked in a nice, clean, inconspicuous hotel. Had some food and a half bottle of aspirin and placed 2 phone calls. Dale Higgins was still resting comfortably, according to her stepmother, but Muff Benjamin was still willing to do anything for a buck. He was there in no time.
I heard you were here, Ma. Something big.
Could be. You tell me. You're the guy who hears things.
About you being here?
Mm-hmm.
No, you know how it goes. People see people tell people. It's nothing.
Yeah, I know. It happens all the time. Now, look, Muff, I gotta know things quick.
Well,
For money.
Who and what?
All right. I get this. The name is Higgins. Man old enough to have an 18-year-old daughter. I don't know his first name. He's dead, I think. But the daughter's name is Dale. You got that? And the wife that's surviving is called Marie. They have an apartment on Ocean Boulevard, the shore, I think it is.
I got it.
Okay. Now, a guy named Val Nichols, check on him, too. And if Higgins is dead, find out about a will.
I'm ahead of you.
Good. Get back as soon as you can, huh?
You double the dough, I'll double the speed.
You're double. Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
Speaking.
I have a reply to your cable to Macapa, Brazil.
Oh, good. Give it to me slow, huh?
Dale Higgins, accompanied to boat by nun.
None?
Order of the Holy Cross has convent near here. Suggest you check there. Signed Emerson Ward, Macapa Fruit Exporting Company.
Did you say Order of the Holy Cross?
That's right. Do you wish to send a reply?
No. Oh, not yet, anyway. Thanks. So you see, Father, if you could help me contact the convent in Brazil, I could find out how long Dale was a student there. That might shed some light on the situation, huh?
I see. I'm not schooled in your ways, Mr. Marlowe. Still, we're both seekers after truth, aren't we? In this case, a very specific truth.
That's right, Father.
I want to help, of course. Your cable said this was a Sisters of the Holy Cross convent?
Yes. If there were any way we could call down there. You see, Father, time's pretty important.
If it's possible, we shall call, my son. Meanwhile, our prayers are with Miss Higgins. Come, Mr. Marlowe.
My prayers were with the phone company, too. And with Muff. And, of course, Dale. Because if her version of things were true, she was in real trouble. Until I knew what it was for, there was very little I could do for her.
Was the information from the sisters helpful, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, they were very cooperative, Father. Dale's been a student there for almost 7 years, winter and summer. Her stepmother visited her every day, but Dale never left the convent until 2 weeks ago. Maybe it all fits, huh?
Oh, bless her, my son.
Thank you, Father. And thank the Sisters of the Holy Cross. Muff Benjamin was waiting at my hotel when I got back. It was another study in contrasts. So far, I dealt with a priest, an informer, and a sister superior. And together, we were all coming close to an answer.
His name was Dale Higgins, too, the doll's father. Died 7 years ago, loaded.
Yeah?
Left his second wife, Marie, a good income. But the big load went to the kid.
All right, what'd you get on Val Nichols?
Oh, he's a bad one.
Yeah?
Specialty is knocking down rich widows. Currently fraternizing with this Marie Higgins thing.
Bless you, Muff.
Huh?
I mean, here's your dough.
You do look so much better than when you left, Mr. Marlowe.
Really? Is Dale still sleeping?
Why, yes.
I think I'll look in on her, huh?
No, I mean, I'd rather you...
Where is she, Mrs. Higgins?
Mr. Marlowe, you have no...
I wonder if she liked it at the convent.
What?
7 years is a long time to be away from home. A lot of things can happen in 7 years, you know, Mrs. Higgins. You can even end up legally dead.
Why, I'm sure I don't have any idea.
Dale's dad must have thought a lot of her. I'll bet she was pretty close to him, too.
She was. Mr. Marlowe, what are you...
You tell me, Mrs. Higgins.
There's nothing to tell.
Dale seems to think there is. Which room is hers?
She isn't here. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, don't ask any more.
Oh, she's with Val, huh?
On his boat. Oh, how did this ever happen? I didn't want it this way. I thought if she could have been declared legally dead, I'd have taken care of her. I mean, kept her there in the convent. No one knew she was there but Val.
Val had to have her really dead. Is that expensive, Mrs. Higgins?
Oh, help her, Mr. Marlowe. He'll do it this time. He'll kill her, I know. Believe me, I don't want that.
How long have they been gone?
Not long. Half an hour, maybe, but no longer. I'll go with you.
Marie really cracked on the way to the harbor. It was going to be a fishing accident in the channel. And Val would get away with it, too, unless we found something that could outpower his 30-footer. It was called the Queen Marie, one guess who had given it to him. I found the boat I needed, all right, but the skipper seemed reluctant to go for it.
Wildest thing I ever heard of.
I tell you, it's a matter of life and death.
The Coast Guard can't go on every ship.
Look, a month ago we needed you off Balboa when our motor conked out and you came.
But we've received no distress call from the Queen Marie.
What do you think this is I'm giving you?
Please don't waste time talking.
All right, come on, how about it?
Okay, but if this isn't on the level, you're in some trouble, Marlowe.
By the time we'd cleared the harbor, I knew Val didn't have a chance. Every boat in the area had been alerted. I didn't know about Dale, though. I just hoped the sedative Val had given her was merciful. The Coast Guard took care of Val once we came alongside the Queen Marie. And I took care of Dale. She was in the galley, tied securely. Still dopey, but she came around after a while.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you...
Take it easy, baby. You're okay.
I was afraid you'd forgotten the promise.
No.
But you didn't, did you?
It was night now, and the lights that stretched out along the shore looked friendly and warm. Friendly and warm. I wonder when people are going to realize that the only happiness there is in the world is what they can give each other. Happiness, that is. Not a stab in the back. But you know, there's one thing about me. Yeah, I have to admit it. I'm an optimistic fella.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, John Daner, Irene Tedrow, and Lee Millar, with Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Lou Krugman, Donna Hayner, and Stan Waxman. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, old lady got taken for a new kind of ride by a new kind of chauffeur. And I got involved up to a gun in my ribs. All because I decided to spend a quiet day at home.
Don't miss Broadway's My Beat, featuring Detective Danny Clovers, the cop who knows every character, every star, every crook frequenting the Great White Way. It's tomorrow night at the Star's address. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, here Horace Hyde every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 9 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dear Dead Days.
I stood at the window and looked down at the Saturday morning traffic. 1,000 inchworms playing follow the leader to the beach, to the mountains, to Aunt Millie's, to any place. I had time, a book. There was food in the refrigerator and a coffee cup in my hand. Across the room, there was an easy chair, cigarettes on the table beside it. The clock said it was 9:15. I hadn't shaved and I wasn't going to. It was Saturday all day, and it was mine. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah, here it is. She was the most breathtaking thing he'd ever seen. She'd lay back on the divan, stretched, smiled languorously up at it. Oh, no. Okay. Hello.
Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Philip Marlowe?
Speaking.
You don't know me, Mr. Marlowe. My name is Phoebe Cardwell. Mrs. Phoebe Cardwell.
Yeah?
Well, I thought perhaps the name would mean something to you.
Cardwell? No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, no matter. You do help people, don't you? I mean, if someone is missing, you find them.
Well, sometimes, Mrs. Cardwell. It all depends. Have you checked the police?
Oh, no, my dear, no, I wouldn't think of that.
Oh?
You see, it's Stevens, my chauffeur. Oh, well, now, I mustn't mislead you. Strictly speaking, he is not my chauffeur.
But strictly speaking, he is missing.
Yes, at least he seems to be, and I don't trust phones entirely, Mr. Marlowe. I couldn't even have called you except Matilda went to a friend's, and I do need your help.
Yeah, I see.
If
Well,
you could come out right away. It's most important to me. I live in Venice, Mr. Marlowe. If you drive down Sepulveda to Washington Boulevard.
Well, what do you do? Maybe I thought about my grandmother. Maybe I thought of $25 a day. I don't know. Whatever it was, I joined the inchworm anonymity that was the traffic line to the beach cities. Now, Venice is not a spot to which I normally gravitate, but there was something in Mrs. Phoebe Cardwell's distinguished old voice that told me this was not a Saturday for normalcy. The house was what used to be called a bungalow, and the ramrod little figure waiting for me in the doorway was what used to be called beautiful. Phoebe Cardwell, for all her 75 years, had worn well and knew it.
It's just possible that I didn't make myself entirely clear on the phone, Mr. Marlowe, about Stevens.
Well, he's your chauffeur and he's missing, huh?
He was my chauffeur. It seems like a very long time ago since I've seen him. You see, after Horace died in 1948, Horace was my husband.
Oh.
You see, after Horace died, Stephen stayed on to drive for the family who took our Pasadena house. Oh, he did this with my blessing, of course. Horace, rest him, left me very little, really. I say this with no malice, Mr. Marlowe. Merely to point out that for me to retain Stevens was quite out of the question.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So I moved in with my younger sister, Matilda. She's visiting a friend at the moment. I wouldn't want Matilda to share my concern over Stevens, and I'm sure you'll respect that.
Oh, of course, Mrs. Cardwell.
Thank you.
Now, look, so far as you know, is Stevens still driving for the family who took your house?
Oh, I'm sure he is. He must be. It's just that, well, on Thursdays, his day off, he always brought the limousine over to take me for rides and run my little errands. Oh, understand now. The Brants are fully aware of it.
That's the family he works for.
Who have my home in Pasadena.
And Stevens hasn't been to see you in some time.
In weeks, and not a word, you understand. I find it difficult to tell you precisely how I feel about this, Mr. Marlowe. Stevens is like a son to me. Perhaps he's ill or troubled. Oh, I'd want to know that. I might be able to help.
You phoned, I suppose?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to say how many times. But no answer, none at all. I've a writing desk in my room, Mr. Marlowe. I'll write the Pasadena address and phone number for you. My number, too. Oh, I shan't be a moment now.
I'd seen the ring when I first sat down opposite her. First because it was big, almost massive, on her tiny right hand. Then because it didn't fit the rest of the lavender and old lace picture that she presented. A mass of jade and gold carved with oriental figures. A foreboding thing that reeked quality of its kind and value. After she left, the vases jumped out at me from the mantel. Small, gold, and jade again. And as incongruously out of place as Phoebe Cardwell and Sister Matilda's bungalow.
There. Now, that didn't take long, did it?
Oh, not long at all.
Oh, I like you, Mr. Marlowe. You'll find Stevens for me, I know.
Well, I hope so, Mrs. Cardwell. And if I do, what'll I tell him?
That I want to see him or hear from him. Stevens will understand.
Yeah, well,
Oh, dear.
Huh?
That's Matilda.
Steve, I'm home, dearie.
So I see, my dear. Mr. Marlowe, may I present my sister, Miss Reed?
Miss Reed?
With an eye like Wallace Reed. I'm sure, Mr. Oh, but maybe you don't remember Wally?
Well, I tell you,
Matilda dabbled in theatricals at one time, Mr. Marlowe.
Dabbled in theatricals. I was in pictures in the golden era, Mr. Marlowe, when silence was golden.
Oh, that Wallace Reed, yeah.
Mr. Marlowe's in insurance, my dear, and some younger than we are.
Did you see the covered wagon? Ernst Torrance. I had a big scene with him on the prairie, right by one of the wagon wheels.
No, not first run. I'm waiting for it to come to my neighborhood theater. Matilda was a doll. Real live Cupid doll, but her role in this thing was strictly comedy relief. The drama, if there was any, was Phoebe Cardwell. A missing chauffeur that wasn't hers anymore, and the glaring memory of jade and gold that didn't seem to fit anywhere. Well, I missed the house on Orange Grove Avenue by 2 numbers, parked the car, and walked back. The old Cardwell place was set well back from the street, and its solid red brick looked big, important, and empty.
Nobody home.
Nobody home.
At first, I thought there were 3 honey-colored Afghans on the lawn next door. But the one in the middle was talking to me. And as I walked closer, I could see she was by far the prettiest. And undoubtedly something more than man's best friend.
The Brants are at Emerald Bay for the summer. I thought I'd told everyone.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who forgot to ask you. My name's Marlowe.
I'm Kip Harcourt. Margaret Really. Kip's for the reserve section.
Hello, Kip.
I've never seen you before.
Yeah, well, believe me, I'm sorry.
I believe you, Mom.
Yeah, I got a first name.
I like Marlowe.
Oh.
Forget about the Brants. Come on and play on this side of the hedge.
I don't know the Pasadena rules.
Same as Texas.
No. Looks like we're going to have to move over.
I'll give Stevens a raise for this.
Thought you said nobody was home.
Stevens doesn't count.
He does with me. Don't move. I want to remember you like this always.
You'll be back, Mom?
This you know. Hey, Stevens. Stevens, wait a minute. I'd like to see you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to you about Mrs. Cardwell.
Is something wrong, sir?
Oh, no. She's fine. I'm Philip Marlowe, Stevens. Is there someplace we can have a visit?
They're upstairs over the garage in my quarters, sir. Come along. Mrs. Cardwell isn't ailing, she said.
Oh, no, looked fine when I left it less than an hour ago.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, here we are. Come inside, sir.
Hey, nice place you've got here, Stevens.
It's a bit stuffy in here, I'm afraid. I've been closed up a few days.
Oh.
There now. Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Say, Stevens, Mrs. Cardwell misses you, and you can drop the sir with me. Marlowe will do. Huh?
Well, I'll try, sir. Mr. Marlowe. With a habit of 20 years or so, you know.
Sure.
Now, Mrs. Cardwell misses me? Is that what you've come to tell me?
Oh, that's about all she told me, Stevens. I understand you skipped a few of your regular Thursday visits with her, and, well, she's concerned about you.
Well, I must say that's generous of her. Of course, it's not been a few visits at all, Mr. Marlowe. I've missed the last 2 Thursdays, and for a quite legitimate reason. My employers, the Brants, have opened their Emerald Bay place.
Yeah, so Kip told me. The Miss Harcourt, I mean.
Mrs. Harcourt, sir.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
Is it, sir?
Yeah. Well, look, Mrs. Cardwell seems like a nice old lady. You know what you mean to her. It's not just you she misses, you understand? It's a way of life, something she was part of and enjoyed. Status, I think they call it. You know, it can be pretty important, Stephen.
I understand that, sir.
Sure you do. You'll give her a break, I know. Call her now that you're back in town. You know, keep in touch, huh?
Yes, Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Don't leave, sir, please. There's something I'd like to ask you.
Stephen seemed like a right guy. Anyway, I was wondering about Kip, Mrs. Harcourt. I had her figured all right, but not for married. I dismissed it at the back of my mind and started casing Stephen's little palace. It was nice enough in the brown to gray motif, neat, tidy, like Stephen's, except for a bunch of packing boxes grouped in the corner behind the divan. And on top of them, 3 items that stopped me cold. A large bowl, a smaller one, and a long oblong box. All a mass of jade and gold carved with oriental figures.
You admire oriental art, Mr. Marlowe?
Not especially. Do you, Stevens?
Not especially, sir.
You said you'd like to ask me something.
Yes, and if I may, sir, I'd appreciate a straight answer.
All my answers are straight, Stevens. It's my questions that get tricky.
I'll remember that, sir. Are you certain you've told me everything Mrs. Cardwell said about me?
Very certain.
Does it strike you as odd, sir, that she'd hire a man of your particular capabilities to deliver the simple message that she misses me?
Matter of fact, it does, Stevens. Strikes me as very odd. I couldn't tell Stevens anymore because I didn't know anymore. It was my turn to ask questions, but I didn't have any yet. I was closing in on a pretty good one as I started down the drive again, but it got lost in the shuffle.
I knew you'd be back, Marlowe.
You always arrive unannounced, don't you, Mrs. Harcourt?
Henry's in Balboa. You're here.
Henry's out of his mind.
Don't you want a drink or something?
Yes, Kip. There is something I want.
Well, come on.
At the moment, a telephone.
Come on anyway. You know, Marlowe, you're an odd one.
Yeah, everybody says so. Yeah.
You're really coming into the house to use the phone, aren't you?
Well, like I said, I'm an odd one. Where is it?
To the right in the library.
Thanks.
Are you a friend of Stevens?
Why?
Because you're not a friend of the Brants.
Yeah, well, I'm really a friend of Mrs. Cardwell's.
Phoebe? Why didn't you say so?
Would it have mattered?
Well, little. I lived next door to Phoebe and Horace for years.
Here?
Here. It's my house. Henry married my money. Poor Phoebe. Horace didn't leave her a thing. No one understood it. Leans against the estate as big as a house.
Big as the Cardwell house?
That's how the Brants got it.
Mm-hmm.
Is she still interested in art, or do you know?
Oh, I think so, only on maybe not such big scale.
Beautiful wings she donated to the museum. I guess she never gets over here anymore.
No, not much. Say, you know, I forgot the name of that museum. She mentioned it.
Live Oak Museum on California Street.
Oh, yeah.
I like Phoebe. Tell her Kip says hi when you see her.
Yeah, I will.
You still want to use the phone, Marlowe?
I used the phone. I called Phoebe Cardwell, explained Stephen's absence, and gave her Kip's bet. And the case was closed. All I had to do was wait for a check. But all of a sudden, I didn't feel very good about any of it. It was like a hangover. You know, I felt something should make sense, but nothing did. The jade and gold at Phoebe's, the stuff in Stephen's quarters that looked just like it. Was it hers? Did she give it to him? Did he take it? Questions I had, but no answers. I stood there at the window in Kip's library and watched the car pull to a stop in front of the old Cardwell place. Watched a thick little man get out and start to walk up the gravel driveway. I wasn't sure until he walked right past the library window. Then I knew I had the beginnings of all the answers. The thick little man was Fritzy Ott, one of the better fencers around town. And he was on his way to see Stevens. A minute later, Kip told me of empty servants' quarters over her garage. Another minute later, and I was there. The two garages weren't 6 feet apart. And there was lots to hear if you listened. I listened.
But look, Stevie boy, you don't have it all.
That's not quite the point now. Can you dispose of it?
I don't know. Two things, Stevie boy. One, collections are tough to fence. Real tough. Two, this isn't the whole deal.
I don't understand.
This isn't the whole deal. Some pieces missing. I've seen pictures of the Sinku collection. Some pieces are missing here.
2 vases and a ring, to be exact.
Yeah, you're right. You got them?
Well, not exactly. I might be able to get them.
Look, I've tried to tell you, Stevie boy. One, I'm not even sure I can fence the whole collection. But two, I ain't got a prayer of doing it if it's incomplete. Are you with me there? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand it. It might take time to obtain the other pieces.
Hey, you better spend some time, Stevie boy, or we got no arrangement whatsoever. I tell you, I'll nose around, see what's the best deal I can get, providing you deliver the full treatment. You see what you can do about getting it, and we'll meet here tomorrow at noon.
But I really don't think it. Oh, never mind. I've got to have the money. All right. Tomorrow at noon.
You didn't have to hang any signs on it. It was all there, or most of it was. The Sinku collection meant very little to me, but it meant money to Stevens and Fritzy Ott. I had an idea it meant something else again to Phoebe Cardwell. And I had another idea. The Live Oak Museum on California Street and the wing that Phoebe had donated to it. I couldn't risk the delay of a Texas rules bout with Kip, so I skirted the house and ran through the dust to my car. 5 minutes later, I stood in front of the words Live Oak Museum, Percival Wallace, Director, open to visitors 9 to 5 weekdays, 9 to 12 Saturdays, 12 to 5 Sunday afternoon. Oh, nuts.
Not interested in art, eh, Mr. Marlowe?
We've done that bit, Stevens. My answer was not specially.
I dislike dissuading you in this manner, sir, but I'm a quite accurate shot.
You know, I believe that, Stevens.
If I can't persuade you with this warning, I'll not hesitate to use this gun. I'll not hesitate at all, sir.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, now that vacation time is here, our streets and highways are more crowded than ever. Don't take chances. Obey the traffic rules and drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dear Dead Days.
Stevens had a dominant personality for a chauffeur. He could give orders as well as take them. And I'm not a man who's at his best staring down the nose of an automatic. Well, we told each other a very proper good evening, and he left me with my thoughts, which were several and urgent. I bundled them together and headed for the Times office in downtown L.A. Note, there's just one thing mustier than an old newspaper file. It's the man who filed it.
1948 was a big year, news-wise, Philip. The files are heavy.
Well, how was it obituary-wise, Belton? That should lighten it.
Uh-huh. Local, national, or international?
Local, Pasadena.
Name, address?
Horace Cardwell, Orange Grove Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Cardwell, Horace.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. January 30, 1948. Page 1, Part 2. That's a good spot, page 1, Part 2. Best local obit spot in the paper.
Oh, I'll bet Horace was proud like anything. Let's see here. Candy. Oh, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cardwell is survived by his wife, Phoebe Reed Cardwell, at home. Period. Nothing. Hey, Belton, you got one for her?
Her?
Phoebe Cardwell.
When'd she go?
She hasn't.
She's somebody?
She's somebody. Cardwell, Mrs. Horace, parenthesis, Phoebe Reed, close parenthesis, Triad Belton.
She could be more. She'll never make part 2, page 1 at this rate.
Yeah, that's too bad, but read it anyway, huh?
Born Waterloo, Iowa, June 7th, 1876. She's Gemini, Philip.
That's wonderful. Will you just read?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Married Horace Caldwell. So. Moved to California. She was so. Oh, chairman of Art and Culture Committee, Live Oak Museum, Pasadena.
That's it. Go ahead.
Traveled extensively all over the world. Brought back many valuable paintings and objects d'art.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
To the museum. Most famous of which is Sing Woo collection of jade. And, well, that's about it, Philip.
I love you, Belton. Thanks. So Phoebe had brought the Sing Woo jade collection to Live Oak Museum in the first place. Now she had some of it, Stevens had more. And Fritzy Ott was even now nosing around for a taker. Where did that leave the museum? Nowhere, so far as I knew. Except closed till noon tomorrow, Sunday. And noon tomorrow, Sunday, would be too late. Fritzy and Stevens would be together by that time. Note. Percival Wallace is a quiet little man who doesn't like to talk to private eyes about museum business at home or anywhere.
The museum has operated for 30 years, Mr. Marlowe, and not one shred of notoriety. Not one shred.
Well, I think we can keep the record clean, Mr. Wallace. All I want to know is when the Sing Woo collection was stolen from the museum.
I didn't say it was stolen. I said we no longer had it.
Okay, you no longer have it. How long have you no longer had it?
Well, it was since Christmas week, 1947.
Would you notify the police?
Certainly not.
Why?
Mr. Marlowe, I tried to tell you, not one shred of notoriety in 30 years.
Yeah, but it's a valuable collection, and it's missing.
The board of directors did subscribe to a reward, Mr. Marlowe. Only a fraction of the Sing Woo's real worth, of course. Mere $20,000. But, of course, this was done very quietly. Very quietly.
So quietly, nobody knows about it. All right, tell me, did Mrs. Cardwell contribute to the reward?
I don't recall.
And you wouldn't say if she did. Thanks, Mr. Wallace. You're just downright bully. I got the Phoebe Cardwell small bungalow in Venice in time to see a liveried limousine pull away from the curb. 2 minutes after it got lost with the rest of the inchworms, the light-up-at-night variety, Mrs. Cardwell ushered me into the living room. When she turned on the lights, everything in the room jumped out at me again. The pink dogs, the blue cats, the souvenir pillows. But the most notable things in the room were the jade and gold vases that were gone from the mantel, and the jade and gold ring that was missing from Phoebe Cardwell's old hand.
This is delightful, Mr. Marlowe. Genuinely delightful.
Yeah, well, I was afraid it might be a little too late to call.
Oh, ordinarily, yes. Oh, but not tonight. Why, you just missed him, Stevens. He came back and took me for a drive. I just this minute got home.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, thanks to you, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so grateful. He hadn't forgotten about me, you know. No, he'd been busy.
Oh, sure, yeah. I bet he has.
I'm embarrassed not to have mentioned it sooner, but I have your money for you. Your fee.
Oh, there's no hurry, honey. In fact, I've done so little that I...
No, I won't hear that. I'll pay you in full, of course.
All right. Say, this morning I was admiring your ring and the vases on the mantel.
Were you indeed?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. They're quite nice, you know.
Yes, they were. Did you give them to Stevens, Mrs. Cardwell?
I beg your pardon?
Did you give them to Stevens?
Why, really, Mr. Marlowe, you surprise me. That is none of your affair, you know.
I'm a curious fellow.
I secured your services to perform a specific task. You've done that. I certainly do not intend to discuss Stevens or anything pertaining to him with you, Mr. Marlowe.
All right. We'll leave it that way, huh?
Not a word of any of this to Matilda now.
All right.
Phoebe, dear. Oh, and Mr. Marlowe, dear.
Yeah, I was just leaving.
I told the girls at the club all about you, and I am right, aren't I? You are Julia Marlowe's son.
Julia Marlowe,
The actress. She played Barbara Fritchie for years.
She did. Well, I'm sorry, but there are no Fritchies in our families for years, either side.
Really, Matilda, Mr. Marlowe's busy. He was just leaving.
Yes, wasn't I?
Philip Fritchie Marlowe. Oh, it would have been a beautiful name.
The lights in Kip Harcourt's house were off when I got back to Pasadena. Those in Stevens' quarters above the garage were still on. It was better that way. I wasn't worried about Stevens' automatic anymore. There was a very good chance he wouldn't use it. Hey, Stevens, it's Marlowe. Open up.
Apparently, I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Marlowe, sir.
If you still want to try your aim when I finish talking, I'll be a willing target.
Come in, sir.
It's almost midnight. You're meeting Fritzy at noon tomorrow. We're going to have to work fast.
I warned you to stay out of it, Mr.
Now,
Marlowe.
listen, Stevens, hear this. I know about a lot of it, and I got some good guesses on the rest. Let's make a deal. I'll tell you what I know and what I guess. If I'm right, you can get in touch with Fritzy tonight.
And if you're wrong?
Well, if I'm wrong, one of us deserves to be killed.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Horace Cardwell was a wealthy man, a very wealthy man. He was a good businessman, and he loved his wife very much.
That's right, sir.
When he died, there was almost no money. A small amount maybe for Phoebe, but the house, everything in it, the cars, everything went to pay off debts, liens against the estate.
What else do you know?
That Phoebe Cardwell contributed a wing to the Live Oak Museum. That she brought art treasures from all over the world to put in it, including the Singwu Jade collection. That the collection's been missing from the Cardwell wing since Christmas 1947. Horace died of a cerebral hemorrhage in January 1948. And nobody wants to talk about who took the collection. Least of all, the people at the Live Oak Museum.
And, what do you guess from all this, sir?
That a man, even a very wealthy man, can run out of money. Especially if he has a wife who's a wonderful woman, but with an eye and a hand for expensive art treasures. Phoebe's sick, Stevens. Kleptomania is an illness.
I know, sir. It's been such a well-guarded secret. It took all Mr. Horace had to pay for the things she took. People to watch her, keep track of her. You know her, sir. He couldn't bear to get help for her, psychiatric help. Now, she needs money, just to live on. She has so little, and...
You love her very much, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Well, she can't have too many more years, Stevens, and $20,000 is a lot of money.
$20,000, Mr. Marlowe?
Now, look, Stevens. You called it a well-guarded secret. Believe me, it was, and it is. Even those of you who've been protecting Phoebe all these years haven't leveled with each other. How she moved the collection out of there, I'll never know. But the museum's had a $20,000 reward for its return for several years.
Well, I didn't know that, sir.
I know you didn't. And it suddenly dawns on me that Phoebe's been handing you the Singwu collection bit by bit ever since she, came by it. Maybe an appreciation for your years of faithful service, huh?
Well, she said it might come in handy, sir, if I ever needed money. If I needed money, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, I know, Stevens. Hey, you got a conflict tomorrow. You can't be here meeting Fritzy and be at the Live Oak Museum when it opens at noon, too.
Well, I'll call Fritzy. Tell him our arrangement is off.
And Stevens, can't you just see Percival Wallace's face tomorrow when he eyes the Singwu collection again? Footnote to a happy ending. By 12:30 Sunday afternoon, the museum had the collection. Stevens had a certified check for $20,000, and we had an understanding that Phoebe Cardwell would suddenly discover that Horace had left her some money after all. $20,000 in a checking account that had somehow been overlooked till now. Oh, well, the rest of Sunday was all mine. And I stood at my window and looked down on 1,000 inchworms playing Follow the Leader. Back from the beach, the mountains, from Aunt Millie's, from anywhere. All kinds of people. Nice people. Not so nice people. Dames like Kip, whose husbands took trips. Sweet, harmless old ladies. Who took collections. Oh, well. Where's that book? Oh, yeah. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, here it is. She was the most breathtaking thing he'd ever seen. She lay back on the divan, stretched, and smiled languorously up at him.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and was written for radio tonight by Kathleen Height and Adrian Jondot. Featured in the cast were Verna Felton, Bill Johnstone, and Lynn Allen, with Ann Morrison, Ralph Moody, Jerry Hausner, and Sidney Miller. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a pair of green eyes held a promise. A house on Bedford Drive held a murder. A Malibu motel held a secret. And I almost held the sack.
Songbird Evelyn Knight, a favorite CBS singing star, helps out vocally on The Mario Lanza Show tomorrow evening on most of these same CBS stations. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS. Hear Horace Hyde every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 9 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, Life Can Be Murder.
The sign in the half-light above the entrance reads, Bells Trifle Inn. If you say it fast enough, you may be right. It's authentic English script, and it hangs over the door of an authentic English restaurant just south of the authentic Sunset Strip, owned and boss-headed by Belle Smithers. Inside, from the paneling to the prime rib, from the Welsh rabbit to the dartboard at one end of the bar, it's the Union Jack all the way. And it figures. Belle's authentic, too. 100% pure. Nebraska. I always sit at the bar.
Marlowe, you old dog, you've been neglecting me.
Yeah, well, I've tried to stay away from you, honey, but I can't. You're bigger than both of us.
Oh, you and your palaver.
Yeah, me and what you said.
You want a drink, honey?
Yeah, but make it with your own light hand for a change, will you? I'm tired of walking out of here on my knees.
Just an ounce?
The water will float it.
Okay, honey, it's your poison.
And my stomach lining. Hey, looks like most of the regulars are here, huh? I'm sure they get tired of looking at the same old faces.
I can stand it as long as they can. No, Marlowe, I kind of like it. Clubby this way. You get a few people who just come in to see what a lady barkeep's like, but most of them are just regular folks, you know, real people who like the food.
And drink, huh, Belle?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sometimes I forget. I get all carried away working my jaw.
Cheers, baby.
Yeah, thanks, honey.
Oh. You know, sometimes you forget a lot of things, I think, like teaching school in, where was it, Nebraska?
Ogallala. That name don't stick with you worth a darn, does it?
Ogallala.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything?
Oh, it does to the folks back there. County, see the Keys County. It's right there on the South Platte River. That's just south of the North Platte River.
Yeah, well, that's a nice arrangement.
No, Marlowe, that's one thing I'll never forget, teaching school back there in Ogallala. I declare if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be doing this now. You see, these rich cattle folks, they come through from Cheyenne, and what have they got but a 13-year-old shaver?
And where are they going with the shaver but England, and what do they need but a tutor?
And who do they draw but me? Right out of 10th grade social studies at Ogallala High School. Now, I got a feeling you've heard this song before.
Yeah, just a few thousand times, Belle, but don't worry, I like it. Matter of fact...
Excuse me, Mrs. Smithers.
Oh, call me Belle, honey. What can I do for you?
Oh, well,
The young lady said you kept the dart at the bar. For the dart board?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, sure, I do.
Well, it is all right throwing darts, isn't it? I'm waiting for someone, and I
Oh,
thought
it's perfectly all right, honey. Just make yourself at home. There you are.
Thank you. Oh, I hope I didn't bother you.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. In fact, if you want to build a house, I'd like that, too.
Well, thank you. For the dart.
Hey, Bill, that red hair, the green eyes.
No,
You get that?
Marlowe, you and your...
Don't say it. Just pour me another palaver in water.
If you don't beat all, I declare... Look out, Marlowe! Bullseye!
Oh.
She made it, Marlowe. Why, your head was right in front of the target, and she still made it.
Yeah, well, I'm very happy for
Oh, I
her.
hope I didn't frighten you. I had no idea your head was in the way.
Neither did my head. As long as it's you.
Oh, look, I'm really sorry.
Sorry? Why, we haven't had a bullseye all week. That rates a drink and dinner on the house.
Belle.
For two, of course.
Belle girl.
Right now. Tonight.
Come again.
Where's Marlowe? Here, naturally.
That's my girl. The red hair and green eyes smiled. A nice smile. Went along with the gag. We toasted her throwing on, my head, and Belle's solid sense of judgment in putting the dartboard at head level at one end of the bar. By the time we moved to a table for two, I knew her name was Marnie Carr. Before dinner was over, I had a pretty good idea that everything about her was all right with me. Hey, Marnie, you got that look again.
Oh, really? Which one?
The dark one. Happens every time you look toward the door.
Oh, yes, I expect it does. You see, I'm not exactly a free agent.
Oh?
Someone brought me here. Said he'd be back.
Ah. Think he'll object to our little party, is that it?
No, not really. I guess I hope he doesn't come back.
I hope so, too. Tell me, can I play 20 questions?
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay.
You know, I really feel pretty silly. It's so easy being with you.
No.
Like I've known you a long time, and I practically picked you up. You know, I've never done a thing like that in my life.
Yeah, well, Belle picked us both up. I wouldn't worry about it.
I don't think you even heard me. It's very important to me that you know I've never picked anyone up.
Sure. I believe you.
You know what I mean, then?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm doing something wrong, and I should feel guilty about it. But I don't. Oh, dear. I'm not making any sense at all, am I?
Look, why don't you just forget about it, huh? You said you felt easy with me. That's enough, isn't it?
Yes, that's enough. Well, I guess I really think I should go now.
Oh, Belle will never forgive you for not finishing the trifle. There's house specialty, you know.
Well, maybe I'll come back sometime. I'll eat a double order.
Ah. Will you let me take you home?
Oh, I don't know.
It'll be all right, Marnie. Very all right.
Well...
Can I take you home?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Good girl. We'll stop by the bar and slip Belle the grip, and then we'll be on our way, huh?
Yes, I do want to thank you. Who do they draw but me? Right out of 10th grade social studies at Ogallala High School.
Yeah, you told me, Belle. Great story.
You ought to change it a little, Belle, just for listener interest. Hiya, Matthews.
Oh, hello, Phil. What brings you up?
Miss Carr, Lieutenant Matthews.
How do you do?
Carr.
Great dinner, Belle.
Dinner bell.
Oh, I lost my head.
Honestly, Marlowe, I declare you say the darndest thing.
Yeah, I'm a regular yeah.
It was a very nice dinner, Belle. Thank you.
My pleasure, honey. You come again.
She will. Night off, Matthews?
Yeah, so far. Hey, you two have a drink with
Well,
me?
I think the young lady's anxious to go home.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm taking Phil out of his way, Lieutenant, but Bedford Drive isn't too far. Maybe he could
Now,
come
wait a
back.
minute. I'll make my own arrangements.
I know some lovely folks on Bedford. The Dickinson, 600 block. Do you know them?
No, I don't. I'm north of there at 2470.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we'll see you, huh? Night, Belle, Matthews.
Good night. It's nice to meet you both.
Yeah, good night.
Turn right at this corner. It's the last house on the
Oh. Say, Marnie, Can we do this again?
Oh, I don't know, Phil. Are you usually at Bell's in case I get the urge to throw darts again?
Yeah, well, I also have a home, and I'll get a dartboard.
Let's keep it at Bell's. Maybe later sometime I'll... Oh, wait a minute.
What?
There's the house.
Oh. Hey, looks like you got company. Car in the driveway.
Yes, I see it. I wonder...
The guy who was supposed to come back and didn't?
I'll say goodnight here, Phil. Don't bother coming to the door.
Oh, now, look, I think I...
I mean it. Well, maybe I'll see you at Bell's again.
Don't call us. We'll call you. Is that it?
That's it, Phil. Thanks. I liked it.
Great work, Marlowe. So crazy about you, she's running the other way.
Paul, what on earth are you doing there? Till I get back. Never mind, Paul. Let's go inside. Good night, Phil. Thanks again.
It wasn't ideal the way the evening ended. Not the way I'd planned it, but then how could you plan an evening like that? Girl meets darts, girl throws darts, girl meets boy. Didn't make much sense, but it didn't have to. It was a nice evening. Short, but nice. Monty Carr was a nice girl. And I decided to leave it at that. Nice girl. It was straight up 11 o'clock when I got home. I thought about the red hair and the green eyes for several pleasant minutes, and then I went to bed, to sleep. Perchance to dream. Oh, well. Oh. Hello.
Matthews, Phil.
Yeah.
That girl you were with last night, where was it she lived?
Where did she live?
Yeah.
Look, it's not even 8 o'clock in the morning. You're asking...
Take it easy, Phil. Was it 2470 Bedford Drive?
Yes, it was 2470 Bedford Drive, and if you hurry, maybe you can get there in time for breakfast.
I'm already
Of all-
here, Phil. And you better come on out. The dame has been murdered.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, so you think this old world of ours is fresh out of miracles? Maybe you sort of long for the days of the Arabian Nights or folks of fable who possessed those magic wands, lamps, rings, talismans that all produced wonders? Well, if you do, you'll find CBS's Mr. Aladdin a refreshing gent to meet. He gets the name Mr. Aladdin from the fact that his exciting adventures have the atmosphere of miracles about them. Listen for him later this evening on most of these same CBS stations. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Life Can Be Murder.
All the way to Beverly Hills, I tried hard to see the face of the guy in the doorway the night before. Paul, Monty had called him. But it was no use. You can't remember a face you never saw. And the car in the driveway when I took her home, a Chevy Coupe, gray, two-door, 49 or 50. There are millions of them. It had been blue and bright with stars the night before. The morning was hazy, overcast. And so was I. Matthews met me at the door.
Come on in, Phil.
Sure.
Tell me, how long you known her?
Last night.
You sure?
I'm sure. Any idea what happened?
Oh, yeah. Someone was looting the place. The back door was jimmied and some stuff missing. This dame must have interrupted it and got herself killed.
Where is she?
What, the corpse?
Yes, the corpse.
In here.
Hey, that's not Marnie.
Did I say it was?
Oh, no, but I thought that... Never mind, do you know who this is?
Yeah. Ann Harkness, according to identification on her purse.
Oh?
She's from New York. Taxi driver brought her here about 11 last night from the airport, and the coroner says she must have been shot shortly after that.
Uh-huh.
Did you bring your girlfriend straight here from Bell's?
Yeah.
Oh, that's new for you.
All right, huh?
That would put her here by 10:30 easy.
So?
So the taxi driver says a red-headed gal answered the door and let the Harkness woman in.
That doesn't prove a thing.
No, it doesn't. I'd like to talk to her, though, Phil. You know where she lives?
Well, she lives here, doesn't she?
No. House belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Orville Edwards. They're out of town. They got called to Chicago yesterday with a death in the family.
Oh?
And the neighbors don't know anything about this Miss Carr, was it?
Yeah, Monty Carr.
Yeah. Well, I got a call into Chicago for the Edwardses. They ought to clear it up.
Mm-hmm.
Got something here, Lieutenant. Oh, hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, Mooney.
Yeah, what do you got, Sergeant?
Well, this address book. Phone numbers from the phone desk in the hall. Nobody named Carr listed, though.
Okay.
This note might be something from the big bedroom upstairs, front of the house.
Oh, let's see. It's signed Monty, Phil.
It is? Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Dear Mrs. Edwards, thanks for the lovely remembrance. You're very thoughtful. I'll tell Miss Harkness to make herself at home.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I'll keep looking around, Lieutenant.
Do that, Mooney, huh? Well, as soon as the Chicago call comes through, we'll get our hooks into something.
Look, Matthews, you mind if I look around?
No, help yourself. You got any ideas?
Yeah. I don't think Monty had anything to do with it, and I don't know where she lives.
Okay, Phil. Only leave the note with me, huh?
I looked around and tried to figure things that didn't figure. Monty didn't live here, but she knew the Edwards. That is, she knew Mrs. Edwards, and she addressed her as Mrs. Edwards and signed herself Monty. Maid, maybe, huh? Paul could have been anybody. And I wanted to find Monty before I took up the matter of Paul with Matthews. Upstairs, by the phone in the master bedroom, I found something Sergeant Mooney had overlooked. Another address book, smaller, with phone numbers. I flipped through it. There was nothing under C for Carr, but under M for Monty, there was a Crestview number, but no address. I decided to take the book with me.
Oh, you still here, Phil?
Yeah, just leaving.
Oh, look, hey.
What?
About that Carr girl.
Yeah?
She may be the sweetest kid in town, and she may be a killer. You never know.
Thanks for the tip.
And, I didn't call you to get in my way, Phil.
If I find her, I'll tell you. Fair enough?
Yeah, fair enough. Just don't get lost finding her.
It was kind of a break. Head start, at least. I had a phone number for Monty that Matthews didn't have, and I wasn't for her against him. He knew that. I just couldn't think murder and Monty in the same thought. Until I could, I'd string with her if I could find her. The morning haze was lifting somewhat as I stopped at a gas station on the strip and used the payphone.
Mr. Felix's, good morning.
What'd you say this was?
This is Mr. Felix's beauty salon.
Oh, is Monty there, please?
I'm sorry. Miss Marnie's not in today. Can someone else help you?
Oh, no, Look, would you be kind enough to give me a home phone?
I'm sorry, sir. We're not allowed to give out phone numbers.
Oh, but I'm an old...
It doesn't matter who you are. I can't give you her number.
Okay, thanks.
May I help you, sir?
I just talked to you a few minutes ago on the phone about Monty.
I
remember?
told you then. I tell you now, we are not permitted to give out numbers. How did you find us?
Well, Mr. Felix is in the book and Monty's not. Look, really, this is important. I'm doing this for her.
I've given Mr. Felix my word, and I've never broken it.
Yeah, well, I don't doubt it. Oh, Monty's friend here. You know the special one? She keeps talking about her all the time. Isn't it strange? I can't remember her name.
Peg?
Yes, Peg. Sure, that's the one. Can I talk to her?
Well, Oh, all right.
Oh.
36. Desk, please. 36, please.
Thank you.
I hope this never gets back to Mr. Felix. I can't imagine what he'd think.
Oh, I can't either, but don't worry. My lips are sealed.
You blasphemy, Liz? Oh, yes, 36. Peg, this gentleman.
Over here, Peggy. It's about Marnie.
Yeah? What about mine?
Well, I don't have a home phone or her address.
She wouldn't give it to you, huh?
Well, no. She
She wouldn't. You look all right to me. What's wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm a nice, clean-cut fella.
Yeah. Looks like.
Yeah?
What do you want with Marnie?
Yeah, well, I just want to see her. Good enough reason?
Best in the world. She don't feel too well today. She called me first thing this morning. Your fault?
No, I don't think so, no. Tell me, what did she say when she called?
But she didn't feel too well.
Ah. Well, now, look, Peg, does Marnie go out to Mrs. Edwards often?
Just when she's called to do her hair. Good enough reason?
Best in the world. Do I get that phone number?
Ridgely 0040.
0040.
Yeah. And that's 1637 North Vermont, apartment B.
Ridgely 0040, 1637 North Vermont, apartment B, huh?
And walk softly by A. That's the landlady.
Yeah, well, I'll remember. Thanks, Peggy.
And if you don't find her, come back. I'll give you mine.
Peg was something of a prophet, among other things. Well, there was no answer to my knock at 1637 North Vermont, apartment B, and no answer to the phone call I placed in the lobby. So I quit walking softly by apartment A, knocked there, and the doorway was suddenly filled with a solid block of granite.
Yes, I'm a landlady, but if she don't answer the door, it makes sense to me. She ain't in.
Well, have you seen her this morning?
Ain't seen her since she went to work yesterday morning. Ain't seen him either.
Her husband?
Husband? Young man. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
And I was getting proud of my head. It could dodge anything from flying darts to door slams near the eyebrows. But that was about all I was proud of at the moment. I wasn't exactly closing in on Marnie. The landlady's snort didn't give me much of a line on Paul, if that's who she was exhaling about. And there was the matter of Ann Harkness, who flew into Los Angeles the night before, just in time to be murdered. Well, I drove to a nearby drive-in and mulled it over a sandwich. Coffee was grim, too. I was starting in on the routine that begins with, if I were Marnie, where would I go? When I got a flash of an idea. 10 minutes later, I was banging on another door. Bell! Bell, anybody home? Bell!
Oh, Marlowe, come in.
Oh.
I'll arrange for swinging doors first thing tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Bell, but I got an idea.
I told you lately we're not open for lunch.
I said I'm sorry, didn't I? It's just
Oh, I'm sorry, too, Marlowe. Guess I'm kind of off my feet today. I
All right.
declare you ought to see what that butcher sent me in the name of prime rib. And Charlotte
Bell.
Hall said she'd floundered like a beached whale all night, bad tooth. She
Bell,
was
will you
here.
run down?
And when I got here, this was here for you.
Oh, let's see.
Someone shoved it under the door, I guess. At least that's where I found it. Well, land of Goshen, come in. We get enough people, we'll put on a floor show.
You have been a busy boy, Phil. Hiya, Bill.
Make yourself at home, Lieutenant. I got work to do.
If you know that, you also know I'm getting nowhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, listen.
Huh?
You've been tailing me, Matthews?
Tailing you?
Yeah, that's what I said.
No. Just the boy's been going the same place as you have.
Ah.
A little bit later all the way around, and along about the second stop, the description began to fit you.
It did. Well, now, look, tell me, how did your phone call to Chicago come up?
Oh, we found out where your Monte car fits in.
Oh?
Yeah? That Harkness dame was a friend from New York who came to call on the Edwardses. And they tried to intercept her when they got the call about that family death in Chicago. Only they couldn't reach her. Now, your Marnie told Mrs. Edwards she'd stick around the house and wait for the Harkness dame.
Is that all?
Well, they described some of the stuff that might be missing. We checked, and it is.
It is, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me, how do you figure Marnie by now?
How can I figure her, Phil? She's missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is missing, isn't she, Phil?
I said if I found her, I'd tell you. You remember?
Oh, yes. I remember, Phil. I just want to make sure you do.
I had a reason for not telling Matthews about the note Bell gave me. It was signed Marnie, all right, but it wasn't the same handwriting I'd seen in the note she left for Mrs. Edwards. It said, Phil, meet me at 8:30 tonight in the park above the bluffs of Santa Monica. That was all. Except 8:30 was like 6 hours away. And it's just dark here at 8:30. And a fella can get killed keeping that kind of an appointment. You'll ever wait 6 hours for something to happen? No, it's no fun. Neither is the thought that maybe something final has happened to a pretty nice person. I was almost sure now that Paul was my boy, but almost wasn't close enough. And I had to find Marnie, if she could be found. Well, I got to the park above the Santa Monica Bluffs about 15 minutes early. Left my car a block or so away. And all the way to the park, I watched for a gray Chevy Coupe, 49 or 50. When you look for them, they're hard to see. And then I saw it. Parking half a block down, a guy got out and headed into the park. I let him go, got to his car about the time he reached the bluffs. I don't know what I thought I'd find, but not in my wildest dreams did I expect what I found. 3 minutes later, I was put to floorboarding it up the coast highway toward Malibu. The Seaway Motel, 21245 Malibu Road. That's the way the parking ticket I lifted from under the windshield wiper on the Chevy read. And that was good enough for me. I hit 2 wrong doors before I found the one I wanted, and I had to spring the lock. Marnie. Plays rough, doesn't he? Here. I'll untie your wrists.
He knows he can get away with it. Phil, I've been such an idiot.
You love him a lot, huh?
Who doesn't love their own kid brother?
Paul is your kid brother?
Yeah, all mine. Write it down somewhere, Phil. Big sisters don't make good mothers.
Take it easy, honey. You're okay now.
Sure, I'm fine. First I catch Paul stealing from the Edwards. Then I stand there like a zombie and watch him shoot down a woman he's never seen before.
Take it easy, honey.
Oh, Phil, I'm sorry. I didn't want to drag you into this. He asked me who you were when you brought me to the Edwards last night. I'd never heard of you, but Paul had. And...
Wait a minute. That's probably him now.
Be careful, Phil. He's crazy.
I'll be ready for him. Right behind the door.
Your bright boyfriend stood me up. We got to get out of here.
Oh,
Hey, what is this? You
Oh, Phil. He's just a kid.
Yeah. Just a kid. I called Matthews and wound it up. Everything checked, everything balanced. Paul cried like the baby he was and blabbed his head off when he came to. Monty just cried. Funny how many people dispose of anything from mayhem to murder with the phrase, he's just a kid. I bet someone said that about Capone, Dillinger, and Pretty Boy Floyd. Now take Marnie. She's... What a kid.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg and Joan Banks, with Paul Dubov, Jim Nusser, June Whitley, Shirley Mitchell, and Marjorie Bennett. Detective Lieutenant Matthews was played by Larry Dobkin. Gerald Moore may soon be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a pair of crossed telephone wires put the good neighbor policy into effect. To the murderous accompaniment of an off-key xylophone, one good neighbor almost kills another good neighbor. A fella named Marlowe.
it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Good Neighbor Policy.
The day was hot and sticky. The city wore it like a wet shirt. And to make things worse, there was a xylophone playing somewhere in the building, and that started me thinking about my neighbors. Mostly I was thinking two things about them. One, I didn't know any of them. And two, I'd like to shake the hand of the fellow that banged that xylophone day and night and break it. Not a very neighborly thought, but then it had been one of those days. You know the kind that prompts the neighbors to set the dogs on each other. But now the sun had called it day. The wind had switched from the desert to the ocean, and I was figuring I'd be a better friend to man and woman if I took a long, cool shower. But there's got to be some legal way to kill xylophone players. Oh, no, big finish yet. Hey. Yes?
Your name Marlowe? Phil Marlowe?
Yeah, that's right.
I live 2 apartments down the hall. You got a call on my phone.
I got a call on your phone?
Look, the call's there of a busy guy. You want it or don't you?
Well, sure I want it.
Okay, come on.
All right. I didn't catch your name.
No, you didn't. In here. Phone's over there on the desk. Snap it up, will you?
Yeah, sure. Regular charmer, this fella. Hello.
Phil, it's Ann.
Oh, hiya, honey.
Something must be wrong with your phone. I keep dialing your number and getting a very unpleasant little man.
He's not so little. What's on your mind?
Oh, it's out tonight, Phil.
Oh, no.
Beanie sprained her ankle a little while ago, and I'll have to fill in for her at the hospital tonight.
That does it.
What?
Nothing. We'll do it again, huh?
Soon, I hope, Phil. Call me tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, honey.
Bye, Phil.
The lady says she keeps dialing my number and getting you. I'll report it.
Yeah, why don't you?
That's what I said. Oh, packing for a trip?
In between phone calls for you, yeah.
Look, it's only been one, and I said I'm sorry. What do you want, blood?
Leave.
Thanks, neighbor. Like I said, it had been hot all day. I wasn't getting any cooler exchanging pleasantries with Laughing Boy. Back in my own apartment, I mixed myself a tall, cool drink and thought about Ann, who was neither. I just about decided on that shower again when I remembered about calling the phone company. I reached for the phone, and just as I did... Hello?
Art, this is Rena. Listen, Ernie's crossed us. I can't talk now. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We'll clear out alone.
Hey, look,
10 minutes, Art. Be ready.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be ready, baby. Oh, my name isn't Art. And it isn't. Oh, well, one good turn and all that. Oh, no. Hey, Laughing Boy. Come on, open up, will you? I got a message for you. Come on, answer the door. Anybody home?
My, we're being rather boisterous out here, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess he's not home, huh?
It would almost appear that way, wouldn't it?
Yes, I guess it would, yeah.
You're apartment 6, aren't you? Philip Marlowe, is it?
Well, yeah, I am. Mrs.
Miss Garrity.
Oh.
Miss Adelaide Garrity.
Rather a nice name, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I do, Miss Garrity.
I'm apartment 2.
Are you really? Well, apartment 2.
I've passed you ever so many times in the hall or coming in and out of the door, you know. I just never felt that I'd known you somehow.
No, I suppose not. But then you see,
I often say to Mrs. Evans, she's apartment 1. Isn't it shameful, I say, that we don't know our own neighbors anymore? Here we are, under the same roof, as it were, and yet, what do we share with each other, really?
The utilities?
Oh, but that seems so little. Why, except for Mrs. Evans, the Randalls, the McCombs, the Nelson girls, and, let me see now. Oh, yes, that young girl who plays with that softball team. Oh, what's her name?
Well, I really don't know.
Hattie, that's it.
Yeah.
Hattie Netherton. Well, as I say, except for those 2 or 3 people, I don't know a soul in the building.
Well, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Some days you don't know a soul. Tell me, Miss Garrity, among the people in the building you don't know, do you also not know the fellow who lives here?
Apartment 3.
Yeah, this door I've been beating on. Who's that?
You don't know. And you're making all that fuss.
Yeah, well, it does seem silly, doesn't it?
Well, I should say so. But I'm afraid I won't be much help to you there, Mr. Marlowe. He's our newest tenant, you know. Moved in less than a month ago.
Oh, well, I just thought...
No, I don't feel that I really know him at all. He's rather a tall young man, brown hair, quite nice eyes, I've always thought.
Oh, that sounds like my
I
phone.
never see anyone with him, though. Something's a lone wolf type, I
Yeah,
guess.
well, look, thanks, Miss Garrity, but my
and
phone
now
is...
that I think of it, I have seen someone come in with him.
Can I catch up to you again, Miss
But
Garrity?
whether
That
it was
call-
man, woman, or child, I really couldn't honestly say. Mostly Mr. Minter keeps to
Mr. Minter,
himself.
huh? Well, thank you, and good night, Miss Garrity.
Well, I'm there.
Oh, great. Whoever it was that hung up while Adelaide Garrity was telling me all she didn't know about the man named Minter. On the call before, someone named Rena had called him Art. Could be my unfriendly neighbor in apartment 3 was Art Minter. Yeah, well, that's pretty simple. Left me nowhere. Then there was Rena's message. Ernie's crossed us. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We'll clear out alone. Not exactly social conversation. I had a hunch about the phone call mix-up, but before I began to build a case about it, I called the chief operator at the phone company.
Chief operator.
Yeah, well, we've got a friendly little wager going here, operator. Will you settle an argument for us?
I'll try, sir.
Good. Is it possible for 2 telephone wires to get crossed in some way so that I could dial one number correctly and actually get the other number?
Yes, sir. That is possible.
Uh-huh.
It could happen only in the case of a slight equipment disorder, and only if the 2 numbers in question were on the party line.
Well, in other words, by dialing my number correctly, you get the person on my party line, and by dialing his number correctly, you get me. Is that it?
That's right, sir. Would you like to report such a difficulty?
No, thanks. Like I said, I just wanted you to settle a little argument for us. Thanks very much.
Not at all, sir.
Well, now I knew that much. Neighbor Minter and I were on a party line, and the strange switch in calls was legitimate. Now I'd gone this far with the thing, I decided to leave the wires crossed for a while, just for laughs. And I looked at my watch. It was time to get a look at Rena. If she was coming from Minter in 10 minutes, she was due. I left my apartment, started down the hall toward his, and sure enough.
Art, it's Rena.
Oh, please, Art, hurry. Hurry.
Somebody home, lady?
Oh, I'm sure he must be. I just talked with him on the phone a few minutes ago.
Oh, well, maybe he's in the shower.
Yes, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Now, please, would you mind?
That sounds like his phone.
Yes, it does. I wonder...
Yeah, so do I.
What's that?
Nothing. I mean, if he answers it, he'll probably answer your knock, too.
Yes, I suppose he will. Now, will you please leave me alone?
Oh.
Got to be there. Got to be there.
The phone ringing in Art's apartment was far more frustrating to me than it was to Rena. I knew darn well the call was really for me. I opened the front door out of the welcome freshness of the evening breeze and the scent of night blooming jasmine. By the time I'd inhaled a little of both and walked out to the end of the sidewalk, Rena suddenly barged out of the building, looked desperately up and down the street, and then headed toward a car parked across the way. And her car had an Arizona license. In a minute, she drove away. Back in my own apartment, I called the chief operator again. Only this time I leveled with her about the crossed wires on my party line. After that, I took a shower and decided to end a dull day by putting in some sack time. The last conscious thought I had was Rena's urgent voice on the phone. Ernie's crossed us. I can't talk now. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes. We're clear on load. I still didn't get it. I didn't get it the next morning either. But I got up dressed and was starting for the morning paper, which my newsboy with questionable accuracy always pegs in the general vicinity of my apartment door. Didn't quite get there, though, before... Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe?
Speaking.
This is the telephone company calling, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
The difficulty with your phone that you reported last night has been remedied. Normal service may be resumed.
Oh, fine. Thanks for calling.
We hope you haven't been unduly inconvenienced.
Oh, not at all. It's been grand.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. Well, that's that. Okay, I'm coming. Hello again. I got another call for you on my phone. Same name as last night, I think. Yeah, but the phone company just told me... you always argue there's a call for you on my phone. Come on and answer it. Well, how can I resist an invitation like that? Funny, though. Wonder how that happened. Yeah, you said that before. Yeah, I know, I did, didn't I? Did I say before that I don't much care for xylophones? Or you? I don't remember. I don't care. No. In here. Yeah, and the phone's over there on the desk. Hey, Buster, that phone's hung up. There's no call for me. What is this? This? This is a gun, Marlowe. Yeah, I see it is. You know too much, Marlowe. I don't like it when you know so much. So finish.
Let's pause right here. More from the adventure.
Minter's quite nice eyes, as Adelaide Garrity had described them, were as cold and deadly as the automatic he rammed into my stomach. It was the first time I'd gotten a really close look at him. This one was too close for comfort. I had to keep looking at him, though. I knew that if I glanced away, blinked an eye, or made anything resembling a key move, he'd blast me to kingdom come. A little ahead of my time. He was dead wrong on one score, though. You got my call from Marina last night. You know too much. How can I know too much? I don't know anything. Now, look, Minter. When I saw you last night, you didn't know my name. You've been asking questions around, huh? Yeah. Well, so have I. Come on, Gumshoe. We're going to take a little walk. Now, look, kid, you're all wrong. After we take that little walk, we're going to take a little ride. You can tell me all about how wrong I am as long as you can talk. Let's get going. Okay. Remember, Marlowe, you're just going to walk down the hall and out of the building with me. No funny stuff. This gun's staying right in your bag. I see what you mean.
And the dawn comes out the light. Why, it's Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, Miss Garrity.
And Mr. Minter, I believe. Wait, we're up early, aren't we?
Yes, we are. A little too early, if you ask me.
Oh, have you the hiccups, Mr. Marlowe? If you do, I know the best cure. Just put your hands up high over your head.
No, I don't have hiccups, Miss Garrity.
Oh, then perhaps it was Mr. Minter.
No, lady, I don't have hiccups either.
Well, someone hiccuped, and it wasn't me. Oh, but no matter. I just came out for my paper. I won't keep you gentlemen. I know you must be off somewhere. And it's such a lovely morning. I don't believe it's as warm today, do you?
Seems warmer to me somehow.
No, I don't believe it is. Do you, Mr. Minter?
Look, lady, we're in a hurry.
Well, I'm sure I'm not keeping you. I must say I was just trying to do the neighborly thing, that's all.
Yeah,
I was saying to Mrs. Evans just the other day what happened to the old-fashioned good neighbor policy.
Look, lady.
And this little incident this morning is certainly answer enough for me. It's gone. That's what it is. Gone.
Get moving, Marlowe.
Miss Garrity, you're the one who plays that delightful xylophone,
Why,
Marlowe.
yes, but... Oh, you can see it from the doorway here.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm so glad you enjoy it, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, I do. I wanted to tell me, would you... Oh, I know it's a lot to ask.
Play something for you.
Yes.
Mr. Marlowe, come in.
You make one move for her door.
Try to kill her, too, maybe? She's right in front of me.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Or aren't you a music lover, Mr. Minter?
Oh, yeah, sure I am. It's just that I'm...
Let me get your paper for you,
Marlowe.
Get inside your apartment, Miss Garrity, quick. At this time, you won't, Minter. Stay over along that wall, Miss Garrity. Don't get near the door.
Oh, what on earth possessed you, Mr. Marlowe? Why, you struck him in the face with my paper.
Yeah, I did. Wait a minute. Shh. Can you see the street from your windows, Miss Garrity?
Yes.
Oh, here's your paper. Sorry, it's wrinkled.
Oh, thanks very much. But I'm afraid I still don't understand your behavior, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, he'd beat it, all right. You'll get lost in that traffic in no time.
What will Mr. Minter think? You're striking in that way.
Well, I've got a mean streak. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that headline.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what's in it. If you remember, I haven't had
Will you let me see it a minute, please?
Wait.
Oh, yeah. Man murdered in investment holdup. Ernest Toland, 38, employee at Henshaw Investment Company, was found shot to death when the company opened its doors this morning. $50,000 in cash and securities were missing from the safe. Police believe Toland worked late last night and drove to the safe of Phoenix Blue company safe. Officials say police were attempting to locate Toland's widow, Mrs. Rena Toland, whom neighbors saw leaving the house with a suitcase. Wow. Ernie and Rena.
Friends of yours, Mr. Marlowe.
No, but Minter's right. I do know too much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe, but I don't feel up to playing for you right now.
What?
You know, this morning has gotten off to such a peculiar start. I'm just not in the mood for the xylophone.
Oh, I know how you feel. Don't give it another thought, Miss Garrity. Ever again. I called the landlady when I got back to my own apartment to see if she knew anything about Minter, like where he worked. She was good enough to be out of town. I even went back to Miss Garrity's, but she'd already hit the trail to share the morning's excitement with any of a dozen people, including probably that girl who played with the softball team. But old Mr. McWilliams, the janitor, was bringing up the morning mail. Morning, Mr. Mack.
Morning, Mr. Marlowe.
How's the mail situation?
12B has 2 packages again.
Again, huh? How about me?
Well, sir, you don't even read advertisements this morning. How it is. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you can't win all the time, huh?
No, can't.
Tell me, how about Mr. Minter?
How's that?
Mr. Minter, you know, he's in apartment 3. He asked me to pick up his mail if there is any.
Sure. If you can carry it all. Just this postcard.
Oh, I can manage, yes. Well, thank you.
It's from his mother in Tucson.
Really?
They're all well.
Oh, well, that's good, that's good. Nice to see you again, Mr. Mack.
Same here. Same here. Oh, say.
Yeah?
Is it hot enough for you?
It was. And Mr. Mack was right. And his family were all well, except for the return address in Tucson. There wasn't a lead on the whole postcard. But who puts leads on postcards? I took the card back to the apartment with me and called a questionable character I knew in Tucson and told him to find out all he could about Art Minter, quick. Then I remembered about Rena's car having an Arizona license and asked him to check her. Yeah, and Ernest Toland, too. Called back in an hour.
Well, he's got no record, Marlowe. This Minter guy asked me to check out. Only get this.
What?
About a year ago, he gets divorced by his wife. You hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
And right away, she hops over to Mexico with this Toland fella you ask about and marries him.
Rena did?
Wait a minute. I got it written down here, so. Yeah, Rena, that's her name.
Yeah.
Now, Tolan was with an investment outfit here in Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he transferred to L.A. a month ago.
Yeah, that checks. What about Minter? Find out where if he works here, will you? If he does, that is.
Oh, yeah, Marla, this will rock you.
What?
He works at the Hollywood Library.
Hollywood Library?
Honest, his old lady told me.
Let's break right here. More from the adventures of Philip.
It rocked me, all right. The whole thing did. Ernest Holden, now dead, had been set up as a patient a year ago back in Arizona. Only at some point yesterday, he got wise and decided to do the investment job alone. Trouble was, Rena didn't get to Art with the news in time. She got to me. Now even the law couldn't locate Rena. And the last time I saw Minter, he didn't act... like a fellow who was heading for the Hollywood Library. Still, you never know. I started out into the hall, observed gratefully that Miss Garrity's xylophone was stilled, if only for the moment. But when I got about even with Minter's door, something happened very like a familiar song starting all over again. It was Minter's phone ringing. I listened at his door. There was no move from inside to answer the ring. Something told me here was another lock that needed springing. Yeah?
Art, it's Rena. Where have you been?
Out for a while.
Are you all right? You don't sound it.
Yeah. I just wondered. Where are you?
I'm in You sound so funny. Is someone there?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, not the police, Art.
No, neighbor. You talk, huh?
Oh, because you can. All right, I will. I'm at the Bellflower in Ventura. If you call here, ask for Mrs. Guthrie. That's me.
Got it.
You got everything, didn't you? When you... Well, I mean, about Ernie. You're still going to split with me, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I was afraid after I ran out. But you understand, don't you? You weren't home.
Skip it, huh?
All right. Art, you get off work at 4, don't you? Nothing's happened about that.
4, yeah.
Well, come up here as soon as you can after that. Well, just hurry, Art, please.
I will.
Bye.
Excuse me, but can you...
Please, not so loud.
You. Lost my head, I'm sorry. Can you tell me where I can find Mr. Minter, please?
Mr. Arthur Minter?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's in the stacks on the mezzanine. That stair ahead.
Thank you very much.
Oh, not at all. And walk as quietly as you can, please. People are reading.
Wouldn't disturb me for the world.
No one's supposed to come up here. These are files. No one's allowed here.
I was looking for something in investments.
I said no. Hello.
Come on. Take it easy, Minter. I got a message from Rena. Yeah? She says you killed Ernie. Look. Oh, yeah, and I got a message for Rena, too. Ventura cops probably have her by now. Might call Lieutenant Matthews did any good, and it always does. I'll kill you, Marlowe. You're a rut, aren't you, Minter? Come on. Where's the dough you took from Ernie and the securities? Are they in these permanent files, too? Is that why you had to show for work today? Yeah, come show. But you never get the devil on me. And throwing books is a good idea. Oh. Well, this boy's really out. Yeah. Lot to be said for heavy reading. I kept my foot on his neck till Miss Hush downstairs called Matthews. I needn't have. He didn't come through. I waved the squad car off to headquarters from the library curb. Yeah, well, that's that. On the way back to my apartment, I got to thinking about a house with no neighbors, no xylophones, no crossed wires. No fun either. You know, all kinds of things go on in apartment houses. All kinds of people leading all kinds of lives. What's the line? Love thy neighbor as thyself? Yeah. But most people act like they hate themselves. Oh, well. There's got to be some legal way to kill xylophone players.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Hy Aberback as Art Minter and Jane Morgan as Miss Garrity, with Vivi Janis as Anne, Doris Singleton as Rena, Parley Bear as old Mr. McWilliams, and Gene Bates as the chief telephone operator. Gerald Moore may currently...
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Long Way Home.
The valley floor gave off the kind of heat that ate into you, stayed. I wondered why some 800,000 people voluntarily made the San Fernando Valley their home. It was their problem. My problem at the moment was to make a right turn off Riverside Drive, and I did. 4 or 5 blocks north, I saw the name on the redwood post by the driveway. Mr. and Mrs. Enos Harper. Yeah, this was it. I drove in the drive into the cool oasis, an orderly wilderness of pepper trees, palms, evergreens, and everything else I'd ever seen grown in Southern California. The house sat well back on the lot, very neat. Also redwood to match the post by the driveway. I got out of the car and walked across the grass toward the slightly stooped figure clipping the hedge on the far side of the lot.
Oh, I didn't hear you coming.
I'm sorry. Hope I didn't frighten you. I'm Philip Marlowe. You Mr. Harper?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Marlowe. I'm glad you're here. Here, yeah. I'll pull up this chair.
Oh, that's all right. I'll get it.
It's all right. I've got it now.
Oh.
There. Sit down, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, well, how about you?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll keep on clipping the hedge here while we talk. I feel better doing something, you know.
Oh, sure.
We could go into the house, I guess, if you'd rather. Well, it bothers me to be in there now.
Yeah, I expect it does. How long has she been gone, Mr. Harper?
Since Monday morning.
Oh?
About 9 o'clock, I guess it was. She got the laundry together, said she was going to the laundromat, and that's the last time I saw her.
Monday, that's 2 days ago. Did she take the car?
No, Amy doesn't drive. I offered to drive her. The laundromat's about 5 blocks from here, in that little community center on Riverside. You probably passed it.
Oh, yeah.
And she said no. She thought the walk would do her good.
And she hasn't called or anything since, huh?
No, nothing.
Oh. Well, how about friends, relatives?
Well, I've inquired around the neighborhood. You see, we haven't lived here long, Mr. Marlowe. We're not really what you call well acquainted with anyone here.
You mean the valley?
Well, in California, really.
Oh.
We're from New Jersey, came out here right after the first of the year. Amy always wanted to live in California, and, well, we moved out.
Yeah, but about those relatives, you didn't say what...
Oh, I have none living. Oh. Amy does have a cousin out here, Cousin Beatrice. That's all I've ever heard her called, Beatrice. She lives in Burbank. I've never met her. Seems like I've always been busy when Amy's gone over there.
Mm-hmm.
Cousin Ray usually picks Amy up. That's Cousin Beatrice's husband.
Well, have you called there since Amy's disappearance?
Oh, yes, a number of times, but there's been no answer. And that's odd, too.
How odd?
Cousin Beatrice is an invalid, Amy says. That's why she's never come to call on us. Well, perhaps they were out when I called.
Maybe so. Tell me, Mr. Hopper, you and Amy, have you been happy together? I mean, you haven't quarreled or anything?
Oh, no, Mr. Marlowe. Amy and I have never raised our voices to one another. We've been very happy.
Yeah. Well, it isn't much to go on. Oh, by the way, have you checked the hospital? You know, there could have been an accident.
I thought of that first. Yes, I called them. No one fitting Amy's description.
Oh, that's the point about that description. You have a recent picture of your wife?
Oh, yes, of course. Will you come in the house, Mr. Marlowe? I'll get one for you.
Okay, sure.
Ah, dear. Amy loved it here, Mr. Marlowe. Flowers, big trees, all those plants you see. Amy cared for them, watered, cultivated them.
Yeah.
This is her garden, Mr. Marlowe. I'm just trying to keep it nice for her.
He turned finally, a slight little gray man, led the way into the house. I felt sorry for him. Didn't take much to figure that his Amy was his whole life. And in his mild, gentle way, his heart was broken. Inside the house, as neat and well-kept as Enos Hopper himself, I got the first real shock of the day. Because the Amy I'd pictured in my mind as Enos spoke of her was nothing at all like the portrait he handed me from the mantel.
She's beautiful, isn't she, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Yes. She's young, too. Much younger than I.
Yeah, much.
I'm a very lucky man, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, about this picture, do you have a smaller one I can take with me?
Why, yes. One of these on the desk should be about the right size, I should think.
I hadn't spotted the gallery on the desk across the room until Enos started for him. A quick count, and I came up with 7 pictures of Amy, carefully arranged along the top ledge of the desk. All different, all beautiful. Sensational is a better word, I think. The tinted one showed the hair to be ash blonde, the eyes large and brown, and the mouth full. Enos broke the spell.
This one, Mr. Marlowe, I believe it's Amy's favorite.
Oh, thanks. This'll do fine.
I'd want it back later.
Oh, sure, you bet.
Now then, is there anything more, anything else that might be helpful?
Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, that Cousin Beatrice, Cousin Ray, their address and phone in Burbank, huh? And if they have a last name, that would help.
Well, I don't have their address, but I imagine it's in the book. Name's Quinlan.
Quinlan?
Ray Quinlan, Burbank.
Okay. And by the way, you said the laundromat your wife patronized is in the community center on Riverside?
On the north side of the street, just a few doors east of where you turned to come up here.
Oh, right.
I'll be waiting, Mr. Marlowe. If you find out anything.
Oh, sure. Right away. The little community had no name, but it had everything else. A series of one of each shops and services, all the way from health foods to a branch bank. Well, I parked on the street in front of the laundromat and studied the picture of Amy Hopper again. Tried to figure her with a laundry bundle and couldn't. Tried to figure her with Enos and decided to go back to the laundry bundle. Made more sense. I went inside. Never smelled anything so clean.
Morning. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a line on someone. A Mrs. Hopper. Do you know her?
Mrs. Harper.
Mrs. Enos Hopper. Oh, here. Here, look at this. She looks like this.
Oh, Amy, sure.
Yeah, well, when's the last time you saw her?
Well, let's see. A day or so ago, I guess. Let me check the bundles here. That'd tell us.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we are. Monday it was. Monday morning, I think.
Yeah, well, what I'd like...
Excuse me, but my daughter's double parked out in front. Can I pick up my laundry?
You can if you got the right ticket.
Oh, yes, here it is.
Banning. Just washed, was it, Mrs. Banning? No ironing?
Just washed.
Here we go. Now, that's 62 cents.
Well, for once I had the right change.
Thank you. Can I take it out for you, Mrs. Banning?
Oh, thank you. No, I can manage. Oh, and thank you for letting me barge in.
Oh, think nothing of it.
What do you mean you're trying to get a line on Amy?
Well, just that. Anyone ever come in with her?
No, can't remember anyone.
Well, can you remember if you noticed anything special about her when she came in Monday?
Yeah.
What?
You got her picture.
Yeah, I mean beside that.
No, she was just Amy.
Uh-huh.
You want to pick up her laundry?
I don't have her ticket. I was doing great, huh? Enos had told me Amy went to the laundromat on Monday morning, and now I knew as much as he did. Well, I took a picture with me into all the transportation offices around, bus, train, plane, car rental. Everyone liked the picture, but no one had sold her a ticket on anything. The supermarket and the drugstore were every bit as helpful. And then I remembered her green thumb.
Well, I must say I've seen her many times. With Mr. Hopper, of course.
Well, do you think you might have seen her Monday?
No, not Mrs. Hopper. I do believe Mr. Hopper was in Monday, though. Seems to me it was about his zinnias.
Yeah, well...
or was it his asters?
I really couldn't say.
I believe it was his asters. Of course, it really doesn't matter too much. They're the same family, you know.
Who?
Zinnias and asters, same family.
Oh.
Compositae, you know, that's the family name.
I'm impressed, but look, I want to tell you...
Can you imagine they used to be called starworts?
Huh?
Starworts, what a nasty little name for an aster.
Have you got a Burbank phone directory?
No, I beg pardon?
A Burbank phone directory.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Hoppers.
I thought we were, too. Starworts.
Yeah?
Ray Quinlan?
That's right.
Oh, well, I'm Philip Marlowe, investigating the possible disappearance of Amy Hopper.
Amy. Oh, come in.
Thanks.
Come in.
I understand that she's your wife's cousin?
What? Oh, Beatrice, yeah. Sit down, Marlowe.
Oh, thanks.
Enos hired you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He says he's tried to call here several times and no answer.
How long has Amy been missing?
Since Monday morning. Took some laundry to the laundromat, and that's all anybody knows. Have you seen her since then? Heard from her?
No, sure haven't. We halfway expected to hear from Amy Monday, too. Usually do, but we didn't.
Well, how about your wife? Can I talk to her?
Beatrice isn't here. I took her to the hospital this morning. They're going to operate later today.
Oh, I hope it does the trick.
Yeah, so do we.
Oh, that's right. Enos says she's an invalid.
Yeah, that's right. About Amy, that's all you know? Just that she left for the laundromat?
And got there, that's about it.
It's crazy. Amy wouldn't just disappear.
Wouldn't she?
No, I don't think she would.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the book, Mr. Quinlan, Central Directory. If you get any ideas, call me, huh?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, by the way, were they happy together, the Hoppers?
Yes, as far as I know.
The late afternoon sun was just at eye level as I headed west again on Riverside Drive. Cousin Ray was a brown, solid man, not fat, but husky. Not too tall, 5'10" maybe, must be about 35 or so. Enos wasn't home when I got back to Amy's natural habitat, so on a hunch, nothing more, I checked with the next-door neighbor. Mrs. Brownlee, her name was spooning her yogurt straight and propelling her patio glider like she was closing in on the finish line of the Honolulu yacht races.
Well, I saw her coming out of the laundromat and offered her a ride home.
Uh-huh.
Monday was just real warm, you may remember.
Poor Lulu, yeah.
Well, yes, you might put it that way. Anyway, I told her I was driving right after her. I picked up some wheat germ and some blackstrap molasses. I'd be going home, and that she was welcome to ride with me.
Uh-huh.
And she gave me that nice smile of hers and says, "No, thanks, Miss Brownlee. The walk will do me good." Now, just why a walk in the hot sun would do anyone any good is beyond me. But I'm not one to push myself onto other people. And the ride was there. She could take it or leave it.
Yeah, tell me, did you see her after that?
Yes, I did. This time from across the street. But there's no mistaking her for anyone else, you know.
No, I don't suppose there is.
Well, there she was, going into Pliny.
Just a minute. Pliny's?
The camera shop. Pliny Branstedter's place. Hocus pocus, out of focus. That's what Mr. Brownlee calls Pliny.
Uh-huh.
But then they're in the lodge together, you know.
Yeah. That makes all the difference.
Well, I really wouldn't know if she was or not. You see, Pliny's not here. He had to go to Hollywood for supplies. I don't work here. I'm his wife.
Yeah, but if Mrs. Harper left some pictures here or picked some up, there'd be a record of it, wouldn't there?
Yes, I suppose there would. I just left the door open to keep cool. We're really supposed to be closed.
Yeah, I realize that. Well, I just thought for a member of the lodge, you know, Pliny might be willing to...
Why didn't you say so?
Well...
Left your emblem on your other suit, I'll bet.
Yeah.
Oh, Pliny does it all the time. You, man.
That's right.
I'm in the auxiliary.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, let's have a look here. Pictures for Mrs. Harper. Ought to be here, if they're back yet. Amy Harper?
Yeah, that's right.
There you are, Mr. Harper.
Oh.
That'll be 73 cents, including tax.
How about that?
73 cents, Mr. Harper.
Oh, yeah, well, I want to tell you two things. I think Mrs. Harper would want to pick these up herself, and, I'm not Mr. Harper. I slowed to a walk around the corner, got in my car, and thought about what I'd seen. A cozy selection of pictures taken at the beach, of Amy mostly. But one or two of Cousin Ray lifting weights yet. And one of Amy and Ray together. Who took it? Enos? Cousin Beatrice? I don't think so. Well, it was almost dark now as I eased the car into Enos's driveway. And when I got there, it was dark. The sky above still held the afterglow of early evening. But the web of compact trees and shrubs that surrounded the Harper house made patches of blackness all around me. I got out of the car and I saw a light somewhere in the back of the house. And back there, too, a faint sound I couldn't distinguish. There was a sudden movement from the hedge behind.
Stay out of it, Marlowe. Stay out of it!
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a crossword puzzle traps a criminal tonight on most of these same stations when CBS Radio brings you Gangbusters. This latest Gangbusters thriller, titled The Case of the Missouri Puzzle, is law enforcement at its cleverest. Tonight on CBS Radio, you're cordially invited to sit in as an armchair sleuth and enjoy the case confronting Gangbusters. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Long Way Home.
There was a sharp knot of pain at the top of my spine. But the bulldozer who jumped me from behind wouldn't settle for that. My face mashed into the dew-soaked grass, and I inhaled a lungful of wet Vigoro while someone with the strength of 10 flailed away at my back. Why I wanted to turn over and take it head on, I'll never know. But I kept trying to turn. I slithered instead, slid along the wet grass with a vice on my back. A vice with a voice that kept hounding me.
Stay out of it, Marlowe. Stay out of it. Hopper! You had it, Marlowe. Hopper! Hopper!
Get off my property now. Go on, get over here.
Hey, Hopper.
Mr. Marlowe.
What's left of me?
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Marlowe. What happened? Who was it?
3 guesses.
Oh, what do you mean?
Skip it.
Well, you better come into the house, Mr. Marlowe. Here, I'll help you. Easy.
Is it loud enough for you to hear out back?
Loud enough? Oh, yes, I came running, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
Well, come along now. I'll take care of you, Mr. Marlowe.
Someone beat you to it, Enos.
You should feel better.
Should I? Hey, Enos.
Yes?
You like the beach?
Why, it's all right, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not much of a swimmer anymore. Well, Amy never cared for the beach, so we never went.
Uh-huh.
Well, why do you ask?
Oh, I don't know. Why do you ask anything?
Mr. Marlowe, I know you've been through a lot. I wouldn't blame you if you'd want to give up looking for Amy. If you would.
Forget it, Enos. I don't give up anything. Well, so far the case added up to a stiff back and a head wrapped in a tight band of steel with built-in hammer. A few quick blasts at the pint in the glove department helped not at all. But something drove the car. The stop at the hospital in Burbank could have been for personal reasons. The attendant at the main floor desk looked real surprised when I asked what floor Cousin Beatrice was on.
It's nearly 9:30. Visiting hours are over at 8:30.
Oh, well, I lost track of time, I guess. Can you tell me where she is anyway? I'll come back tomorrow.
What did you say the name was?
Quinlan, Mrs. Ray, or Mrs. Beatrice. Could be either one.
Mm-hmm. Quackenbush, Quinby. That's it. No Quinlan list.
You sure?
I just looked. Are you sure?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. Thanks for asking me.
Oh, Marlowe, come in.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, you look all in.
I'm fine. What hospital's your wife in, Quinlan?
Why?
The one about 3 blocks from here, just up on Riverside?
Yeah,
Who made her up, Quinlan? You or Amy?
What do you mean made her up?
Amy never had a cousin Beatrice like she never had a wife of the same name.
Well, you know that much. Do you know where Amy is?
No. I may get another psychic flash any minute now, like the one I got when you were unlacing my spine a while back.
You shouldn't have found out about those pictures. More than that, you shouldn't have gone to tell Enos about them. There's a lot he don't know. Amy doesn't want to hurt the old guy. We've been trying to figure out how to tell him. Have you got any leads on her?
Not any real ones. Hey, wait a minute. You really don't know where she is.
If I knew, I'd be with her.
Hey, tell me, how'd you meet her?
At a bar over in Riverside near where she lives.
Yeah?
She'd already invented Cousin Beatrice all by herself to give her someplace to go. Well, we liked it being together. Got kind of brave about it after a while. Sometimes I go right up to her door for her. The rest of the time, we have a regular corner where I pick her up.
This corner, is it near our house?
Not far. I was supposed to pick her up Monday, but she didn't show up.
Yeah. Hey, you know what's funny? I was all set to beat your head flat when I came in. All of a sudden, I don't feel like it. When I got back to the car, I thought my head would cave in. Every inch of me screamed with pain, and sometimes you got to give in to these things. I tried for home, but I only made it to a motel on Riverside. I was out before the light was. I found a barber shop and black coffee the next morning in the community center near Harper's. It was a thick, fuzzy 10 o'clock when I reeled out onto the street and headed toward my car.
That's the one, Tiny. The tall man.
Hey, you there. Wait a minute.
Me?
Yeah, you. You sure, honey?
I'm sure, all right.
Well, what's the trouble? I do something wrong, Mrs. Pliny?
Tiny thinks so. Tell him.
Well, posing as a lodge brother when you're not pretty serious, mister. I don't like that.
Well, I don't think much of it myself now that I think it.
But we'll skip that. What I want to know is what's the deal with those pictures of Mrs. Harper's?
No deal? Why?
Everybody's looking at them. Nobody's picking them up or paying for them.
Wait a minute. Do that slow.
All right. First, Mrs. Harper comes in. Monday it was, Monday. And they're not ready yet. She says she'll pick them up later that day. She don't come back. A guy does, though. He just looks at them, smiles, and says she'll get them.
Who was he, do you know?
Well, I don't know him. He a young guy, brown hair, got a tan.
Well?
Well, in about an hour, another guy comes in, and he looks, but he don't buy. Then last evening, you
Now, wait a
come
minute.
in.
That second guy, Pliny, he's older. Small man, gray, about 60?
Yeah. Now, here's my problem. Who wants those pictures?
It's not your problem, Pliny, old boy. It's mine. The house was open, so I walked in. Enos was out in the back, pouring something out of a sack onto a flower bed along the back fence, then working it into the soil around the flowers. I looked around and found a bedroom that had to be Amy's. Everything was neat, in order. I turned and started out of the room, and then I saw it sticking out from under a cologne bottle on her dressing table. I picked it up, and as I turned to go out, 3 matched pieces of luggage pointed an accusing finger. And then I found my way back into the garden.
Hi. Good morning, Mr. Marlowe. Have you found out anything?
Yeah, I think I have. This laundry ticket, Enos, I found it in Amy's room.
Oh?
Why didn't you tell me the truth in the first place?
I don't know what you mean.
Amy was here after she left for the laundromat. The ticket proves it.
Well,
You found out about Cousin Ray, didn't you, Enos? You looked at the pictures in the camera shop. Maybe you'd suspected for a long time, and this cinched it. So you picked her up on the corner instead of Ray, and you came home.
Mr.
And you had a big, fat fight about Ray, didn't you?
Right. Yes, we did. I said some horrible things, Mr. Marlowe. Horrible things.
Now you're sorry. And you want her back, don't you?
Right. I'd give anything to have her back, Mr. Marlowe. I love her, you know.
Yeah, I know. Enos, I looked through Amy's closet. It's pretty full of clothes. Her luggage is still there.
Yes. Amy has a lot of clothes. She wears them well, too.
Amy didn't go very far, Enos.
No.
The man in the garden shop says you're the gardener around here. Not Amy.
Did he?
That sack of lime is almost empty, Enos. 50 pounds is a lot for a garden, isn't it?
Depends on what use you put it to, Mr. Marlowe.
Did you have to kill her, Enos?
To keep her, I did. She wanted to leave me. Go away with him. I couldn't stand that.
Did you think I wouldn't figure it out?
I didn't know. But I had to find out. Didn't I, Mr. Marlowe?
He came with me quietly. Everything about him was quiet and neat and gray. He was the mildest, gentlest man I ever met, and yet he'd killed the thing he loved most, his Amy, for the oldest reason in the world. She wasn't his anymore. What was it the old man said? I had to find out, didn't I, Mr. Marlowe? Yeah. Curiosity killed the cat. It also killed Amy.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Bill Johnstone as Enos Harper and Jack Moyles as Ray Quinlan, with Mary Lansing, Sam Edwards, Junius Matthews, Vivi Janis, and Peter Leeds. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time the parlay was divorce to kidnapping to blackmail. And everybody was a wise guy, the dame, the racket boss, and the private eye. But the wisest guy of them all turned out to be an 8-year-old kid.
What a combination for Tin Pan Alley fans. Steve Allen is MC. His vocalists this week are Peggy Lee and Johnny Desmond.
Song publisher J.J. Robbins, band representative Mark Hanna, and composer Mitchell Parrish are the judges. There will be 4 brand new songs for sale tonight on CBS Radio on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Young Man's Fancy.
It was another scorcher with smog yet. The angels that flapped their wings over the sleepy little pueblo of Los Angeles were taking a summer hiatus. I thought about the blue Pacific some 15 miles to the west, where the friendly waves will snap your back if you happen to hit the undertow just right. So I decided on some 3-part harmony instead. Part 1, vodka. I had that. But no parts 2 and 3, the limes and ginger beer. So before you could say Moscow Mule, I was heading for the shopping district that's about a 5-minute walk from the apartment. I made it quicker. I drove. Alex's fruit stall gets all my lime business. Partly because the limes are good, but mostly because of Alex. All that's kind and gentle is housed in the square frame of Alex Lesnovich. His tanned old face is creased around the mouth and eyes from smiling. Deep-set, dark eyes that look out at you from under bushy gray brows and laugh. Yeah, that's Alex all the time. Except this particular morning.
Oh, it's Mr. Marlowe. Well, hello. Hot day is.
Hot day is. Heat got you, Alex?
Oh, no, not the heat. I think I go to my chair, rock a bit. You find what you want.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not sick, are you?
Sick some. Yes. Alex is sick fellow, all right.
Have you seen a doctor?
No, doctor. Alex is sick in the heart.
No.
No doctor can fix, Mr. Marlowe. Someone else could fix, but no doctor.
You want to tell me about it, Alex?
I will go to my chair and rock and think. You find what you want.
Yeah. Hey, the limes look good.
Yeah, is.
How much?
Sign says no.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, does it get this hot in Yugoslavia?
Oh, maybe. It's a long time since I was there.
Yeah?
30 years more, maybe. It's lots changed there now. Weather, too, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Dad. Oh, Dominic, where have you been?
Hello, Dad. Oh, hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hi, Dom.
All night, I wonder where you were.
Look, Dad, let's not start that all over again, will you? I'm of age.
Oh, it's Babe, the only big fellow with small years.
Don't give me that stuff. I'm sick of it. Just came back to get some things and some money, so you might as well get the cash drawer
Here
open.
now, that's enough. You do not come here just when suits you and tell your father what he will do and what he will not do.
Look, Dad, I'm tired of fighting with you. Come on to the back of the stall. We don't have to drag anyone else into this.
I was pretty much of a third wheel. I didn't get it. I didn't want to. Alex and son Dominic boxed the next few rounds almost out of earshot. I heard old Alex mutter something finally, go to the cash register and get Dom the money. Shortly after that, Dom shot past me and down the street. I stood there like a fool, squeezing a half a dozen limes.
Did you find what you want, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Alex, these will be fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alex.
Yeah.
Well, if you need any help, you know where to find me, huh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Marlowe, but if Alex has troubles, Alex works them up.
Sure you will. I'll see.
Well, that was quite a conversation you had, Mr. Marlowe. How are you?
Yeah, fine. How are you, Miss Gabrielle?
I'm boiling over, that's how I am.
Yeah, well, it's hot.
Oh, that's not what I mean. My blood's boiling. What I got left, that is. Doctor says I'm anemic, you know.
No, I didn't know. I just want to get some ginger beer,
Last time I was in for a checkup, they thought I never was going to find any red corporals. White corporals I'm loaded with, he says, but red ones...
Corpuscles.
How's that?
Corpuscles, that's the word, not corporals.
Oh, well, I don't see it makes much difference.
Oh.
I don't have any red ones, no matter what you call them or how you spell them.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe about 6 bottles of ginger beer if you have it cold, please.
I saw you next door at Alex's.
Yeah, well, I got limes there. Now, if I could just have the ginger beer...
I suppose it's got into that Dom.
I don't know, really.
Well, something has. I heard Alex say plain as day Dom hadn't been home all night. And I'll tell you one thing, that's not the first time this has happened. Been going on all the livelong summer.
I wouldn't know about that. I just...
And another thing, that flower stand of his, you know, the one he used to run right there in the front of Alex's stall, where's it gone?
6 bottles of gin.
I'll tell you where, it's a rack and ruin. And first of the summer, he's running like always, doing a nice little trade, too. Then it gets so he's not coming home. And the flowers are wilting and dying. Not smelling too refreshing either.
Please.
So one morning, I see old Alex carting the whole kit and caboodle out to the incinerator at the alley, and that's the end of the flower business.
You know, I knew it was going to be hot when I first woke up this morning, and I thought that about 6 bottles of ginger beer would help a lot.
Oh, you want ginger beer? Well, why didn't you say so?
I'm just shy. I'm shy. Oh.
I bet you're going to make up a batch of those, what are they?
Moscow mules.
Oh, well, that's 93. I'm giving you credit for the bottles I know you got, but you never take the trouble to return.
Thank you. I got to bring them back.
Thanks. You know what I think, don't you?
I have a pretty good idea.
I think Alex has had his share of trouble. And now Dom acting for all the world like one of them delinquents you read about. Well, appears to me the nearest thing to a blessing that Alex can count is Helena.
Helena? Oh, yeah.
I don't suppose you remember her, do you, Mr. Marlowe? Well, sir, as beautiful a girl as you'd ever care to see. Lovely. And I mean lovely in every way. She went to that secretarial school, you know. Took a nice job up in San Francisco. I understand she's just doing real well, too. Writes to Alex just as regular and is just a lovely person. I mean...
Yeah, I remembered Helena. No red-blooded man who had all his corporals would ever forget her. Quiet little thing, dark, radiant, with Alex's deep-set black eyes. The kind that laughed. Yeah, I remembered her voice, too. Soft, with just the right amount of huskiness. It had been about 3 years, I guess, since I'd seen her. That would make her somewhere in her early 20s now, and that would make her even lovelier. By the time I got to my car, I'd half forgotten about old Alex and Dom. I pulled out of the parallel parking spot, and before I reached the corner, I was in the proper lane, minding my own business.
Hey, oh, nice work. It's run, huh?
All the idiots. That's all I need. One more crack in this
Hey,
heat
did
ball.
you see that, Mr. Marlowe? He didn't even stop.
Yeah, that much I noticed. Glad you keep your service station so handy, Nick.
Yeah, you know who it was, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
The darn fool cut right in front of you from the wrong lane. I'll sure be a witness for you, Mr. Marlowe.
Thanks, Nick. Tell me, was that Alex's car Dom was driving?
Yeah.
Now, take a look at the heap here. You think you can fix it up?
Yeah, sure I can. Looks like he just scraped along the side. The fender's curled under there, but... I think we can knock that out for you in no time.
Oh, good.
Of course, if you want that paint touched up, that's going to take some time.
No. Skip the paint for now, huh? Hey, Nick, you and Dom are pretty good friends, aren't you?
Well, I used to think so. I don't see much of Dom anymore. He's, I don't know, he's screwy or something.
What do you mean?
Well, like that trick he just pulled, running in here and driving on. He didn't used to be like that.
Oh. What do you think's happened to him, or do you know?
Well, whatever it is, it's happened since we got out of school last spring. All of a sudden, he doesn't come around anymore. Nobody in the gang sees him, and when we do, you know, we meet him on the street or something, he just sort of looks down and he says, hi, and he keeps on going.
Uh-huh.
Okay, if I park there, Nick. But don't bet you can park there. I'll pay you when I get back. Hey, you dirty... There's Dom's friend, Mr. Marlowe. Only guy he sees anymore.
That truck driver?
Yeah, making his daily delivery, I see. Delivering himself to Salty's bar.
Half the time, Dom goes there with him.
He does, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you see what you can do with the car, Nick, just so I can drive it okay, huh?
Sure, Mr. Marlowe. Bud's here today. Between us, we can fix it in a hurry.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. See how you're doing.
Swell.
Oh, and Nick.
Yeah.
Nick, come here. I'm going to tell Alex it was my fault. Now, I don't want him worrying about it, so don't make a liar out of me, huh?
Nah, sure not, Mr. Marlowe. Only Dom doesn't deserve it.
Maybe not. But Alex does.
But I don't care about the car. The car, Dom is all right. He's not hurt.
No, Dom's fine, Alex. He was in a hurry. Drove on to wherever he was going.
Oh, that's good that Dom is not hurt.
Yeah, I just thought I'd tell you. It was my fault, and whatever damages there are, you let me know, huh?
Oh, if anything, I let you know. You don't worry, Mr. Marlowe. You just drive more carefully next time, no?
Yeah, I will, Alex.
Oh, look, please, look what is just coming.
What?
In all the excitement, I almost forgot. Look, it's letters from Helene.
Oh, swell. How is she?
Oh, it's fine, just real fine. She's worked very hard, she said, feel very good, and it's Sunday. Maybe soon come down to see Alice.
Oh, that's fine. Is she still in San Francisco?
Oh, yeah, and it's like her very much.
Uh-huh.
But Mrs. Papa and Dom and Mr. Marlowe, Papa and Dom, Miss Helene.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Oh, when Helena comes, everything again is all right. I get letter almost every other day, 2-3 times a week.
Oh, well, that's swell. Well, I got to see about my car, Alex, and remember, let me know what I did to yours.
Oh,
huh?
yes, if it's anything, I shall. And you remember now, you try much more carefully, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah, right? It's got the responsibility to our fellow. Is right.
Is right. Alex was feeling better. Helena's letter had given him something else to think about for a while. On the way back to Nick's service station, I ignored Miss Gabrielle's nose, which was pressed flush with the free ice cube sign in her window. You know, with very little effort, I could have no use for that type female. Well, Nick said the car would take about 10 minutes. I figured a beer would just about take as long. The sign said Salty's Bar, no dogs allowed.
What'll it be, mister?
Bottle of beer. Any kind, just so it's cold.
Okay, here you go.
Thanks. I'll pay you as soon as I can see. You keep it pretty dark in here, huh?
Psychology. Sell more booze that way. Don't ask me why.
I won't. Anybody mention the jukebox is a little loud?
Yeah, I have. They either can't hear or they like it that way.
They?
You'll see him when your eyes get used to the place. The guy's played the record 9 times now. She's still not sold.
Yeah? Well, some days you get nowhere.
Can I have another beer, Salty?
Yeah, sure, Carl.
Carl, the truck driver, Nick pointed out to me, was seated 2 stools down at the bar. I noticed him for the first time just before he ordered the beer. He was a big guy. Even sitting down, he had a placid-looking face, the kind you could never tell anything about. He looked at me for a moment and then over to the couple in the booth by the jukebox. The expression on his face didn't change as he calmly slid off the bar stool, went over to the jukebox, reached around to the back, and turned down the volume.
Hi! What's the idea?
It's too loud.
How about it's my nickel, sir?
It's your nickel. Sit down.
Ah? Well, I will.
That's counter number 12, babe.
Thanks, fella.
Yeah, okay.
Carl. Oh, that's you, isn't it, Carl?
Yeah, Don, come on, sit down. I wondered where you were.
I had some trouble, but I got the money.
Here. What kind of trouble? Your dad?
No, I just... Well, if it isn't old Snooper himself. Look, Mr. Marlowe, I don't need any assist from you.
I wouldn't be too sure, Don.
Maybe you thought it was a bright idea blabbing that fancy story to my dad. Well, I don't go for it, you see.
Okay, you don't go for it.
You, giving the kid here a bad time, mister?
Get lost.
He's a professional snooper, this guy. He already shot his face off to my dad about me.
You shouldn't have done that, mister.
Hey, you guys, take it easy. No brawling in here.
Take your hands off me.
I'll let go, all right.
So... That was your first mistake. Come on now, break it up, down. Put down that bottle. I'll break it up. Oh! You crazy little fool.
just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the flood that swept the Midwest, swept thousands from their homes, businesses, and farms. The Red Cross asks your contribution now through your local Red Cross chapter. The relief and rehabilitation job will take months, perhaps years. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Young Man's Fancy.
It was a wild dream. My head was a punching bag, and fighters with plate glass fists were taking turns cracking my skull. It hurt like fury. Miss Gabrielle was pelting me with free ice cubes. The band played Come On to My House, and someone started mopping my face with a cool, damp cloth that smelled of beer and bourbon.
Yeah, he's coming around. I don't know why, though. Dom really conked him.
How are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Now, there's a stupid question. Oh, Nick, how'd you get it?
Well, they came and got the truck, Carl and Dom. I saw them out of here. I figured something had happened. Hey, I'm sure sorry, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, so am I. Hey, Nick. What's the name of that company Carl drives for?
The Intercity Produce Company.
Uh-huh.
Alex buys stuff from him. I guess that's how Dom knows him. Are you going to tell the police, Mr. Marlowe?
No, not yet, Nick.
That's 2 counts on Dom today. You're sure letting him get by with murder.
No, Nicky boy, I draw the line there.
Oh, here, have a drink.
Oh, thanks.
I thought you said it was a glass joint.
Well, I thought it was, baby. We are taking our trade elsewhere, Max.
Now you think of it.
You have a real stylish clientele, Salty, real stylish.
You're feeling good enough to crack wise. You're feeling good enough to get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Take it easy, Nick. Salty's right.
I just don't want no trouble.
You got no trouble. Come on, Nick. I couldn't have walked better if I had the bends. I managed to get into my car at Nick's service station. He checked all 96 Los Angeles area phone directories for me, and Carl wasn't listed. Nick had finally remembered Carl's last name. It was Medora. I took one last look at the limes and ginger beer, now quite warm in the car seat beside me, muttered something censorable, and drove off. It was even hotter down in the produce district, and the knot on my head hurt even more as I told Carl's boss a big fat lie.
Well, sir, Mr. Marlowe, I'm glad our Carl was a help to you out on the ridge route.
Yeah, I'd like to thank him personally, if you don't mind.
Oh, don't mind at all. Thing is, he won't be in anymore today. He got in early this morning from San Francisco, brought his load in. Won't be in here again till tomorrow morning.
Oh, he's going back to San Francisco, huh?
Uh-huh, yeah, that's his run. Up to Frisco and back, lays overnight, both places, loads up, starts out again.
Sounds like fun.
Say, tell you what I could do. I could give you his home address. Most likely that's where he is now. Don't know, of course, if you want to go to that much trouble just to thank him.
Oh, yeah, I would. After all he's done for me, I'd really like to look him up. Carl's apartment building needed paint and better ventilation. It was near downtown L.A. in an area that should have been cleared for the freeway, but it hadn't been. There was no answer at apartment 3. There wasn't even any sound behind the door, but I had the feeling that somebody was there. At the corner drugstore, I called the phone number Carl's boss had penciled under his address. I let it ring a long time, no answer. Well, my head wasn't the only thing that was giving me a rough time when I got back to Hollywood. My car had developed a regular list to the starboard side where Dom had rammed me. I limped into Nick's, and he spotted the trouble right away.
Yep, that's it, all right. Your front wheel alignment's knocked silly.
I know just how it feels.
We could fix it okay if you can leave the car with us a while.
You can have it a week. I want to take my head home and bury it.
Yeah, I bet. You got everything out of the car you want?
Wait a minute, let me see. Limes, ginger beer. Everything but the down payment, I guess.
Mr. Marlowe, what do you think? Oh, hello, Nick. What do you think, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't know. You got me, Alex.
I just got phone call. It's Helena.
From San Francisco?
No. Right here, Los Angeles. Oh, he's come real soon to see Alex.
Hey, that's great, Alex.
Yes. Oh, it's very fine news. Oh, Nick, you see Dom. I have to find Dom for Helena when she comes, you know.
No, Alex. I haven't seen him.
Oh, well, that's all right. If you see him, either one of you, tell him, please, to come for Helena.
Yeah, we will, Alex, sure.
Thank you very
if we
much.
see him.
Thank you.
Poor old guy.
Yeah. I'm going home, Nick. You see Dom or Carl, let me know.
I sure will, Mr. Marlowe.
You're a long time getting home, Snooper.
Well, the bottle, baby.
I've been waiting to tell you something. Something maybe you missed when I said it in Salty.
Now, look, all of a sudden I'm getting sick of you, Dom. You better quit while you're ahead.
You better listen. I told you to stay out of my business. And now I'm telling you the same thing for Carl. You're doing nobody any favors going to his boss, poking around where you're not wanted.
Tell Carl to come here and tell me that.
If he comes, he'll really flatten you.
Get out of here, will you, and get rid of that gin smell before you go home?
That's something else. It's my business.
Now, listen, you little punk. I ought to slap you silly, and I may.
You let go of me, you
Shut up.
Snooper.
Now, get this. Helena's in town.
What?
She just called Alex. She's coming to see him.
No.
Now go home and get cleaned up and behave yourself.
Helena. Oh, no.
He ran down the hall like he'd been fired on. And like I said, I was sick of it, the whole thing. Dom, Carl, whatever they were up to, I'd had it. Inside the apartment, I left the limes and ginger beer on a chair. Put the vodka straight. I don't know how long I was sprawled on the couch. Okay. That might be Carl. I'm waiting to see that boy.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. I didn't think you'd remember me, but Carl said you wanted to see me, Mr. Marlowe.
Helena.
You do remember me? Didn't think you would.
Sure, I remember you, Helena. It's been a long time.
Yeah, long time. Long time. But I haven't changed, have I, Mr. Marlowe?
No, Helena, you haven't.
Liar! The men always have to lie. No, Helena, you haven't changed. You make me sick, Mr. Marlowe. Men make me sick.
You seen your father yet?
Shut up! No, I haven't seen him yet. Carl said to wait here. I'm sick of Carl telling me what to do. What's in the bottle, gin?
No, it's vodka.
Doesn't matter.
Tell me about your job, Helena.
Give it to me, the bottle. Thank you. That's my job, Mr. Marlowe. You can forget anything with a bottle.
Take it easy, kid, will you?
Sure.
Helena. Helena. Oh, fine.
You got her here?
Yeah. She passed out. She's over on the couch.
Come on, Carl.
He's okay, Don. Let her sleep it off.
Yeah, what else? Well, Mr. Marlowe, beginning to get the idea?
I guess I am. How long has she been like this?
Oh, I don't know. Quite a while, I guess. I thought something was cockeyed when she was home last Christmas, and then, late this spring, her letters to Dad got to reading kind of funny, those she sent to him. I hooked a ride with Carl here and went up to Frisco. Found her.
Well, how could she hold a job like this?
Job?
You gotta drink to hold some jobs, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, I see.
Never mind about her job. She's sick. Well, we brought her down here. Carl did. Now we don't know what to do. She can't see Dad like this.
No. You're right, Dom. It'd kill him and her, too.
She's been staying in my apartment. I've been sleeping in my truck when I was in town. Dom stayed with her a lot of the time.
Dom's been writing the letters to Alex for her, and you've been mailing them from San Francisco, huh?
Yeah. That way, Alex didn't know, you see, but now that she's called and said she was in town, I don't know. Dom's had a pretty tough time with her. She threw a glass of gin all over him today.
Yeah, I know.
It's not her fault. She's sick, that's all. Well, we've got to do something.
We will, Dom. I think maybe I can help you with that. I called a friend of mine, an MD with a small sanitarium in the Glendale Hills. He specialized in Helena's kind of sickness. We made a deal, and a half hour later we took her there. It was going to take some time, but it was good building time. Don and I had a story pretty well rehearsed when we got back to Alex's.
But I don't understand. Why she told you this? Why did she not call Alex?
Now, look, Dom told you she was pretty disappointed in herself, that she had to go right back to San Francisco. She was afraid if she called you, she'd cry and get you all upset.
Sure, that's right, Dad. She thought it'd be easier for you this way.
I see. It's nice of Helena to think of her papa. It's nice. Yeah. She come soon again, no?
As soon as she can, Alex. I don't think it'll be very many more weeks. Do you, Dom?
Oh, no. She'll be back before we know it, Dad.
Oh, that's wonderful. Dominic, she looks good. It's well, yeah?
Oh, Well, you just wait till you see her. She'll look great, won't you, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, just great, Dom. Alex, I've got a hunch she'll be staying home quite a while after this.
Oh, my. Helena home. Oh, it's good. Oh, very good.
Footnote. You can buy fresh-cut flowers again in front of Alex Lesnovich's fruit stall. They throw the smiles in for free. Even Miss Gabrielle's changed her mind about Dominic being one of those delinquents you'll read about. I learned something about him the other day myself. That kid can really paint a car. Well, so much for that. Cost? 1 Moscow mule.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Tony Barrett as Alex, Larry Dobson as Dom, Georgia Ellis as Helena, and Paul Dubov as Nick, with Ruth Parrott, Frank Richards, Lou Krugman, and Jack Crucian. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time the main theme was Main Street, and the counter melody was full of shops from a burlesque house and flats from Skid Row. It was wine, women, and murder.
Tony Arden and tenor Frank Parker will be singing those brand new songs for sale introduced by Steve Allen tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Don't miss Ray Bloch's orchestra playing them, Steve Allen describing them, and more Tin Pan Alley notables judging them tonight when CBS Radio brings you a full hour of songs for sale. Friends, just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States defense bonds. It's easy, it's automatic, and there's no safer investment in the world. Defense bonds are guaranteed by your government. So for the defense of your future, for the defense of your country's future, buy your full share of United States defense bonds. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 4 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, Heir for G-String.
There's nothing really wrong with a hot summer. But if some sadist really wanted to bring out the worst in anybody, particularly me, after a steaming day, all he has to do is expose me to air conditioning. Take, for instance, the Broadview Hotel, which was on Olive Street in downtown L.A. It ground out alternating currents of cold air from what could laughingly be called the lobby. I'd revolved through the usual doors and stood squinting into the icy darkness. When my eyes leveled off again, I made my way to the elevators, sinking into the deep-piled carpeting up to my hot and cold ankles. By the time I reached room 972, I was in the first stages of a chill. Yeah, air conditioning is a marvelous invention. It guarantees the summer cold for life.
Oh, you're Mr. Marlowe?
That's right. That makes you Mr. Allman, huh?
Oh, come in.
Martin
come in.
Allman?
Come in.
Sure. Yeah, you're nothing like I'd pictured you, Mr. Allman.
Sit down, please, Mr. Marlowe. Pictured me? I don't understand.
Well, all my life I'd heard about Philadelphia lawyers. Somewhere along the line I drew up a mental 8x10 of a... Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. You just don't look the prototype.
Perhaps that's because I'm only a junior partner in the firm, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
You know, it's an odd thing about prototypes, Mr. Marlowe. They'll trick you.
Oh?
For example, I've always had the idea that men in your... Well, I'll call it a profession.
That's nice of you.
That men in your profession always wore trench coats.
Yeah, well, that's because Bogart looks so good in them.
Yes. Well, about our business together. I'll be here in Los Angeles a few days representing the firm in a number of ways, but while I'm here, I hope to locate a man by the name of Buff Ryan.
Did you say that first name was Buff?
Yes, odd name, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. This Buff Ryan, it seems, has inherited a small amount of money from a maiden aunt who passed away some time ago in Philadelphia.
Oh?
According to our information, my firm is executor of her estate. Mr. Ryan came west about a year ago, and until approximately 6 months ago, he could be reached at a Waring Street address in care of a C.A. Douglas. But our correspondence to him there has been returned, marked unknown at this address.
That's the last record you have on him, huh?
Yes, that's the last. We've written to this C.A. Douglas, but received no answer from him. I've called him since I arrived in town. There's been no answer.
Well, maybe they both left town, moved away.
No, that's possible, of course, but perhaps you'll find that out when you get to checking on Mr. Ryan.
I see. Well, I'm to find him if I can and tell him about this inheritance, huh? By the way, how much is it?
$5,000. Just about Miss Leader's entire estate.
Miss Leader sounds like a comment.
Her full name, you may want that, was Julie Leader.
Julie Leader.
I'm sorry I can't show you a picture of Mr. Ryan. I'm expecting one to be sent out to me while I'm here. Expected it this morning, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, well, maybe a description of him will do. Have you ever seen him?
No. But we were able to find out that he's slightly less than 6 feet tall, light brown hair, straight. Blue eyes, weighed about 180 pounds when he left Philadelphia a year ago. No distinguishing marks about him, according to our description. Oh, yes, and he's about 35 years old.
Well, that's pretty complete. Oh, you better let me have the last address you have on Ryan, too.
Oh, of course. Here. I've written it down for you with the phone number I've been calling.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be handling most of my business affairs right here at the hotel, Mr. Marlowe. I'll appreciate it if you'll check in occasionally. Let me know your progress.
Oh, sure. I'd be glad to.
Say around 3 o'clock this afternoon?
Okay. Tell you everything I know about then. Yeah, but then it might not be a thing.
I know your reputation, Mr. Marlowe. You'll find him, I'm sure.
Oh, don't get me wrong. If he's to be found, I'll probably find him. But I have missed, you know. Just why I should want to rock the confidence of a Philadelphia lawyer, I don't know. Maybe it was because Martin Allman, for all his conservative Brooks Brothers attire, looked too much or not enough like what he was supposed to be. Maybe it was because the East Los Angeles address he'd handed me for Buff Ryan was a cinch to be 30 degrees hotter. It was, too. Waring Street was lined with gray little houses, surrounded by small gray lawns dotted with straggling gray trees. The color scheme was the direct result of long years of constant neglect. I knocked a long time on the door of the C.A. Douglas residence. The porch was littered with old papers, an assortment of throwaways and leaves. The only response I got was from a scrawny cat, also gray, who leaped up on the porch rail to spit and yowl at me. I yowled back and walked off the porch in the general direction of my car. That's when I noticed a smaller, grayer house behind this one, on the same lot. And I thought I saw a curtain at the front window move slightly. The cat dogged my steps back to see.
Yeah?
Oh, pardon me, but I'm trying to locate C.A. Douglas. Does he still live in the house in front of you?
I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Douglas in quite a while.
Oh. You think he moved away?
Maybe. I don't know. How would I know?
I don't know.
Well, look, I'm in kind of a hurry. I'm getting dressed to go to work.
How long have you lived here?
What difference does it make?
Did you ever know a guy named Buff Ryan?
Of course not.
Why, of course not. Why not just know?
Listen, I don't know hardly anybody, and I don't know you, and... now it's the phone. Go away, will you please, mister?
No. No, I don't think I will, honey. She was tall, very blonde, very good to look at. A fresh blue housecoat wrapped around just the way it should. And even after I entered the spotless little living room, the faint aura of her cologne lingered on. I couldn't tell anything about the phone conversation she was having in the next room, but I could tell a lot about her by the several scantily clad pictures of her that greeted me from various points of the room. Yeah, I could tell a lot about her.
Hey, what's the idea? You just can't walk in here. Do you want me to call the police?
Not especially. I was just admiring your pictures.
So?
Yeah, you have exceptional handwriting.
You're pretty nosy, aren't you?
I particularly like this sample where it says, "For Buff, darling, my love, Blossom."
Listen, mister, I got things to do, so run along.
How long have you known Buff, honey?
You think I'm kidding about calling the cops? Well, I do it all right, only...
Only what?
Only I'm due downtown at work. Oh, honest, mister, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You got no right to ask me questions about anything. And nothing says I got to answer.
That's right, honey. You sure don't. Now, where's Buff?
I don't know.
I'll drive you downtown and you can tell me all about it, huh?
You're driving me nowhere but out of my mind.
Now, look, I got good news for your boy. He'd want to see me.
Get out.
Okay, Blossom, okay. What time's your first show?
2 o'clock. How did you know?
Yeah, I read the papers. And occasionally I've been known to contribute to the cultural progress of Los Angeles. You know, save the burlesque houses. The pictures she'd autographed to Buff had been propped up between my sugar bowl and the salt shaker the Sunday morning before, in the theatrical section of the Sunday paper. Yeah, I didn't recognize her with her house coat on. And all the way back downtown, I reflected on the advantages of being well-read. Well, I parked in a lot on a side street to the north end of Skid Row and stopped for lunch at a newspaperman's hangout nearby. It was almost time for Blossom's first show when I felt fortified enough to walk along the street past the blank stares of the winos and the dank air of the Muscatel Missions. Blossom's flag flew above the marquee. Blossom, the flower of burlesque.
How many, please?
1, huh?
There you are, sir.
Thanks. Say, do you think I can get in to see Blossom?
I don't see how you can miss with buying the ticket and all.
No. I mean, I'd like to see her personally in a dressing room. I'd like to talk to her.
Well, I'm sure you have my permission. Whether or not you get Blossoms is strictly between her and her moral fiber.
You know something? You're not much help.
You know something? I don't try to be.
I'll miss you.
I'm about to pass among you with these boxes of delicious chocolate candy with the nuts inside. And don't forget with each and every purchase... I beg your pardon, sir? Yes, sir, thank you very much. With the purchase of every box of this delicious chocolate candy with the nuts inside, our very special offer, a genuine gold watch with each and every purchase.
He wasn't going to make a killing exactly. There weren't more than 6 guys in the place. I wandered down the side aisle toward a door to one side of the stage and pushed through it. I found myself on a dark, narrow catwalk of the hallway.
Show's going to be out front, Mac. You guys can't come back here.
Well, this guy did. Where can I find Blossom?
Out front. About 10 minutes.
I'll wait for her back here, thanks.
Look, I can make myself clear if I had got
I wish you would. Your lighting system's very bad back here.
The lights out front where it counts, Mac. Come on, get out.
Take it easy, fella. This is business. I don't like being pushed.
A lot can happen you won't like if you don't get out of here.
You two, you're causing too much commotion. Now get out front where you belong.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, look, I don't know who you are,
Well,
but
I can clear that up for you quick, friend. I'm the manager of this theater. Now run along like he did.
Now, where can we talk? In your office?
Why should I talk to you?
Because I'm a booking agent. I want to talk to you about Blossom.
She's booked.
Okay, we'll talk about something else. Where's your office?
Hey, now look, the show's starting. We can't stay back here. Follow me.
Hey, Jerry.
You sure have a bunch of art lovers in the audience.
Sure. It's a class show. Come on, through this door. Now then, you're no booking agent, so what's on your mind?
Blossom, and what's your name?
Ballou, George Ballou. Why?
Would it mean anything to you if I told you that Buff Ryan's Aunt Julie died in Philadelphia and left him $5,000?
Wouldn't mean a thing.
Wouldn't, huh?
No.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Because you're the first one who'd fit the picture.
What picture?
Slightly under 6 feet tall, light brown hair, straight, blue eyes, about 35 years old, weigh about 180.
Hey, what are you trying to prove, that you can see me?
Maybe. So my Philadelphia message doesn't interest you, huh?
Nothing about you interests me except how you got in here in the first place.
Bought a ticket.
Then go on out and see the show.
I think I will. I also think I'll stick around and see Blossom after her performance.
I wouldn't do that. If I were you, I'd see the show and get out. I don't want any trouble around here.
I don't either. And if you see Buff before the show's over, tell him I'm out front, will you?
I said I don't want any trouble.
You're in a rut. I walked down the aisle that led backstage, the course I'd already charted. Blossom's costume was less demure than her blue housecoat. There was a school of thought surrounding me that this was more effective. Near the door, I stopped a moment in silent appreciation.
Don't look at her like that.
I didn't know I was.
Don't get any more ideas about going back to her dressing room. I ain't gonna like that.
Now, look. Go back to your seat. Live it up. Ballou said it was okay.
He wouldn't say that. He knows better.
All right, go tell him he knows better.
Yeah, I will. You stay here.
It was the same voice I met backstage the first time. The same pungent odor of muscatel. Before he'd lurched back up the aisle, I'd had a good look at a twisted face and a pair of watery blue eyes. Backstage, I waited for Blossom's act to conclude. It did. Oh!
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, love that Monday through Friday night session of Smiles. Beulah is back with Hattie McDaniel again, starring as an over-generous, over-anxious to be wed, overweight damsel holding forth over CBS radio. Starting this Monday night, listen for Beulah and the Henderson family in a new season of delightful day-to-day doings. Beulah joins the fall parade of stars back to CBS radio on most of these stations beginning Monday night. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Heir For G-String.
I couldn't have been out long. About 8 bars of imagination unless I'd missed a full chorus. At some point, I was fuzzily aware of being carried sack-style somewhere. Then being dropped not too gently onto a set of the noisiest springs I'd ever heard. This music lulled me for a while, and then I heard a door slam. And my head rolled off on the floor and broke.
Come on, Marlowe. You're not dead.
Is that official?
How'd you get in here, anyway?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I hardly believe it myself.
You're not supposed to be back here.
I know. I've had that pointed out to me several times now. Yeah, and I didn't think I told you my name.
Your wallet was on the floor. I can read.
Oh, yeah, well, good for you. Who hit me, and with what size sandbag?
I don't know.
You never know anything, do you?
Listen, Mr. Marlowe, you've been barging in all day where you're not wanted.
Why didn't you tell me Buff was a wino? Oh! Hey, look, that's what's left of my head, huh?
I hope it hurt. I hope it hurt awful.
Well, you get your hope it did.
Hey, listen, you. I'm pretty fed up with you.
Know just how you feel, Baloo.
I told you before.
I know what
now
you
get-
told me. You don't want any trouble. Okay. Okay, I'm going. Now, Blossom, what about Buff?
I don't
Oh,
know.
never mind.
Now, don't tell me you want another ticket.
Not me, kid. I've taken the cure.
How is your moral fiber?
Like Gibraltar. You know a guy named Buff Ryan?
For free, I don't know my own mother.
You don't, huh?
Mm-mm.
See your point. Here. Here's mine. Memory getting any better?
It's clearing up a little.
Thought it would.
Well, when he ain't here, which he ain't right now, he's usually at Mother Morris's. That's for one.
Mother Morris's, huh?
Mm-hmm. Flophouse, 3 doors down. Or for 2, try Tilly's, 4 doors down. A saloon.
Thank you. Mother Morris couldn't help me, lovable old lush that she was. And a penetrating search of the 25-cent bed she sold revealed a lot of things. But no Buff Ryan. Tilly's downstairs next door didn't look very promising at first, but that was before I saw the twisted face with the watery blue eyes at the far end of the bar. Beside him, the unofficial dean and philosopher of Skid Row, J. Fenton Prentice. I started toward them, but a cordon of winos surrounded me before I could reach him.
That's him, Prentice. That's the one.
Yeah, Prentice, I'm the one. Will you call the brothers here off, make them breathe in another direction, and let me talk to Buff?
We're a close association here, Mr. Marlowe. Outsiders are not welcome.
Oh, come on, Prentice. You know me well enough.
Perhaps, Mr. Marlowe, but we know each other better. My associates and I. My young friend Buff here quite obviously does not wish to talk with you. We're merely respecting his wishes in our own way.
Oh, come on. Look, this is cockeyed. Maybe this isn't the place to say it, but you've inherited money, Buff. That's all I came to tell you.
Really?
Yeah? Who died?
Your Aunt Julie.
Don't let him say any more, Prentice. Don't let him get to me. I gotta get out of here.
If you gentlemen will restrain Mr. Marlowe...
Buff, you crazy fool! Listen to me. There's a lawyer here from Philadelphia to see you. He's at the Broadview. Will you, for heaven's sake, get in touch with him? Listen to me.
They will, son. They will.
The lawyer's name is Martin Ullman, you idiot. Go see him. Let go of me, you stupid dolts. Yeah. Thanks, Prentice. Nothing. Buff was nowhere to be seen when I hit the street. Didn't matter. It was 3 o'clock. I delivered my message from Martin Ullman. Buff could take it from there. Now, I may be wrong, but most guys like to inherit dough. Still, you can never tell with a wino. And Buff was, as they say, bona fide. Martin Ullman was glad to see me. That was a nice change of pace. I told him all I knew. Didn't take long.
I'm afraid you've had quite a bad experience, Mr. Marlowe. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too.
Oh, by the way, this picture arrived. Special delivery from Philadelphia about an hour ago.
Oh?
Is this the reluctant chap you tracked down?
Let me see that. Oh, yeah, that's Buff, before Muscatel.
Well, you've done a fine job, Mr. Marlowe. I made your check out for you.
Thanks. So you're going to try to get in touch with Buff yourself?
Perhaps. Not personally, of course. You're certain that Waring Street address, the little house in back, should reach him?
Yeah. Or I suppose you could get in touch with him through Blossom at the Burlesque Theater.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've done all we can for now. Unfortunately, I've been called back to Philadelphia. I'm taking a plane out in an hour.
Well, what about Buff and the inheritance?
Well, now that I know he can be reached, we'll mail it to him. After all, we can't force it on him, now can we, Mr. Marlowe?
No. Doesn't look like we can. Yeah, well, he's all yours, Mr. Ullman. Martin Ullman seemed satisfied that we'd done our job. So I left, wishing someone would come up to me and tell me Aunt What's-Her-Name had left me 5,000 clams. When I got back to my car, I had it all figured how I'd go home and forget what Martin had called quite a bad experience. One look inside my car told me it wasn't going to work out that way at all.
You weren't as long as I thought you'd be, Mr. Marlowe.
How'd you get here from Skid Row, Prentice? Fly?
I always taxi.
How nice for you.
After you left Tilly's, I fell to thinking, Mr. Marlowe.
Quite a fall.
It occurred to me that perhaps you were telling Buff the truth all the time.
I was. That's not important now, is it?
Oh, yes. I should say it's quite important.
Really?
You mustn't be too hard on Buff, Mr. Marlowe. He's like most men on the row. He probably has his reasons for running. Running from life, perhaps. Running from himself. Or others.
Are you trying to tell me something, Prentice?
Now, that would be presumptuous of me, Mr. Marlowe. Temper justice with mercy. That much I say to you. I tell you, Buff Ryan is running. And with reason. If his reason interests you, then I suggest you set about finding out what it is.
Well, is there any reason why I should?
No. No, there isn't, but this much I do know. He has left the row. And he is running.
I saved J. Fenton Prentice's taxi fare back to what he affectionately referred to as the row. Yeah, he wouldn't have followed me if he hadn't wanted me to know something peculiar about Buff. And yet, his odd code kept him from telling me himself. I knew that code well enough to know that it had something to do with the police. Yeah, well, like I say, I'm a curious fella.
Oh, now, Phil, is this a big-time or small-time crook, this Ryan?
He's pretty small, Sergeant Mooney, if he is one.
Aliases?
No, not that I know of.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll try Ryan just for size, huh? Buff's a crazy name.
He's a crazy guy.
We'll have to look for it in the moniker file if we don't
All right.
have it here. Hold it here. This your guy?
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Let's see that, will you? Take it out of there.
Yeah.
Let's see, not much of a record. Suspect, armed robbery, charges dropped. Suspect, extortion, charges
I
dropped.
wonder why they bothered to take his picture.
I don't know. Aliases. Buff Ragland, Bob Rutledge, C.A. Douglas.
Hmm?
Hello.
What?
Takes care of one question mark.
Does it?
Yeah, take my word for it, kid, it does. Let's see. Last question in connection with the slaying of Julie Leader, Philadelphia. Wait a minute. Aunt Julie, holy smoke. I knew I didn't like this Martin Allman. I didn't bother to check his record. I got the picture. No wonder Buff ran from me like the plague. Martin had suckered me into setting Buff up for the kill. Marlowe, the finger man, that's great. Well, I got back to the theater and practically nothing flat. Yanked Blossom practically off stage, shoved her into my car, and drove like mad to the little gray house behind the little gray house. Prentice said Buff had left Skid Row. If he wasn't on Waring Street, he might be anywhere, including dead. Martin was paying off a cab driver in front of the house. Blossom cued me to the alley entrance and back.
Please, God. Please don't let anything happen to him.
Don't crack now, honey. We'll make it in time. But just let us in.
He's got to, Mr. Marlowe. He's my husband.
Okay. Take it easy, baby.
Stand away from him, Blossom, or I'll kill you, too.
No, Buff, no.
Now, listen, Buff, Martin's coming in the front. You can't waste time with us.
I don't believe you, Marlowe. You're part of the deal. Hey, what is this?
You should have listened to me, Buff! I'm sorry, Blossom. I had to. He's all right. He's just out. Now, listen, you got to answer that front door.
No.
Answer it. I'll be right behind the door. He won't do anything to you. Just let him come in.
But I'm afraid.
So am I. Come on. Oh.
How do you do? I was looking for a gentleman by the name of Buff Ryan. I'm an old friend of his. I understood he lived here.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Is he at home now?
Yes. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you.
Marlowe, thank heaven.
Thank me. I got his gun.
Are you all right?
Never felt better. Go throw some water on your boy and get him in here. Maybe he'll talk now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I will. Now.
Buff, darling, you're not hurt?
Not anymore, honey. I don't figure you, I guess, Marlowe. I thought you were on Martin's team.
I was at first, when I thought the business about you inheriting the $5,000 was legitimate. What's he got against you?
I saw too much once, about a year ago. I saw Martin kill Julie Leader. I was the only one who saw it. I knew he'd give me the same thing if he ever got the chance. He can't do that now, can he?
Not if you'll talk. When we get the law here.
Buff, why didn't you tell me?
Silly question, honey. Sure, Marlowe. Call the law. It'll be almost a pleasure to talk.
So much for that. Buff and Blossom are doing fine. Every once in a while, we sit in the third row and yell down in front. Yeah, he's got a good job now. And soon they'll have enough for the traditional vine-covered respectability. Oh, by the way, he's taken to wearing Brooks Brothers type suits. You know what? He looks just like a Philadelphia lawyer. How do you like that?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, are produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles as Buff Ryan, Michael Ann Barrett as Blossom, and John Stevenson as Martin Allman, with Sidney Miller as Mr. Ballou, Norman Field as J. Fenton Prentice, Grace Leonard as Gloria B., Sergeant Mooney is played by Jack Crucian. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time she was lovely and I was engaged. Engaged to help a beautiful shepherd who had a flock of trouble. We found a lost sheep and something else she didn't know she lost.
This coming Monday night, keep the evening free because the great fall parade of stars and shows back to CBS Radio will begin in earnest. Enjoy Suspense moving into Monday evening, Raising the Curtain with William Holden in the leading role of a brand new spine tingler. Enjoy Lux Radio Theater's The Mudlark starring Irene Dunn and Sir Cedric Hardwick. Enjoy The Bob Hawk Show back in business with $3,000 to start the season's Quiz Bang fun. Yes, they're all coming back to CBS Radio this Monday night. Yours on most of these same CBS stations. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of aggression, the Red Cross has been asked by the government to undertake tremendous tasks. By giving generously to the Red Cross, you'll help mobilize for the defense of your families, your community, and the nation. Give as much as you can today. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network. Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero number one, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 3 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, Nether, Netherland.
There are times when life makes no sense at all. When confusion is the keynote and all we do is run in ever-tightening circles. The 1 and 1 is 2 school is closed and nothing comes out even. The 30 hours just passed, I'd wrapped up a case and considerable of my youthful zest along with it. I was bone tired. When I reached my apartment, sank deep into my bed. It wasn't so much to sleep, but to die a little. And I was not long dead. Oh, okay. Oh. Where are those slippers? Okay. Who needs more than 15 minutes sleep? Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Marlowe, I've got to see you. It's very important.
Yeah, it better be.
It's awfully late, I know. You're nice to let me in.
Did I let you in?
Yes. Just now. You're not still asleep, are you?
No. No, I don't think so. You see, I always sleep lying down. It's a habit.
You must know I wouldn't bother you this way if it weren't that... Well, someone's following me, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
He's been following me for I don't know how long. I'm so frightened.
Oh, come on. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
Oh, really, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think you're listening to me. I can make it worth your while. I wish you'd wake up.
Yeah, well, that's what coffee's for. Come on. You can talk to me while I make it, Now, you were saying someone's following you.
A man.
Naturally. Who is it?
Why, I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, sit down over there at the kitchen table. This won't take long.
Thank you.
Now, why would anybody be following you? That's the silliest question I've asked in days.
But it isn't silly. I've tried to figure it out myself. I haven't done anything. I don't have anything.
Yeah. Well, we'll let that go. Look, maybe I ought to know your name, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Carolyn Shepherd.
Don't be sorry. I'm glad you're Carolyn Shepherd.
Why?
Well, because it beats the heck out of being George Shepherd.
Dee Dee said she thought you'd help me. That's why I came.
Dee Dee?
My roommate, Dee Dee Reynolds.
Oh.
She doesn't know you or anything. She just said if she were troubled, like I am, she'd get in touch with you.
Yeah, well, that's nice of Dee Dee. Does she know somebody's been following you?
No, I haven't told anyone. Oh. I don't know her very well. We haven't lived together long. I don't know. I didn't want to frighten her, too. So I just told her something that sounded all right. And she said she'd heard about you. Oh, your water's boiling.
Oh, thanks. Does he ever call you?
No, we don't have a phone.
Oh.
The landlady lives right next to us, the next apartment. We use hers. But he never tries to call me, as far as I know.
Well, does he ever come to your door or approach you in any way?
Sometimes he gets very close. That is, almost before I know it, there he is. But then I run, and he's never caught up with me yet.
Well, he could just be watching you then, huh?
Yes, I guess so. But why?
I don't know. Maybe we can find out. Did you see him tonight?
Yes. He was out in front of the apartment house for a while. I don't think he followed me over here, but he may have. Can you see the street from those windows?
Mm-hmm. See anything?
No, nothing. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, what will I do?
Well, right now, honey, you'll have a cup of coffee. I'll take a quick shower and a shave, and then we'll...
He might come.
Oh, the doors are locked. If you hear anything, just bang on the bathroom door.
You won't be long.
No. Sure not. Be back before you know it. It was now 2:30 in the morning. Although I was still gray and half dead inside, my eyes found a new reason for being wide open. Carolyn Shepherd was not just an attractive girl. She was slightly sensational. Statuesque would be the term. She was almost shoulder height with ash blonde, long hair. Her smoky blue eyes were half wild with fear and searching. But there were promises in them. And her figure was the kind that you didn't mention in polite society. How's the coffee coming, Carolyn? Carolyn? Hey, where'd you go? Oh, come on. The coffee couldn't be that bad. Carolyn! That's the craziest thing I ever heard of. Well, the door was locked, all right. It's funny, she's gone. Carolyn!
Hello.
Oh, hi, Simon.
You lose something, Mr. Marlowe? Something named Carolyn?
Yeah, it looks like it. You didn't see her out in the hall by any chance?
I
huh?
don't believe I did, Miss Scott. I've noticed her.
I'm not so sure.
The old ran out on you, huh? Well, you died.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, where'd you go? Oh, there. What's out the window?
Thought she might still be down on the street.
Who?
Carolyn.
Oh, ran out on you.
You said that.
What did you do, huh?
You'll never believe this.
Oh, come on, now tell me now. What did you do?
I took a shower.
You took a shower? Oh, ran out on you.
Simon was listening badly, but enjoying a good laugh when I left him. Back inside the apartment, I reached for a cigarette and a few conclusions. Her name was Carolyn Shepard. Someone was following her. She'd been here, and she was gone. That's all I knew. I looked at the clock, 2:45. I remember the coffee I'd made, started to the kitchen to get a cup when my foot and eye caught something at the same time. It was a billfold. The driver's license said Carolyn Shepard, and it gave a Yucca address, apartment 3. Physical description didn't do her justice. But it heightened my memory, and I was there in no time.
Yes, what is it?
I'm looking for Carolyn Shepard.
Oh, you were? Well, she isn't here. I don't know her, but I'd like to meet that young woman sometime.
It's a pleasure, believe me. Now, look, I'm sorry.
You're always sorry. Between the freeway by day and the traffic at this door by night, on account of Carolyn Shepard, body can't get any rest or sleep.
I'm really sorry. I know it's late, but
Late?
you see...
I can't imagine what kind of a person she is, that men can knock on her door, or any door they think is hers at all hours. I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to move. And someday I'll meet this young Shepard person, and I'll give her a good thrashing.
You do that, but just tell me one thing.
I'll tell you nothing.
How long have you lived here?
6 weeks. 6 of the most miserable weeks of my life.
Thanks. Very much.
My goodness, what's going on out here?
I guess I have the wrong address. I didn't mean to wake everybody up.
Why, you didn't wake me up. Just Mr. Norton, I guess. I guess it's insomnia. I just practically never sleep nights.
You ought to get together with Mr. Norton. He tells me he has the same kind of trouble.
He isn't a very pleasant old gentleman, is he?
No.
Oh, my. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Hester Hutchison. I'm the manager of the building.
Oh, well, maybe you can help me then. I'm trying to locate Carolyn Shepard. This is the only address I've got for her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Carolyn did live here, but she moved about 6 weeks ago. And for some reason or other, I never understood really, she didn't want to leave any forwarding address.
I see. Well, thanks, Miss Hutchison.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
I hope I didn't disturb you, really.
Oh, my goodness, no. As I said, I'm sort of given to this insomnia or whatever it is. Well, as a matter of fact, I just baked a coffee cake. Sounds silly, I know. But I get some of my best ideas at night. And tonight it was coffee cake.
Coffee cake, huh?
If you'd care for some, I'd be, you'd just be more than welcome.
Oh, that's nice, Miss Hutchison. But you see, I get some of my best ideas at night, too, and I got one right now about going home to bed. I could sleep. I knew I could. I could have been sleeping at least an hour if Carolyn Shepard hadn't decided to come into my life and go out again. Well, I didn't know where else to look for her, so I decided to give my little trundle bed another whirl. I'd gotten about 10 out of the usual 40 winks. Oh, no. Yeah?
Mr. Marlowe?
I think so.
I'm Dee Dee Reynolds, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, that's swell.
I guess she isn't, but is Carolyn Shepard still there?
No, she is... Who'd you say this was?
I'm her roommate, Dee Dee Reynolds. She hasn't come home, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so worried. I came next door to phone. Has she been gone long?
Yes, she has. Now, look, Dee Dee...
Oh, I was afraid of that. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, something's happened.
Wait a minute. What's happened?
I just know she's been killed.
Easy. Listen to me, will you?
Poor Carol.
Dee Dee. Listen, Dee Dee, where do you live? Dee Dee. Oh, fine.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, James Fassett brings you the second part of his two-program series of Holland Music Festival selections, along with a few colorful words about the music, customs, and people of Holland as he observed them. That's on your Invitation to Music tomorrow afternoon on most of these same CBS radio stations. Listen to tomorrow for your String Serenade featuring Jerry Windsor with his singing strings in Music All America Loves. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Nether, Netherland.
I was wide awake again and furious. Because somewhere in Los Angeles there was another telephone recently put on its cradle. I didn't know where it was or how to make it ring. Somewhere in Los Angeles, too, were a couple of near-hysterical females, neither of whom had any regard for my sleeping habits. Dee Dee had jumped to a conclusion about Carolyn that I wasn't buying, probably because I didn't want to. Well, it was beginning to turn gray outside, and the jarring thump of the paper grazing my door told me a new dawn was with us.
You still looking for that girl, Mr. Marlowe?
Morning, Simon. You still bouncing off walls?
I am confronted with something of a problem, Marlowe.
So am I.
Someone in the night, mind you, has moved my apartment.
No.
Yes, I've looked all over the neighborhood, and it is gone.
Yeah, well, you just hang on. It'll be back.
No, it has to be. It just has to come home to me. Oh, say, did you ever find her, Marlowe? Her.
No, I never did.
Well, you were taking a shower then.
Yes.
Oh, Marlowe, you dog.
Fine. You like coffee cake, Simon?
Oh, my dear Marlowe, I not only like it, I respect it. And I'd be proud to join you in some of it. I'd just be proud.
No, not me, Simon. About 3 blocks from here, over on Yucca. Ask for Hester.
I thank you, Marlowe, from my heart of hearts. I thank you.
Hail and farewell, Simon. Go. Well, let's see what's in the paper. International situation. Yeah, caught it. Inflation. Holy smoke. Police late last night found an unidentified woman beaten and unconscious in the Beechwood area near the Hollywood Hills. The young woman, tall and blonde, was taken immediately to the police receiving hospital in Hollywood, where her condition is reported as serious.
She fits the description of that Shepherd girl's driver's license, all right, Mr. Marlowe. She's pretty banged up, though. Might be tough to identify her.
Yeah, what time did they find her?
About 3 o'clock this morning, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We were figuring robbery, since her wallet and most of the stuff in her purse is missing. Oh, here we are.
Oh.
Yeah, she's still out. Pretty doped up, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
She the one?
No, she isn't.
You sure?
Yeah, hair is too blonde.
Well, maybe she's had a quick dye job since you saw her last, huh?
Very funny.
Well, we'd like to wrap this thing up, you know. If you could identify her, we'd be part out of the woods.
I'd like to help you out, but she's not Carolyn Shepherd. How about it? Will she live?
This one?
This one.
No, hasn't got a chance.
You get that way, I guess, watching the inhuman parade of human stretcher cases into a police hospital. I wouldn't have his job. The sunlight was fresh and warm outside, and the coffee I got at the Three Stool joint next door was neither. The now you're sleeping, now you're not routine of the night before hadn't exactly made me razor sharp. But by now I was alert enough to study Carolyn's wallet a little more intently. There was $12 in it, and stashed in with the bills a book of check stubs on a Hollywood bank. Don't let anyone tell you that banks don't open till 10 o'clock. If you make like breaking down a glass door, they'll let you in. And if you cause them that much trouble, they'll give you the address you ask for and send you on your way in a hurry. I felt better about this address for Carolyn. Dee Dee Reynolds was listed on the card in the mailbox, too.
Yes?
You must be Dee Dee, and I must be Philip Marlowe.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Come in.
Thanks. I'm just supposing that Carolyn made it home all right. You seem to have a better grip on things than you did a few hours ago.
Oh, I have. I don't usually go to pieces that way, but I was terrified, really terrified. She came home shortly after I called you.
Sleeping now?
No. As a matter of fact, she just stepped next door to use Mrs. Landsberg's phone. She'll be right back, I know. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks, I will.
I had 3 chairs in my house. 1 for solitude, 2 for friendship, 3 for society.
Is that so? Which one am I sitting on now?
Oh, you don't know the quote. It's Thoreau.
Oh, well, I'm impressed. Yeah.
I shouldn't flaunt my knowledge that way. It's just that I've been nervous lately. I always read Thoreau when I'm nervous.
Well, aside from Thoreau, how much do you know about Carolyn?
Not very much. She doesn't let anyone know very much.
Oh?
I know she's worried. She watches at the window, and she jumps when there's a knock at the door. She acts like someone's after her all the time. I told her to see you.
That's nice.
Society is commonly too cheap. We meet at very short intervals, not having had time to acquire any new value for each other.
You quote a good deal, don't you?
Thoreau reaches me.
How about Frank Laszlo?
Frank Laszlo?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Is he a well-known writer?
I wouldn't know. I thought Carolyn might have mentioned him.
No, not that I know of. Of course, we keep pretty much to ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Which one of you smokes cigars?
What?
In the ashtray on that table there.
Why, for heaven's sakes. I never even noticed it. That's odd. Of course, I was gone early last evening. Went to the library.
Oh.
Maybe someone was here to see Carolyn.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so glad to see you.
Are you?
You don't know how glad. Dee Dee, would you... I promised Mrs. Landsberg I'd water the lawn, fore and aft anyway. It's the nearest thing I can get to Thoreau's Life in the Woods. I love a broad margin to my life.
The swiftest traveler is he that goes afoot.
Mr. Marlowe, you do know Thoreau.
See you later, Dee Dee.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. A real pleasure. She's an amazing girl, isn't she?
So are you. You did a great disappearing act last night.
I know. I felt so strange there. I knew he was around somewhere, and then I saw him down the street in front of your apartment. I had to run. I went out the back, down the fire escape.
But you didn't come home for quite a while.
Well, there's an all-night diner over on Franklin. I stayed there a long time. I was so frightened. I still am. It's got to stop, Mr. Marlowe. Whoever he is, he has to leave me alone.
Who's Frank Laszlo, Carolyn?
Why do you ask?
Well, I looked through the check stubs in your wallet. You made weekly payments of $50 to Frank Laszlo for several months, up until 2 weeks ago.
Well, he's just a family friend, Mr. Marlowe. He loaned me some money, and I've been paying him back.
Yeah, but $50 a week is pretty much and pretty often.
Well, I wanted to clear up the debt as soon as I could.
I thought you had no family.
I haven't. But we've known Mr. Laszlo for years. You see, I inherited a small amount when my father died, just last year. It was tied up for a while, and Mr. Laszlo just helped me over the breach, that's all.
Does he live in town?
No, he doesn't. If you're thinking he has anything to do with my trouble, Mr. Marlowe, you're very wrong. I wouldn't want him to know about it at all.
You know, Carolyn, you never described this guy who's been following you. You know, I wouldn't even know what kind of a fellow to look for.
Well, he's short for a man, not quite as tall as I am. And he's muscular looking. I think he's dark, too, although he usually wears a hat and a gray suit.
Does he smoke cigars?
I've never noticed that he does, no.
You don't work anywhere, do you?
How can I hold a job in the state I'm in? Oh, no, I just look and wait.
What is it?
I knew it. He's out there, Mr. Marlowe.
Where?
He just got in that car, the big convertible at the curb.
Okay, honey, come on, let's go.
He must know we're following him, the way he's driving.
Yeah, he can lose us with that job, too. Those babies can really take off.
Look, he's moving over into the right lane.
Probably going to turn. Well, we're going with him. Hang on, honey.
We can't lose him. We can't.
We won't. He's pulling into that parking lot.
Well, sir, we made quite a chase of it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Get out of that car.
I was just about to... You know, you really shouldn't try to keep up with a car like mine. I was just toying with you that time. Now, if you want to make a real race of it...
Oh, wait a minute. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm quite tall, really. 6'7" in my stocking feet.
How tall are you?
It doesn't matter.
Why, what's the matter, young lady?
She'll be all right. She's just a little disappointed. Come on.
No. You mustn't take it so seriously, young lady. Your companion here made a good race of it, considering he was up against great odds.
Yeah, thanks. Mr.
Old for you. Pious. Old for you.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Oh, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake. But he did look like him, Mr. Marlowe. Until he stood up, I really thought...
All right, honey, forget it. You're pretty tired and upset, and you're almost home now, huh?
I don't want to be alone. He'll come.
Don't worry, I'll stick around. Nobody will bother you.
He must. He must. I'm so tired. So afraid.
Take it easy, honey. We can't strike out all the time. Hey, looks like Dee Dee's made a friend watering the yard.
Oh, no.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, this time I'm sure of it. It's him. I know it is.
Cigar and all, huh? Okay, baby, we'll see. Come on.
No, I can't.
Come on, Carolyn. You gotta get with it, girl. Dee Dee, give me a hand, will you?
Carolyn, what's wrong?
She's pretty upset. Take her in the apartment, will you?
Oh, sure, I will.
Who's the guy with the cigar?
Well, he didn't say. He asked for Carolyn.
Okay. Hey, you! Hold it!
I don't think so, buddy.
I said hold it or I'll ram that cigar down your throat.
You don't look so tough.
That's how I fool him.
Are you hurt?
No, go back to Carolyn. Get her in the apartment.
Well, she's in Mrs. Lansbury's. She's not making much sense either. Just
Nothing's
crying
making
and
any
mumbling
sense.
things. Oh, he's really out cold.
Yeah, now look, take a look in there. His auto registration. Read it to me.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Frank Laszlo,
Uh-huh.
something, Kling Street, Barstow, California.
I thought so.
Did you?
Never mind. Go back with Carolyn now and stay with her. If she says anything, memorize it like you do with Thoreau.
But where are you taking
Where
him?
I hope he belongs. I'll be right back.
Hey, you keep dropping in like this, and we'll be old friends, Mr. Marlowe.
Never mind that. What shape's he in?
Looks like a minor concussion. He'll be around in a little while. Who hit him?
A very dear friend of mine. Look, keep him here, will you, and keep an eye on him. I'll be back maybe with another customer for you.
Hey, make you a rate.
And you can save us both some time if you get one of the boys at the station to call Barstow. Find out anything they can about Frank Laszlo and a girl named Carolyn Shepard. You can reach me at the Landsberg phone number I looked up on Cherokee.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, gee, I'm glad you're back.
How's Carolyn?
Come in and listen to her. I'm scared to death.
Yeah.
I remember. Mail a check to Barstow. Oh, must remember. That's the mail check. Got so much to forget, too. Forget and remember. It's been going on like that ever since you left.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I don't know for sure yet.
Steve, you can't be everywhere. Everywhere I look, you can't be anywhere. You're dead, Steve. Don't you know you're dead?
Take it easy, Carolyn. Easy.
Oh, that's Mrs. Lansberg's phone. I told her I'd answer it while she was out.
Go ahead. It could be for me.
Okay.
Carolyn, you're okay.
Who are you? No. Steve. It can't be you, Steve. You're dead.
I'm not Steve, Carolyn.
Steve, you're dead. Don't you remember, Steve? I killed you. But you won't go away. You won't go away.
It's for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's the police.
Yeah, I know. I'll get it.
She's... What's wrong with her, Mr. Marlowe?
She fainted. She'll be okay.
Poor kid.
Yeah. She'll leave Mrs. Lansberg's door open?
Oh, sure. The phone's right there in her living room.
Thanks. Yeah?
Hey, Marlowe, that Barstow call was a Lulu.
Really?
That dame you mentioned, Shepard, she's wanted for murder.
Who'd she kill?
Her husband, Stephen Shepard, last March.
Mm-hmm. What about Laszlo?
Well, they're not sure out there. He was questioned at the time, but they couldn't get anything on him. The dame apparently just vanished until now.
Mm-hmm.
Last time they had Laszlo in for questioning a couple of weeks back, he said he didn't know where she was.
Must have a real bad memory, huh?
You bringing the dame in?
Yeah. I'll bring her in.
She all beat up, too? I can send the wagon.
No. I'll bring her. Just keep a straitjacket handy. Like I said, there are times when confusion is the keynote. Carolyn Shepard, poor sick kid, kept seeing the man she murdered. Saw him so often she believed it. And Frank Laszlo must have seen things too. Enough to keep Carolyn paying him blackmail ever since she killed her husband. Did you ever stop to think of all the so-called nice, clean, upstanding citizens who carry a moral cesspool behind shining eyes and a sweet smile? Suddenly they make headlines, like Carolyn. What's the line? For murder, though it hath no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, was produced and transcribed tonight by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Verna Felton, Shirley Mitchell, Howard McNear, Ted Osborne, and Cy Kendall. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time my plans for a fishing trip got caught in the line of a beautiful girl who didn't know upstream from downstream. I was in deep water for a while, but I finally caught my limit by using a special kind of bait.
There's a song that goes with this story, friends. The story is, starting tomorrow evening, you'll be able to laugh again at the adorable antics of America's favorite teenager, Corliss Archer. Her boyfriend Dexter returns from vacation, too. So does her whole family. All of which means more Sunday night fun for your whole family when you meet Corliss Archer Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. We said a song went with this story, didn't we? Well, here it is.
C.
CBS.
B.
For the best.
F.
Yes, yes, yes. The star's address is CBS.
This is Clarence Cassell saying, remember, for the sweetest music this side of heaven, it's Guy Lombardo time, Sunday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 2 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Medium Was Rare.
Let me out of here. I've got to get away. This is the time. The time when all I can think of is trout streams, trails through tall mountains, where every man is Hopalong Cassidy. I was sitting in my favorite restaurant telling Mary, my favorite hash slinger, all about it.
Oh, it all sounds so wonderful, Phil.
Yeah, but that's not the half of it. There are waterfalls so high it seems the cascade comes from heaven itself.
Alone, Phil?
You bet your sweet life I'm going alone. In the words of the poet, I'm going to commune with nature.
I'm the most natural thing you ever saw.
Darling, you're beautiful. Your charms are many, but you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
You don't compare to a trout.
Why, you worm!
Don't get mad, baby. It's the season.
Season or out, I don't like being compared to a fish.
Not a fish, baby. The queen of them all. A mountain trout. Did you ever hear of the Feather River country, Mary?
If it's out of Los Angeles County, I've never been there.
It's in Northern California. Northern fringe of the Mother Lode.
Here's your coffee. Mother who?
Hey, you know something? If I started right now, I could make it before morning.
A quick cup of coffee, huh, doll?
I'll drop everything.
Well, if it ain't the clean living type. Hi, Marlowe.
Hiya, Cookie. I thought they had you stashed away.
Not no more. I got parole last week.
No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. It was a bum rap.
It sure was, if you're out this soon.
Anything else?
Yeah. When do you get off?
A lot later than you do, because you're getting off now.
Touche, girl.
Yeah? What kind of a crack is that?
That's French for I'm on your team.
Ah.
Dames. You try to say something nice to him, and where does he get you?
Yeah, well, I got to go, Cookie. I'm sorry to see you.
Wait. I'll go with you.
Thanks, Mary.
Yeah, you bet, Phil. Give my regards to the fish.
I'll leave you a nickel, doll.
Better keep it. The other buffalo will miss you.
Why, yeah, we should.
You got to face it, Cookie. She's crazy about you.
You think so?
No. Well, my car's in the lot here. I'm in a hurry,
Yeah,
so...
well, mine's in the lot, too. Listen, Marlowe, I was just wondering. You get around. You got any idea where Cesano is?
Cesano?
Yeah.
Don't you know any decent people?
What? Hey, Cesano's my pal. He's as decent as I am.
You made the point, Cookie. Seems to me there was talk he had something to do with you taking that rap in the first place, huh?
Listen, you don't think I'm trying to find him to knock him off or anything like that?
Could be, or about that bright. But it doesn't really matter. I don't know where he is. I don't care. I don't want to know where you are, either.
Well, that suits me good. Only
Good.
I don't know what you're so kissed off about. I done nothing to you. Neither is Cesano.
You make my taxes higher.
Yeah, how?
Never mind.
Oh, you'll kill me, Marlowe. You talk about taxes. How'd you like to pay taxes on this job?
This your heat?
Yeah. One of them foreign things. The right-hand drive.
Baby blue yet?
It matches my eye.
What'd you do at San Quentin? Learn a trade?
Sure. And a good one. You decent people go right on paying taxes, Marlowe. Us third-rate punks will get along.
I watched Cookie's baby blue convertible cut out into the traffic. Got in my own car and drove away in the opposite direction. Yeah, Cookie cinched it. I was going to knock off for a while, head for the Feather River country. Well, by the time I reached my apartment, I could almost smell the pine trees. And while I tossed a few things into a bag, I saw myself every inch a modern Isaac Walton.
You're Philip Marlowe.
That's right.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I've been calling you. Oh, I'm Lillian Collins.
Are you? Well,
I told Pat not to wait.
Who's Pat?
The taxi driver.
Oh, him.
May I come in?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Thank you. Oh, you're packing. Or are you unpacking?
No, I'm packing. I'm going to the Feather
but
River
you
country.
Can't.
What?
You can't be going anywhere. I need your help, Mr. Marlowe. I really do desperately.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd take a few days
Of
off.
course,
Can't it work?
I'll pay you, whatever's customary. I just don't know where to turn. Somehow we've got to locate them quickly. Leonard should be home within a week.
Wait a minute. Sit down. Mrs. Collins, is it?
Yes, Lillian.
Oh.
Leonard's my husband. He's back east on business.
Well, just what do we have to locate quickly?
My jewelry. It was stolen last night.
Oh, well, stolen jewelry's out of my line, Mrs. Collins. That's a police job.
Oh, no. Oh, that is it. It can't be.
Why?
I thought about the police right away, of course, but I can't call them in. Leonard would hear about it, I know. It would be in the papers, and you understand, don't you?
No, I don't understand.
Well, I just couldn't, that's all.
Mrs. Collins, right now I like fishing poles better than I do
Oh,
people.
but you can't go. I mean, you can, of course, but I do need your help so much.
Why can't I resist names? All right, but you have to level with me. What jewelry? When did it happen? Who knew you had it? Everything.
Well, There was a necklace, diamonds,
Yeah.
and a diamond bracelet. I had them in my jewel box last night. I'd only just taken them from our safe deposit box in the afternoon.
Who knew you took them out?
Well, no one knew.
Mm-hmm. Well, how did it happen, the robbery, I mean?
Well, I was in my bedroom. That's where the jewel box was.
Yeah.
I was dressing for dinner. The doorbell rang. I had to answer it. Letty's on vacation now that Mr. Collins is in the East. It was Sylvia, a friend of mine. We were to have dinner together. I fixed a drink for us, then went back to my bedroom for my wrap. That's when I noticed the jewelry was missing.
You hadn't heard anything, anyone in the house?
No. Of course, the radio was on. Music, you know.
Mm-hmm. How would anyone get into the bedroom?
Well, the French doors open onto a little terrace right by the bedroom. I rather presumed whoever it was came in that way.
Well, how much would you say this jewelry is worth?
$10,000.
Mm.
Oh, that's what it's insured for.
Anything else taken?
No, not a thing.
Do you wear this necklace and bracelet often?
Oh, no, not really. When Leonard gave them to me, he said they were for state occasions.
Last night was a state occasion.
Oh, my goodness, no. Oh, that is,
If you didn't intend to wear them last night, why did you take them out of the safe deposit box?
I suppose you'll have to know. I needed the money, Mr. Marlowe. I had a debt Leonard knows nothing about. If I wrote a check for $10,000, he'd ask questions.
I don't blame him.
Well, there's just no need worrying him with it, that's all.
He doesn't know you gamble, huh?
I didn't say.
Yeah, you didn't have to. Have you ever pawned anything before, Mrs. Keller?
No. No, I haven't.
Well, I got news for you. You probably couldn't get $10,000 for them.
Oh, but if they're insured...
Doesn't matter. Unless you made a deal to have them stolen so you could get the insurance money.
Oh, really, Mr. Marlowe?
Really, Mrs. Collins? Okay. Let's drive to your place and look around. Yeah, these doors have been jimmied, all right. Didn't it bother you to stay here last night after it happened?
Oh, I didn't. I stayed with Sylvia in Westwood.
Told her about the robbery, huh?
No, I didn't. I started to, but then I was afraid I'd have to tell her too much.
Mm-hmm. You stay there last night and then come over to my apartment by cab this morning?
Well, I came here first, then to your apartment. I wanted to be sure nothing else was missing. And then I decided to get in touch with you and had Pat drive me over.
That's the taxi driver.
He's practically my chauffeur. His stand is right out in front of our building here. I'm one of those native-born New Yorkers who never learned to drive.
Mrs. Collins, are you sure that you're telling me everything you know about this?
Oh, believe me, I am, Mr. Morrow. Why, it would be so stupid of me not to.
Yes, it would.
I've got to have that jewelry back before Leonard comes. He'll just never understand the gambling and all. Well, he's gone so much, and we have no children. There just wasn't anything else to do. Can you understand that, Mr. Morrow?
No, but I'll try, Mrs. Collins. There was something tragic about her. A woman of means and advantage who was husbandless part of the time and childless all of the time. I suppose that isn't an easy life, but surely there must be other ways to fill the emptiness, huh? Well, Lillian packed a small bag and asked me to drive her to Sylvia's. As we walked toward my car, a grinning taxi driver leaned out of his cab.
Take you somewhere, Mrs. Collins?
Oh, not this time, thanks, Pat. I'm freeloading.
Okay, but don't make it a habit. I got to make a living here.
I know. See you later, Pat. He's awfully nice, Mr. Morrow.
Yeah, he seems to be. Tell me about your friend Sylvia.
Oh, well, there isn't much to tell. She's a nice person, a widow. Oh, she just lives a block or so from here. Turn on Wilshire to your left.
Okay. Tell me, does Sylvia have money?
Well, I guess so. She seems to, anyway. Has a lovely apartment, a nice car. Oh, the symbols, anyway. Why?
I just wondered. Oh, by the way, if you don't want her to know you've hired me, maybe you better tell her I'm a business friend of your husband, huh? Just drop by as you were leaving the house, something like that.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's in this block, the big green apartment building on the right.
Okay. That's funny.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, here's a parking place. Wonder what Cookie's doing around here.
A friend of yours?
No, not possibly. That car parked there, foreign job, baby blue. It's Cookie's, all right.
Sylvia's apartment is the first one on this side. You really don't have to come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Name's Murphy, remember? Old friend of your husband.
Yes, that's right.
I'll come in to carry your bag and to meet Sylvia. Very partial to wealthy widows.
Really, Mr. Marlowe, do you think you will find my jewelry?
Well, I've got one idea so far, Mrs. Collins. If that doesn't work, well, you leave it up to me, huh?
Yes, of course. Oh, here we are.
Oh, Lil, darling, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Sylvia, this is Mr.
Murphy.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Murphy. Sylvia Jennings.
How do you do,
How are you?
Murphy? Well, come in, both of you. I was just getting ready for a swim.
Oh, sounds wonderful.
Maybe I could scare up a pair of trunks for you, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, thanks. No, I've got to run along. I just stopped by Mrs. Collins looking for a husband.
Mr. Murphy's from out of town. Known Leonard for years. I was all packed ready to come over here.
So I brought her.
Well, all right. You know, you two don't have to explain anything to me. As a matter of fact, I can go down to the pool alone, and you two can stay here and talk about old times.
Why, Sylvia.
Oh, relax, Bill. And forgive me, Mr. Murphy. I've told stories like that myself so many times, I know them by heart.
I'll bet you do at that.
You know I do.
Now, I just won't have you thinking that, Sylvia.
Oh, now, don't be silly, darling. It's not important.
Oh, but it is.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. Let's you both go down to the pool and talk it all over. I really have business to tend to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, we'll just keep it that way. Huh?
Will we be hearing from you about anything or anything? You know.
Oh, sure. Sure you will. About anything. About that Sylvia. Well, the case was beginning to have its compensations. But I didn't figure Lillian Collins at all. Sometimes I thought she lied in her teeth, and sometimes I knew that she was just a bewildered dame who'd had her jewels lifted. I passed Cookie's car again as I left, and still no sign of him. I had told Lillian I had one idea. He was still at the taxi stand in front of her apartment.
You really Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, I really am. Need proof?
No, that's okay. Mrs. Collins wouldn't have been with you if you weren't the right guy. You say I can help?
Yeah, maybe so. Now, look, you drive her almost everywhere she goes. Now, how about telling me just where she goes, huh?
Regulation places, Sax's, Magnan's, places for lunch, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
This morning I took her over to a Hollywood address.
Oh, that was me.
Well, hey, there is one place she goes a couple of times a week for the last 3 or 4 weeks. A place on top of one of the hills up off of Coldwater Canyon.
Friend of hers?
Well, maybe. She usually asks me to wait, though, between 15 minutes and a half hour. That's all the longer she stays.
When was the last time you took her there?
Let me see. Day before yesterday, I think. Yeah, it was day before yesterday.
I followed Pat's instructions through every devious curve to the top of Coldwater Canyon. The thing that interested me most was not what was ahead, but what or who was behind me in the big, expensive car. The sun was hitting the windshield just right to obscure the driver. I slowed at the isolated address, noticed another big car parked in front. When I stopped, the car behind me stopped. A well-dressed woman got out and went into the house. As she did, she passed another well-dressed woman coming out. It looked like a change of shifts. As she drove away, I got out of the car and went up to the door. Someone somewhere was watching me. I could feel it.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
I do not believe you have an appointment, sir.
Oh, no, I didn't think to make one.
Excuse me, please. One moment.
What a creep. And what a joint.
You will come in, please.
Yeah, thanks.
May I inquire, sir, who referred you here?
I have to have a reference?
Madame must insist on references, sir.
Oh, she insists, yeah, well. I'm a friend of Mrs. Collins. Lillian Collins?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Collins.
Yeah.
Yes. You will follow me, then. Madame will see you now.
More to the point, I will see Madame. I followed the Peter Lorre character down a darkened hallway. As far as I could tell, there was no door ahead. It looked like a blind alley. Even in the darkness, I sensed that someone could see me. I didn't have long to think about it. Just when we reached what looked like an impasse, the little man ahead of me pulled some heavy drapes aside and nodded for me to enter. I walked into a room that was heavily draped on all sides, pungent with the smell of incense. And studying me from across the room, a Grecian-robed woman seated beside, so help me, a crystal ball.
You will come in, please, and be seated.
Yeah, I will. You see,
Hush. You will remain silent. It is so necessary, your silence. Bruno, you will go.
Yes, madame.
Hey, they're very clever, those drapes. When they're closed, you can't tell where the door is.
I must insist. Your silence is very important.
Ah.
You are in need of help. Much help. Or you would not be here.
Yeah, well, you could say that. Yeah.
You make it very difficult for me to see what is in store for you. The crystal is cloudy, very cloudy.
I'll quit breathing on it.
Please.
Oh, excuse me.
Now, you are seeking something, probing, searching out, and this is not a good thing. Some things one must not pursue. I regret to say, for you I see much trouble. Great trouble and pain. You are in need of rest, my friend. Rest and sleep. A long sleep. Bruno will help you. Bruno will help you to sleep.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, through the years, Red Cross has helped the victims of disaster, brought comfort to servicemen in camps and hospitals and to their families. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of aggression, the Red Cross has been asked by the government to undertake tremendous tasks. By giving generously to the Red Cross, you will help mobilize for the defense of your families, your community, and the nation. Give as much as you can. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Medium Was Rare.
Madame's prediction was suffocatingly accurate. Bruno helped me sleep all right with a strong assist from a sponge full of ether. My watch said it was 2 hours later when I came out of the anesthetic a long way from the house on the top of Coldwater Canyon. I was in my own car parked on a strand of beach north of Santa Monica. 10 minutes and a blast of bourbon later, I entered Sylvia Jennings' apartment again. This time there was no sign of Cookie's baby blue car.
I don't think Lillian will be long. She remembered some shopping she had to do.
Did she?
You don't look as if you felt very well, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, I feel just fine. I just woke up from a long sleep. And by the way, Mrs. Jennings, you really shouldn't call me Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, yes. Now, where on earth do you suppose I got the name Marlowe?
I really wouldn't know. Okay, where's Lillian, huh?
I told you she went shopping.
Without a purse?
Well, what?
That blue bag there. She was carrying it when I brought her here.
Now, isn't that odd?
Yes, isn't it?
The door. Do excuse me.
Sure.
Yes?
I want to see Chisano.
Well, you must be mistaken. There's no one here by that name.
He was here, doll. I seen him.
What?
I'll just wait for him.
No, you can't come in here.
Well, Cookie, hello.
Here. What is this, Marlowe?
Well, it's one of those happy coincidences, Cookie. For the first time in my life, I'm glad to see you. Oh, close the door, Mrs. Jennings. Make yourself at home.
I'm afraid I don't understand this, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, well, I was afraid I wouldn't for a while, but stick around. I think things are going to clear up in a hurry.
Listen, Marlowe, what's the pitch here? You noticed him?
Not as well as I'm going to. You sure you saw Chisano here, Cookie?
Yeah, I'm sure. He leave here about an hour ago with another dame.
Listen, you
Brunette,
keep quiet.
Cookie, blue and white dress?
Yeah. And she didn't seem too happy about going with Chisano.
Did you tell him?
Sure. To a house up at the top of Coldwater Canyon.
That's fine, Cookie. Then what happened?
You wouldn't believe it. I'm all set to move in, talk to Chisano, when some jerk jumps me and stuffs my face full of a sponge thing. It was loaded.
You passed out?
Yeah, for a while. When I wake up, I'm sitting in my car, big as you please, down at the bottom of the canyon. I figured Chisano started from here. He'd be coming back, so I come back. And here you are.
Interesting story, isn't it, Mrs. Jennings?
None of it's true.
Of course not. How'd you get a line on Chisano, Cookie?
There's talk in town. He's got a new racket. Got something to do with a rich doll. You know who this dame is?
Tell me.
She's right out of the Blue Book, that's who. I don't figure her with Chisano. Except I gotta believe what I see.
Yeah, Cookie, me too.
Then maybe you two will believe this gun if you see it.
What?
Stay where you are and keep your hands up.
I knew I'd get to know you better, Mrs. Jennings. Stop me if I'm wrong. You set up suckers, wealthy females, con them into visiting Madame who tells fortunes based on what you've told
You're
her.
crazy and you're in no position to talk.
Maybe then the Madame predicts some trouble for him, huh? Warns him of dangers ahead.
Shut up.
Like maybe your jewelry isn't safe where it is. Take it out of the bank, keep it at home where you can watch it, Lillian. And when the poor stoop does that, you come in the front door and Chisano comes in the back to cop the jewelry.
I said shut up.
Hey, Marlowe, you think that's the deal?
I think that's the deal, Cookie.
Hey, you're breaking my arm.
Only if I have to, baby. Get the gun. Sure. And bring Mrs. Jennings along, Cookie. The three of us are going to have our fortunes told.
How about that Chisano? What a sweet deal he's got. I didn't figure him for so smart.
He's a big brain, all right.
And wait till he hears we're cutting in on him, sharing the take.
Huh?
This way, everybody makes dough. Me, you, Chisano, even the little doll here, huh?
Leave me alone.
Easy does it, Cookie. You're pretty smart yourself. How'd you figure I was going to make a business deal with Chisano?
Yeah, no chump, Marlowe. I got every Seamus figured. You're all looking for that one big, sweet deal like Chisano's got to move in on. It's a natural.
Yeah, you're right.
Chisano will never go for it.
He's got no choice, doll. Oh, hey, watch it, Marlowe. There's a geek in a prowl car ahead of you.
Yeah, I've been watching him. Where's Mrs. Jennings' gun, Cookie?
Right here. Why?
Give it to me a minute, huh?
You ain't gonna plug it.
Come on, give it to me.
Okay, but I don't get you.
Thanks.
You hit him.
Yeah, and that's not all.
What are you doing? You ran right into that police car.
That's the way I played it, honey.
Hey, that wasn't very bright. Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Got a couple of customers for you, officer. I had to move quick.
Why, sure.
Oh, you don't.
Oh, yes, we do. The lively one's got a great racket. I'll tell you about it later. Cookie over there wants to see his parole officer.
You want me to take them in?
I sure do. And tell your brethren to come to 6956 Canyon Rim, top of Coldwater Canyon, right away, with their muskets loaded. The house at the top of the canyon had the empty look that only occupied houses can have. Cookie had tipped his hand just in time. I was better off traveling light. I knew I'd have no trouble getting in. Chisano was probably expecting me. I was so right.
You're late, Marlowe.
Well, some days it takes me longer to come out of ether than others.
You must have done a good job, Bruno.
I always try, Mr. Chisano.
Oh, believe me, Chisano, he's earned a promotion.
Get the business over with.
Well, Madame, I didn't recognize you without your crystal ball.
Never mind that, Marlowe.
Okay, I won't. Where's Lillian?
She's arresting.
Oh. Look, Chisano, your nasty little racket here is one thing, but kidnapping is another. Huh?
Yeah. And murder is something else again.
You forced us, Mr. Marlowe. I warned you not to probe.
Chisano, listen. I'm not kidding. If you've done anything to Lillian, I'll take you...
She's perfectly safe. She's not been harmed yet.
That's right. Not yet.
She better not be. Oh, there you are, Lillian.
She can't be. There's no one there.
It's an old gag, Chisano. Gives me a chance at my gun. Now, the three of you stand over there by the windows.
Now, look, Marlowe.
Now, you look. You and Bruno and Madame take a good look out the window and let me know when the law arrives. You know, Madame, even without your crystal ball, I can see trouble for you. Much trouble. Lillian had been given the ether treatment, too. We found her when the police arrived. She was okay, just thoroughly frightened. She wasn't all we found when we searched the place. Cisano hadn't fenced the jewelry as fast as he stole it. And the parade of women who came to claim it all later read like the social register. Social register. The elite. The 400. Yeah, well, I know a place where the 400 give way to 4,000 luscious, lovely mountain trout. Oh, the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the... Yeah. You know what? I don't think I'm going to make it.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, was produced and transcribed tonight by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height. The cast included Gloria Blondell, Ed Max, Gene Bates, Harry Bartell, Betty Lou Gerson, Lou Krugman, Ida Reese-Marin, and Jay Novello. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, strange sounds came from a bungalow court. Or did they? An old woman thought so, but she had quite an imagination. A crack in the wall held the secret. A couple of guys held guns. And a nice guy held on for dear life.
Just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States Defense Bonds. Defense bonds are Series E bonds, safe, sure, profitable. The systematic, easy way to buy defense bonds is through the payroll savings plan where you work. So for the defense of your future, for the defense of your country's future, buy your full share regularly, systematically, of United States defense bonds. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero number one, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 1 week from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Sound and the Unsound.
You know, in my business, you get to the point where you think you've seen everything. In fact, you get there at least twice a week. This time I was sure of it. It was 10 o'clock at night, and stretched across my apartment door was the settee that customarily covered the frayed carpet about 10 paces down the hall. And stretched across the settee was a sturdy female in her twilight years. She was sound asleep. Hey, lady. Hey, lady, come alive. Huh? Madam, you're sleeping in my doorway.
Oh, evening, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Well, I must have dozed off. What time is it?
About 10. May I ask what's the idea?
Oh, 10 o'clock, you don't say.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have slept, I don't suppose, except the light's bad in this hall. Not fit for reading, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, well, I'll speak to the landlady. Now, what
Well, I
is...
guess I better put this settee back where it belongs. I hauled it up to your door so I wouldn't miss you. I can haul it back just fine.
Yeah, I know, but you...
Yeah. Now then, you remember me, don't you, Miss Marlowe? Lucille Bellows?
Well,
Letty Parmley's friend, remember? She introduced me to you one day in the supermarket. We all began to talk.
Oh, sure. We had fun, didn't we? Yeah.
Oh, we sure did.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, before I forget it, Homer's gone now, you know.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. 4 months tomorrow. Thought you'd want to know.
Oh, I want to know that, sure.
Don't really suppose I'd have to bother you if he was still around, but since he isn't, I just came right to you the moment I couldn't stand it any longer.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did. Might as well go into my apartment and talk about it, huh?
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you, but we'd save a lot of time if we'd just drive right over to the court now. That way you'd be there when it happens.
Drive over to... Be there when it happens.
I own that nice little bungalow court just off Fountain and Franklin, you know. Won't take us no time to get there if you've got a car.
I've got a car. How did you get here?
Walk. Do it every evening. Take a nice, brisk constitutional. Keep an old lady like me in fighting trim. How much do you weigh, Mr. Marlowe?
About 190. Why?
Bet I can lift you.
It just seemed smarter all the way around to drive Lucille Bellows back to our nice little bungalow court. My memory wasn't as vivid as hers. I didn't remember Letty Parmley or our hysterical rendezvous in the supermarket or Homer or even Lucille. But the promise of my usual fee made that unimportant. Of two things I was certain: I'd never forget Lucille again, and she probably could lift me. I was still in the dark about everything else as the two of us entered a bungalow at the far end of the court. It was pure Grand Rapids and spotless.
You just take that blue chair, Mr. Marlowe. I think that's the best seat. Leastwise, that's where I'm always sitting when it happens.
When what happens?
The sounds. Good prominently. Don't tell me I haven't told you about them.
Well, you've been so busy telling me about everything else.
Yes, but this is important.
Ah.
You see, for the last few nights, I've been hearing these strange sounds coming from Mr. Rogers' bungalow. That's the one right next door.
Well, maybe Mr. Rogers is just a little noisy. Huh?
No. The thing is, he isn't even home. Been out of town all week on location. He's one of them grips at the studio.
Ah. He lives alone, does he?
I should think so. He's a bachelor. I keep thinking him and that Barbara Curtis will get married, but they don't. She comes in every so often and cooks him a nice dinner. Lovely girl. Just lovely. He's so handy around the place, you know, always painting and
About
fixing up.
the noises, Mrs. Bellows, what do they sound like?
Well, sir, they're just downright strange. Sort of a tapping sound. Thought it was the plumbing there at first. Homer used to be good at fixing the plumbing, and I thought about calling him to check it for
wait a
me.
minute,
And then
just a minute, please. Isn't Homer dead?
Did I tell you that?
Well, you said he was gone.
Oh, well, perfectly logical if you thought so, Mr. Marlowe. Sometimes I tell folks he's dead and gone. Sometimes I tell them he's sicker than a horse and I got him in a sanitarium. But the plain, bald-faced truth is, Homer just up and walked out on me 4 months ago tomorrow.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well, you know, sometimes I am, too. Most time I'm not, though. But don't think I don't realize I might be imagining these sounds, Mr. Marlowe. I'm getting along in years, and it's just as possible it can be... There she goes. What do you make of that?
I don't know. Sounds like someone's tapping along the wall. You've got a passkey, I suppose?
Sure, I'll wear it right around the neck.
Good. Come on, let's go.
By George, I wouldn't miss this for the world.
You better give me the key. We don't know what we'll run into.
Just put me out of your mind, Mr. Marlowe. I'm safe as here as anywhere.
Okay, watch it, though. I saw a light in the back. I'm not sure.
I'll get the light switched.
All right.
No one in the living room, anyway.
Are you, Barbara?
Great Scott, that's you, Mr. Rogers?
Hello.
I thought you was away on location.
Well, I just got in town a few minutes ago. The boss needed something for the company. He sent me in to get it.
Well, sakes alive. Well, I'm that embarrassed at barging in on you this way. Oh, this is Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Clinton Rogers.
How do you do,
Well,
Marlowe?
I don't blame you for looking confused the way you do, Mr. Rogers. I might just as well face up to it. For the last few nights, I've been hearing some pretty strange tapping sounds coming out of your place here. And I made up my mind I'd call my old friend Mr. Marlowe here to investigate them for me.
Oh, I see.
Say, you don't look too good, Mr. Rogers.
Well, I'm fine. Well, we've been working pretty hard. I'm just tired, that's all.
Well, you see, we heard those tapping sounds a while ago, Mr. Rogers, and then a duller, heavier sound just before we came over.
I must say, we didn't hear you come home, Mr. Rogers.
Well, I came in the back way. The sounds you heard, Mr. Marlowe, I must have made them. I guess I dropped my suitcases pretty hard. I'm tired, like I said. I hope it didn't bother you.
Yeah, but what about the tapping along the wall?
I can't imagine what it could have been. I didn't hear it.
Mrs. Bellows?
Why, Mr. Larry, what on earth?
The door was open. I saw you in there. I must speak with you, Mrs. Bellows. Well, I simply must speak with you.
Well, all right, Mr. Larry. We sure were just thinking of you, Mr. Rogers, when we blew in here unannounced, you know.
Sure, I know, Mrs. Bellows, and thanks.
Don't mention it. I'll be in my bungalow if you want me, Mr. Marlowe.
That's fine, Mrs. Bellows. Well, you think we ought to take a look around, Rogers?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Marlowe. Mrs. Bellows could have imagined all those noises, you know.
Yeah, she could. But I couldn't. Anyone else got a key to your place here?
Why...
Barbara Curtis, for instance?
Mrs. Bellows told you, huh?
Yeah.
No, but Barbara knows where I keep the extra key outside. But as far as I know, she's out of town, too.
By the way, what studio are you with?
Imperial.
Uh-huh.
Look, Mr. Marlowe, I'm really pretty tired. There's nothing wrong here, I'm sure, so...
So it's okay with you if I leave now, huh?
Well, I just...
All right, Rogers. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Bellows tells me you're a pretty handy guy around the house, painting, keeping things fixed up, all that.
Yeah, I guess I am. Why?
Well, you just probably haven't had time to fix that crack in the plaster there running up from the hall closet.
Why, no, I haven't. I'll have to get to that soon, too.
Mm-hmm. That's been nice seeing you, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, same here.
You plan to stay in town?
Oh, sure. I'll be in town. All night.
There was something eating at Clinton, Rogers. Something pressing, but he wasn't talking about it, not to me anyway. I knew one thing. He'd never seen that crack in the plaster until I pointed it out to him. It was on the wall next to Lucille Bellows' bungalow, and it was the kind of crack that could be made if someone tapped along the wall looking for something. So much for deduction. I went back to check in and out with Lucille.
I'm just real sorry, Mr. Marlowe. Maybe it's all been over nothing at all.
Well, Mr. Rogers will be home all night, so if you hear anything, just pound on his wall.
Well, if he's going to be here, I'll feel better. I really will.
Say, how about your friend who called you out of Mr. Rogers' bungalow a while back?
Mr. Larry?
Yeah.
Well, now, he's a nice soul. Not the protective sort a woman usually sets her cap for, but Lord Almighty, I'm strong as an ox, you know.
Yes, I know.
Of course, I don't think he makes a dime. Mr. Larry's in women's hats, you know.
No, but I could have guessed.
Just why I'd hold out for a man who could support me, I couldn't tell you.
Well, you look as though you've done all right by yourself.
Well, I have, matter of fact. Got myself quite a little nest egg. Want me to show it to you?
No, I'll take your word for it. Hey, wait a minute. You don't keep any amount of money here in the house, do you?
Sure, keep it in the cigar box right up in the storage part of that hall closet there. Oh, safest place in the world.
Yeah, well, it's your money.
Well, I just could take it to the bank, maybe tomorrow, if you'd feel better about it.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, before I go, are all the bungalows alike?
Just like.
All have that storage space in the hall closet.
That's right. A little trap door thing at the top of the closet. It's like a little attic, you know. You can stash a lot of stuff up there if you're of a mind.
Yeah, I guess you can. Well, I think I'll go now, Mrs. Bellows. Give me a call tomorrow, will you?
Yes, sure will. And I'll have you pay for you then if that's all right with you.
Oh, sure. It's just fine. Good night, Mrs. Bellows.
Good night, Mr. Marlowe, and a million thanks. Just a million.
My pleasure, Mrs. Bellows.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, Mr. Larry, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. I know who you are. I mean, the Philip Marlowe and all that.
And all that. Well, that's good. Now we know each other. Huh?
I've really become quite chilled waiting for you to come from the field.
Is that what you've waited to tell me?
Certainly not. Confidentially, Mr. Marlowe, I know something that may interest you.
Oh?
Well, it's quite obvious to me that something's going on around here. Something odd, I mean.
Are you closing in on a point? Because I wouldn't want you to get any more chilled.
Very well, Mr. Marlowe. I'll be brief. But it just may interest you to know that I've seen Homer around here. Quite a bit in the last few days. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know. What do you make of it?
Well, I don't know. I must say, I thought it would mean something to you.
Yeah, well, it might mean more to Lucille. Why don't you just trot in and tell her all about it?
Well, I will. I'll just do that. And I'm sure I'll never trouble you with any of my ideas again, Mr. Marlowe. Goodness.
Yeah, well, Lucille's as strong as an ox. Oh, that bed's gonna look real good.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, CBS Radio puts out the welcome mat for three of its greatest stars tomorrow night. Jack Benny and his gang start the new season. My Friend Irma becomes a regular Sunday feature on CBS Radio, and Tony Martin will rejoin Joe Stafford on the Contented Hour. Be listening for Tony and Irma on most of these same stations, and Jack over them all. More than ever before, CBS Radio is the star's address. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Sound and the Unsound.
The scream was Lucille's. The shots could have been anybody's. The little bungalow court came alive as I raced back up the sidewalk to Lucille's bungalow. The lights came on in every unit except one. Clinton Rogers' bungalow was dark. Lucille bolted out of her front door to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, thank the good Lord you heard me.
Where'd the shot come from?
Mr. Rogers' bungalow. Here, take my key.
Yeah.
I've got to tend to Mr. Larry.
What's with him?
Fainted dead away when he heard the shot.
Oh.
I'll come in as soon as Mr. Larry comes to.
Okay. Rogers? Rogers, where are you? Hey, Rogers?
Here.
Huh?
In the kitchen.
Hey, you really caught one, didn't you?
Yeah. My shoulder burns like fury.
Who was it, Rogers?
Let's say I did it, huh?
All right, what'd you do with the gun?
Ate it, of course.
Oh, now, look, I'll have to call the police. It'll be a good idea if you tell me what happened.
Listen, there's a bottle in the first cabinet there. Get it, will you? I need a drink.
Okay.
Just uncap it. I don't need any glass.
Here you go.
It's great. It burns, too. Everything burns. Here, have a drink.
Thanks. Well, okay, Rogers, I gotta call him now.
Yeah, okay. First, though, listen. Will you call the studio?
Yeah, I'll call him after we get you to a hospital. I'll tell him you had an accident.
No, tell him I quit.
Quit?
Yeah.
What, look?
No, don't argue. Just tell him that.
Okay, it's a promise. Now,
Tell Barbara to...
Yeah, Rogers, tell Barbara what?
Tell her to...
I called the emergency hospital in Hollywood, and their ambulance was there in no time. So was a squat little sergeant. Steele followed him in. I had two hunches that I was keeping to myself for the time being. One, that whoever had shot Clinton Rogers was in his bungalow when he got back from location. That they were there when Lucille and I barged in on him. And two, that they'd left by the back door after they'd plugged him. Even the sergeant could see something of interest in that back door.
The screen's been cut through here, see? The way it's cut, the fella could unhook the screen door, see, and get right at the back door.
Yeah, well, that's very good, Sergeant. But tell me, why do you think it was a fella who shot Rogers?
Well, it could have been. You don't think it was a dame, do you?
It's happened before, you know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I know you're busy finding clues and all that, but don't you think I could clean up this kitchen floor? It's a terrible mess.
Don't touch nothing.
Well, it seems to me that you
He
could...
said don't touch nothing. Sergeant will let you tidy up things tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's soon enough.
Well, all right. I think I'll go back to Mr. Larry now. He's just undone about this whole thing. I'll be in my place if you want me for anything. I'll say good night for now, anyway.
Good night.
Night. Well, I'm satisfied for the time being.
I'll give you a lift back to the station, Sergeant. I'd like to check on Rogers at the emergency hospital on the way.
Yeah, so would I. If he's in shape, I want to talk to him.
The news from the emergency hospital wasn't too good. They'd taken a slug out of Rogers' shoulder at 38. He'd lost a lot of blood and was still out. I left Rogers' phone number as the place I could be reached if his condition changed. And before I left, I checked the city directory, which made my next stop a very interesting one.
Hey, the studio's closed, mister. You can't get in at this time of night.
Are you Homer Bellows?
That's right. And I'm the night watchman here. Why?
Well, Clinton Rogers works here at Imperial, too, doesn't he?
Uh-huh. But he ain't here. He's in a company that's out on location. Leastwise, I think they're still out.
You a friend of his, Homer?
Well, you might say so. I know him.
You used to live next door to him, didn't you?
Yep, I did. Hey, who are you, anyway?
Well, I'm a guy who wants to know what you've been doing around Roger's bungalow recently.
Roger's bungalow?
Yeah.
Been doing nothing, except passing it on my way to my wife's. What infernal business is it of yours?
Well, none, really, but I'm a friend of your wife's, Homer.
Oh, you are you? Well, if you're such a friend of hers, why don't you ask her what I've been doing around there?
Does she know?
Does she know? I've been asking her for a divorce since you're so nosy. I want to marry me someone else.
Oh, won't she give it to you?
Oh, she's agreeable to the divorce, all right. Thing that's holding her up is a settlement.
Oh, a settlement.
Yep. You see, I lived with that one almost 40 years. I think that entitles me to a nice little wad of her money. Lucille, don't see it that way.
Yeah, well, some women have next to no understanding about things like that. But my visit with Homer served its purpose. I went back to Roger's bungalow in case the call should come from the emergency hospital. And this time I wanted a good look at that crack on the wall, the storage compartment in the hall closet. I kept Lucille's passkey, and this time I didn't bother with the lights. I used the flashlight from my car because I was pretty sure whoever had shot Rogers hadn't found what they were looking for. I just opened the hall closet door when I'd heard it. Someone was unlocking the front door. I moved quickly behind a big chair in the living room.
Just tiptoe, Bud. We've got to be quiet.
Yeah. But what about lights?
We'll try to make the flashlight do.
Okay. But I still don't think this much of an idea.
Oh, I was afraid to come alone, Bud. And I've got to find it before Clint comes back.
You could just take my word for it, you know. You wouldn't have to be here at all.
I've told you. I can't believe what you said. I've got to find out for myself.
Maybe you'll be sorry if you find out.
Maybe so. But at least I'll know then. That little storage place here in the closet is the only place I haven't looked. Do you think this will be enough light?
Yeah. But how'll I get up there? I can't reach that door from here.
Oh, well, wait. I'll get the stool from the kitchen.
I'll get it.
No, I've got the flashlight, Bud. Oh, good heavens, Bud. Here in the kitchen. It's blood.
Yeah. Sure is.
Who's that?
Hey,
Don't reach for anything, Bud. You're covered.
What's happened to Clint?
Somebody shot him.
Oh, no.
He's not dead yet, Miss Curtis.
You know my name?
Yeah, he mentioned you. I'm Philip Marlowe. Mrs. Bellows called me on this.
Oh,
Why don't you put the gun down, mister?
I will when I find out a few things.
where is Clint? I want to go there.
Police took him to the emergency hospital.
Police?
Yeah, they're going to call me here and tell me how he is. He was still out when I left a while ago.
Come on, Bud. You've got to take me there.
Why, yeah, Barbara, sure.
Yeah, not yet, kids. Not till you two tell me what you came to find here tonight. And the other night you've been here.
Other night.
You said a while ago you'd looked every place but the hall closet.
But I've never been here at night. Not without Clint.
Don't talk to him, Barbara. You don't have to.
I won't. Mr. Marlowe, you can't keep us here. I have to go to Clint. I have to be with him.
I'll get that. And don't forget you're still covered, Buster. Yes?
Marlowe?
Yes, Sergeant. How's Rogers?
He's over the hump okay. They gave him a sedative a while ago. He's out like a light. But he's going to be all right.
I see. Did he say anything? Were you able to talk to him?
I was able, but he wasn't. Sort of delirious, I guess. Mumbled something about Barbara. And then just after they gave him the shot, he said over and over, "Don't be a fool, Bud. Don't do it, Bud."
He did, huh? Well, that's something.
Is it?
Sure is. Thanks, Sergeant. I'll call you back.
What did they say about Clint?
Well, it looks like we're looking for a murderer now.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, honey. We had one break, though.
Clint!
It'll interest you, Bud.
Will it?
The police know who shot him. Clint told them.
Bud, what are you doing?
Just protecting myself, Barbara. You want to use that gun now, Marlowe? I'm keeping her right here in front of me.
Yeah, I see. I thought you'd have a .38, Bud. That kind of clinches it, doesn't it?
Not yet, it doesn't.
Bud, please, don't.
Stand still and shut up. Drop your gun, Marlowe.
Let it go, kid, and we'll talk about this.
You won't get hurt unless you hurt her. Drop your gun.
Bud, someone's coming.
Mr. Marlowe.
Look out, you two!
Mr. Marlowe. Oh, my...
Thanks for the souvenir, Bud.
Oh, my goodness.
Good work, Mr. Marlowe. Barbara, honey, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mrs. Bell.
How about that, Mr. Larry? Coming in when you did, you're nothing but a bloody hero.
Oh, my. I feel so...
Good Lord, there he goes again.
Lucille was a past master at reviving him by now. She hauled him sack-style over to the couch while I told Barbara her Clint was going to be okay. I kept Bud immobilized until the squat little sergeant arrived with a squad car. They hauled him away. I dug the .38 slug out of the plaster and gave it to the sergeant. When the show was over, Mr. Larry obligingly snapped to.
You feel like walking, Mr. Larry? I could carry you to your bungalow, you know.
Oh, mercy, no, Lucille. I'll walk. If you'll just let me use your arm for support.
You're just welcome to it, I'm sure.
Can I help?
Well, no thanks so much, Mr. Marlowe. We'll manage. You give Mr. Rogers my best, Barbara.
I will. I'll be glad to.
You know, Lucille, I'm beginning to see the value in the love and protection of a strong woman.
How about that?
She'd be good for him, too.
Yeah. Now, look, honey, what's this all about? You've been looking for something, so has Bud, apparently. Clint got himself shot because of it. Now, what is it?
Bud said it was money, that Clint had some hidden here in the house.
Oh?
I didn't believe it. Still, there was something between Clint and me. Something he wouldn't tell me. Whatever it was, it's kept us from getting married.
What was Bud's story?
Well, you see, Bud's known Clint a long time. He just came out here a couple of months ago from Ohio. Clint didn't seem to want us to get acquainted, Bud and me. It wasn't jealousy. It was something else I couldn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, Bud told me that Clint had robbed some store back east, that he'd been caught and served some time. But they'd never found the money, and that Clint somehow escaped from prison, came out here, and brought the money with him.
Yeah, that could be. Clint caught Bud looking for something here tonight. By the way, where'd you run into Bud tonight?
Oh, just about a block or two from here at the corner. I was driving home from a movie. Decided to come up here for one more look before Clint got home. I insisted that Bud come with me. He didn't want to.
Yeah, let's see what we can find. No one's opened that little trap door in the hall closet yet. Maybe that's got all the answers.
Why, it's a strong box, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very heavy, though. There, let's see now. No money at all. A couple of war bonds made out to Clinton Rogers and/or Thomas Rogers.
Clint said he didn't have any family.
Hey, look. Here's an envelope with your name on it.
Oh, for Barbara Curtis to be opened in case of my death. I don't know what to do.
Well, don't look at me, honey. I can't decide for you.
You will go with me when I tell him, though, won't you?
Sure I will.
Let's see. My darling, this newspaper clipping will tell you why I couldn't marry you. When you read it, you'll see why. I love you, Clint. I'm afraid to read the clipping, Mr. Marlowe.
Let me see it. Not pretty, honey, but it isn't about Clint.
But then who?
It's about Thomas Rogers, who at the age of 16 murdered his father and mother. The story says he escaped from the Ohio asylum for the insane in June of this year. Officials think he may attempt to contact his brother Clinton in California.
And Bud is...
Yeah, it's his picture with the story.
Oh, Clint. Poor Clint. What a horrible, horrible thing for him to live with.
Yeah. But, honey, Mr. Larry said it a little while ago.
The love and protection of a strong woman. Clint has it, Mr. Marlowe. I've never been so strong or so protective, and I've never loved so much.
It was almost dawn now. I drove Barbara over to the hospital in Clint. We didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say. Nice girl, that Barbara. All woman. You know, I never could understand the guys who pronounce woman as wool man. What would we be without them, huh? Oh, they have their faults, but what would they be without them? Yeah, truly it's been said. There's nothing like dame. Wonder what Rita's doing tonight.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, was produced and directed by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height.
The cast included D.J. Thompson, Olin Soule, Ted Osborne, Frank Gerstle, Arthur Q. Bryan, Shirley Mitchell, and William Tracy. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now, here again is the star of our show, Gerald Moore.
Thanks, Roy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's broadcast concludes our current series of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. I understand it won't be very long until we meet again. So until we do, we won't say goodbye. But just so long. See you soon. I still wonder what Rick is doing tonight.
Lovable, laughable, My Friend Irma, starring blonde Marie Wilson, is back on CBS Radio Sunday evenings now. She'll move in tomorrow night at most of these same CBS radio stations, bringing her skeptical roommate, Jane, her permanently jobless boyfriend, L, Professor Kropotkin, and all the others. Be listening for My Friend Irma tomorrow night, won't you? That address again? Why, sure.
CBS, CBS, the star's address, where you always hear the best at CBS, CBS, the star's address, CBS.
Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. And remember, Steve Allen is here with Songs for Sale every Saturday on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Cerebral Cinema hopes you have enjoyed this movie of the mind.